again thank all of you for participating and attending. At this time, I do want to remind you to turn off your cell phones. I'd like to take a roll call. We'll start with the voting members present, down at the very end.
Oh, well, not a voting member.
Okay, so next.
Paperman present.
Jeanette Benaldi, present.
Neil Hoffman, present. Alex Leader, present.
Linda Sezeman, present.
Koki Booth, present.
Perry Nixdorf, present.
I'd like to move to the office staff, starting with Ms.
Vince Jimno, Executive Director.
Deborah Blasco, accountant.
Gloria Alexander, office manager.
Jeffrey Green, Inspector.
Charlene Marsh, Inspector and Office Assistant.
Darlene Scott, inspector.
Jill Thayer, assistant office manager.
Thank you. We have two Deputy Attorneys General here today.
Sarah Bradley, Deputy Attorney General.
Hina Rasul, Senior Deputy Attorney General.
Ms. Bradley will be representing your cases, and Henna will be representing the board today. I'd also like to introduce our transcriptionist, Eric Nelson. And then if we would all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will be adhering to the agenda. At this time, is anybody needing to move any of the agenda items before we begin? So we will take the liberty to move agenda items as needed at any time. The first item on the agenda are comments by the general public. That happens at the beginning of the meeting, and it will happen at the end of the meeting. Are there any comments before we begin? I'd like to just make a comment. I'm going to step down as my role from the president for just a moment and kind of join the ranks of the general public for a moment. In the spirit of fairness, I did want to make sure that since some folks don't stick around till the end of the meeting, which is item number 27, I wanted to announce that the esthetician board member position is available for your application to Governor Sandoval, and that term for me will expire June 30th. So if there are estheticians that are present that would like to apply to this board position, it does become available. We'll move on to item number 4. Consideration and approval of the agenda and its posting. May I have a confirmation and a consent to this posting?
It has been posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law requirements.
Are there any questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Blasco. We'll move down to item number 5. Consideration and approval of the board meeting minutes for our last meeting, February 13th. May I entertain a motion to accept or reject?
I make a motion to approve the board meeting and its minutes for February 13th, 2012.
There is a second. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. The motion has been made to accept those meeting minutes. I would like to make an amendment to that motion to include corrections. Is that okay with your motion?
Well, yeah, but then we'd have to have her incorporate that into an amended motion. And then the same person who seconded it would second that.
Okay, so would that be
Yeah,
acceptable to you to modify your motion in such a way?
I'll make a motion to amend my motion with corrections for the board meeting minutes of February 13th, 2012.
I'll second. My second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion passes. I do want to remind the voting members that your silence is your consent. I also do want to remind that we do have a quorum present and that there will be no proxy voting. We'll just move right into the next item.
Mr. Leader,
Yes.
silence isn't consent. They need to actually vote yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah. Silence isn't.
Yeah, that's not an indication of consent.
Okay, well, it was indicated that in voting.
Well, under Nevada law, it might be in Robert's Rules of Order, but Nevada law doesn't recognize that. It needs to be a yes or a no vote on the record so that the minutes recapture the vote. because there's no way for it to be captured when it's a silence.
So that will be a good reminder for all of us, not
Yes.
just for myself. Okay? And then if there are any amendments or appeals to any motions that pass, I'm not going to be asking at every time, so if any of those board members do have that type of appeal to any of those motions or decisions, speak up before the parties leave. We're going to go right into our appeals for citations. So at this time, I'd like to turn this over to Ms. Bradley. She'll be calling up our first licensee, which is Tracy Caraway. This is the findings of facts where our display of license or lack of a display of license in plain view of the public. It's an alleged violation of NRS 644-290. Is Ms. Caraway here today? Would you like to come up, please, Ms. Caraway? So I'll just take a quick moment and explain this type of procedure to you. When you hear that your case is called, just please come up and take a seat at this table. We have our court reporter here, Mr. Nelson, who will swear you in, and he will swear in all witnesses. He will also transcribe everything that is said during this hearing today, and he will also include the correct spelling of your name. He can only record one person at a time, so it's very important that only one person speak at a time. And then I will ensure that you have the opportunity to have all of your comments heard. Again, the State Deputy Attorney General will present its case first, and then you will be given the opportunity to ask questions of that witness, the state's witness. Then board members will have the opportunity to ask any questions of any of the witnesses, followed by some comments made by the Deputy Attorney General that she may have. After the state has completed its case, then you will have the opportunity to present your case. The board may then ask questions of you, and then the state may summarize her presentation so that the board may deliberate and then make a decision. Why don't we begin with the first case then, Ms. Bradley?
Thank you. The first thing I would like to do is...
Swear them in.
Yeah, let's do that.
Now, if you stand, raise your right hand.
And also Darlene Scott. I'm sorry, she'll be called.
Okay. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Ms. Caraway, I'm showing you what I believe you've already seen, which are the documents for this case, and I pre-marked them as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize these documents? Yes. Do you have any objection to those being admitted? I believe it's the original citation and report. No. Okay, thank you. So then I'd ask that State's Exhibit 1 be admitted. I believe the board members have copies of the citation and field documents already, so I'm not going to give you those, but I would ask that you mark those as State's Exhibit 1 for this case. Do you have the documents? Okay, Ms. Scott, will you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Darlene Scott, S-C-O-T-T,
And who is your employer?
State Board of Cosmetology,
And what is your job title?
Inspector.
And how long have you had that position?
A year and 4 months.
And as part of your duties as inspector for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, did you become aware of the licensee in this appeal, Tracy Caraway?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
A routine inspection.
Okay. And what happened? Can you tell us about that inspection?
Sure. When I went in to do the inspection, I asked Ms. Caraway for her license because it was not posted, and she produced a photocopy and stated that she traveled, so she didn't have her original license with her.
And what salon were you at when you made this inspection?
Downtown 111 Salon. Downtown 111 Salon in Carson City.
And so what happened when you asked her about the photocopy?
She just stated that she traveled, so she carried the photocopy with her.
And then did you issue her a citation?
Yes. I issued her a citation for $200 for a first offense for a violation of NRS 644.476, unlawful to copy or alter a license.
Okay, so you didn't cite her then for not having original license posted?
No.
And was there anything else you'd like to tell us about this inspection? Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Scott. I believe now is the time for Ms. Caraway to ask her questions if she has any.
Ask her a question?
You get to ask Ms. Scott questions about the testimony she just
Okay.
gave.
I thought that I was cited for not having my license, is what my understanding is.
You are. The 644.290 was the lack of display of license in
Right.
plain view of the
Okay.
public. What Ms. Scott referenced was an additional violation of NRS 644.476, photocopying your license. She did not cite you for that, however.
Oh, okay.
You are only being cited for the lack of display.
Okay.
Did you have some questions of Ms. Scott?
No.
None? At this time, if board members have questions of Ms. Scott, the inspector? I do, but I mean, did you have a reason why you did not cite her for the photocopy?
You can only cite for one. And so the one that's most common is not displaying the license in public view. And I have the report here. That's what she was cited for. Yeah, she was cited for not having it posted. And I just made reference to the other one because it's the law that states, why I cited her for
She
not
told me
having
to
it.
throw it out.
And you did explain to her that she's not allowed to copy, that no
Yes.
one's allowed to copy licenses.
Yes.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Scott? Ms. Caraway, at this time, you might present what happened or your side.
Okay. First of all, okay. I carry my license back and forth, and the copy to me was, in case I did forget, which is what happened, I had some kind of record. So, I mean, there was no intent of any wrongdoing. It's just, okay, I'm not here to say, okay, this is the law, you didn't have your license. It was a law, I didn't have my license. I'm basically here to talk about the law and its function because I'm a human being. I work 2 days in Carson and 2 days in Incline Village. And I work 40 to 45 hours a week. And on Friday nights at 7 or 8 at night, it's very easy for me to forget to grab things. Sometimes I forget my scissors. I have one pair of really expensive scissors that I take back and forth. And sometimes I forget them and I have to use my other scissors. So I'm just trying to make it functional here. I know in some states you can have a duplicate license. I am perfectly happy to purchase another license. And I understand maybe there's a possibility of fraud, that someone's going to pretend to greet me, but my picture's on there. I have my driver's license. I'm just trying to solve this problem because I will forget my license again. I'm a human being. I will go back and forth with all my stuff, and it's going to happen again. And I don't understand why we can't solve this problem. I doubt there's a lot of people that work at 111 Salon. There's probably some, but it's probably not that common. So I would just like to see a solution to this because I'm a very hardworking, conscious, law-abiding citizen. I would never intentionally do anything, let me just forget my license. I also do weddings, and sometimes I do makeup places, and I do carry my license there. And so I just feel like I'm stuck. I mean, if someone comes every week, you're going to catch me again. I mean, I will do my best. I'm 51. I have an 8-year-old. I mean, I work really hard. I'm going through menopause, so my memory is not the best. So it's really, for me, not about, yes, you didn't have your license. I mean, it's obvious. It's about how can we fix this problem. It's like a doctor. You go to a doctor, you go in the room, he doesn't show his license. He might have his diploma. Or a nurse. And you have no idea. And, a doctor and a nurse, it's a little more important than me as far as they're doing surgery, they're giving you a shot. You go to a location where they're building a house. The contractor doesn't have to display his license. It might be, the number might be on his truck, but it's not physically with him. I mean, there's a lot of other jobs that are very important. You know, building your house is pretty important. It's not like, I just feel like I'm caught because of the situation. What other job do they say? You have to post it right here in front of you. You know, and I'm fine with that, but why can't we have a duplicate license? I mean, I feel like $200 fee is great for the cosmetology board. You know, we all need money. It's like you get a speeding ticket, you need the money. This is not about the money to me. It's about fixing the problem. I mean, if I could buy another license, you know, pay the fee twice, I'm happy to. You're going to make more money that way than hopefully maybe catching somebody that did what I did, that their license isn't posted. You know, so it's not even a practical thing as far as trying to make money. I would really like to see the board try to come up with a solution for people like me, because I'm a human and I don't know what else to tell you guys.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Caraway? Oh, pardon me. Ms. Bradley first.
Yes. Ms. Caraway, are you familiar with the Nevada law book? Do you have a copy
No.
of this book?
I used to a long time ago.
Okay. Are you aware that all licensees are able to get a copy of the book from the board? So that way you're aware of the current and updated laws?
Okay.
What I wanted to ask you about was something that you said, and I just want to make sure you're aware because I think it'll avoid maybe a future problem for you. NAC 644380 is place of practice. I don't know if you're familiar with this provision. And it says that you need to work in a licensed cosmetological establishment. Okay. I just wanted to mention that to you because I think in your testimony you indicated practicing, I think, outside it sounded like of an establishment. Okay. So I just want to make sure you're aware of this because I want to avoid a future problem for you.
Okay. All right.
Because you need to be in a licensed establishment when you're working.
Okay.
So when you go to a wedding, they need to come to you in a licensed establishment.
All right.
You can't go to them.
All right. Thank you.
I don't know if the board members have any questions. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Caraway.
Ms. Booth?
Let me ask you this question, Ms. Caraway. If you were driving and you didn't have your driver's license, you got pulled over and got a citation, would you expect to pay that fine?
Yes, of course.
Well-
And this is not about the fine.
Okay.
You
That's
carry
what-
your license with you everywhere.
Correct.
And I can carry my license with me everywhere. But, you know, the problem is I have to take it out and put it somewhere. If you have to take your driver's license out every night and put it in your house and then take it the next day, you're going to forget it.
But if you change handbags, you have to do that, correct? Okay. And I think she mentioned something else that I wanted to kind of clarify. We don't get the fines.
Yes.
Cosmetology board does not get the fines.
Cosmetology board does not, we do not fine people so that we can get the money. The money goes to the state.
Well, then the state gets money.
So
Somebody
you're
gets the
funding
money.
the state.
Right.
So we do not get money from
Okay.
people that we fine.
All right, the
It is
state
not
does.
In this
for us to go on a
circumstance.
trip. I mean, and
No, that's not what I meant.
And I
We
don't
don't-
mean that to be
Okay.
silly. I mean, maybe it was probably was an inappropriate comment, but I think that people are not aware of what the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. We are a state agency. We represent the state. The state passes the laws. We are here to make sure the laws are abided by, and the money does not go to the cosmetology board. The money goes to the general, is it the general
General
fund
fund.
of the state of Nevada? So they're asking us to keep these laws.
Did you have a question, Ms.?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to explain.
No, thank you. I
think
appreciate that.
people are not aware of actually what the state board does.
Right.
I think sometimes we're misrepresented.
Well, I feel like everybody needs money, and I didn't mean that in a derogatory. It's that, you know, we need money to run our police department, so we pay fines for that. We pay fines because they help keep businesses going for states or governments. So I didn't mean it in a negative way. I'm just saying, if we're looking at it from the logistics of, you know, which way would be more profitable, getting a duplicate license would actually probably, because then everybody would do that, they'd be required to. Whereas it's kind of a random thing if there's other people like me that are going to different establishments and forget their license. What are the chances that, you know, you're going to catch us?
Are there additional questions of Ms. Caraway? Ms. next door.
I would suggest that you see your assembly person or your senator.
Right. So they are the ones that make the cosmetology laws. Okay.
Other questions or concerns? I do have just one question. I heard you say that you would never intentionally break the law, but yet I also heard you say that I guarantee I will do this again.
Because I'm a human being and I'll
Right,
forget.
but then
It's
that
not
would be-
intentional.
Well, that would be intentional. Just to be very clear, the law says that the person must carry his or her license with them. So that would ensure that you were compliant with the law.
I do carry it with me now, but you know what? If there's times when I forget to take it out and put it on my desk. So I'm saying there's a lot of way for human error here. Okay, so I will do my best. I'm just being realistic.
Right.
It's set up for failure in that, so I can carry it back and forth like a driver's license in your purse, but it's like I have to take it out and have to put it there, and I have all kinds of stuff, and I share stations at both places, so I have to put all my stuff away sometimes. It's pretty chaotic.
It's actually written for public safety, so
I understand.
the public has an idea that the person that's working on them has an understanding of infection control, and that's why your license is in plain view of the public. Are there additional questions or additional concerns? I'd like to take this opportunity now then to entertain a motion to accept or reject these findings of facts.
I'd like to propose a motion to find these findings of facts to be true.
And that there is a violation.
There is a violation. NRS 644292.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries and that fine is upheld.
Actually, you didn't vote on the fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll entertain a motion on whether or not to uphold the fine or to waive the fine.
I'll make a motion to uphold the fine.
Is there a second to that
I'll
motion? Is there discussion? All those in favor of upholding the fine, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries, that fine is upheld. Ms. Caraway, thank you. Please don't forget your license again as you transfer it from each location.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I'll pay another $200.
Actually, I think it goes
Or 400, 1,000, whatever.
Ms. Caraway, and just so you know, there will be an order mailed to you.
That's what it is. Okay, so then something mailed to me so then I can pay the fine, is that what you mean? Or what?
Yeah, you just get an order for your records because the board voted on it. It's a findings of fact, conclusions of law
How do I
decision.
pay you guys?
I think you can
I
probably
can
pay
pay
right now
Okay.
if you'd like to.
All right, thank you.
The second matter, the appeal of a citation, DS-33, Vanity, Van Marie Zimmerman. Is Van in? Ms. Zimmerman? Ms. Zimmerman, Mr. Nelson will swear you in. And your name is spelled correctly as on the agenda today?
Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Zimmerman, you saw the procedure. Ms. Bradley will ask a series of questions.
Zimmerman, I'm showing you some documents that are the appeal documents. I think it's a letter that was sent to you, the citation, and any response that you have. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Do you have any objection to those being admitted into evidence?
No.
Okay. I'd ask that the documents that be admitted as State's Exhibit 1, and it consists of the letter that was sent to her regarding the citation appeal, the citation and her written response, as well as I think there's a report of establishment in here as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Scott, can you please tell us about how you became aware of Vanity Salon?
I was out on a routine inspection.
And can you tell us about that inspection?
Sure. Upon entry, prior to entering the salon, I had to park in the rear of the salon because of road construction on the front side of the street. And I observed the grayish-colored cat sitting. It was inside the salon, but I could see it from the parking lot. And so I proceeded, went around to the front of the salon, went in, and Ms. Zimmerman was in the dispensary, and that's where the cat was sitting, right in the hallway by the dispensary, about 3 feet from her.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Ms. Zimmerman?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She stated that they're stray cats, and by the time I completed the inspection, it had left the salon, but she just said that they were stray cats.
And how did it get in? Did she tell you that?
The rear door was open.
And did you issue a citation to Ms. Zimmerman?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a first offense?
No, it was not. The citation that I issued at that time, I issued it as a first offense, but after coming back to the office, and that's when I became aware that it was a second offense for an animal in the salon. So I reissued the citation for $500 as a second offense.
Okay. And is there anything else that you want to tell us about this citation?
No, there were just bowls that were in the rear of the salon on the porch, animal feeding bowls back there.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Scott.
Ms. Zimmerman, do you have questions of Ms. Scott?
No.
I don't.
That's her story. Sticking to it.
And so, board members, any questions of Ms. Scott? I'm sorry, did you say that the feeding bowls were outside of the
Yes.
salon? Ms. Zimmerman, at this time, you're welcome to present your side of things.
I feed the stray cats. Door was open. I was working, I don't remember standing in the dispensary and having a conversation about the cat at that time. As I recall, I was working, and an inspector came in the front door. Both doors were open, and front and back door, and I just wasn't aware that there was a stray cat that had wandered into the salon. I'm just glad I was there, so I didn't know what really happened. And the cat was just sitting in the hall and laughed immediately. And we do feed the stray cats. But it's outside in the downtown area. The stray cats, and I work closely with the Humane Society on those cats and spaying and neutering them. I think it's important, but they don't come in the salon. They don't live in the salon. We don't want them in the salon. I know it's against regulations. And I think the mistake that I made was not in just having the doors open, but I think my mistake was initially with my first citation. I'd like to talk a little bit about that because that's why...
I don't know if that's why we're here.
Well, that's what this $500 fine is about.
I mean, if she wants to talk about that, I mean, the
Did I
first
mention
citation has already been found,
Yeah.
but if she wants to tell you extenuating circumstances or something about that, because her fine has been increased because of the first violation, I don't have an objection to that, but just so you're aware, they can't reverse
Sure.
the fact that citation is there.
Sure.
But obviously, the extenuating circumstances may make the board more likely to do something different in the penalty phase.
Well, please then proceed. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
That's all right, and it's just something I've learned that when we're cited for any regulation, we need to come here and state our case. It's important that we do. Just so, had I done that the first time I was cited with this same animal on the premises, I wouldn't have probably been cited for $500 for this second offense. I mean, I should have taken care of the first one where there was someone on premise with a small dog out in the reception area. I was working, didn't know they were there with a small dog when the inspector came in, different inspector, years ago. I could have done something about that then, paid $200 fine, and all these years later, this happens again. So I just, like the lady before me, I just don't want this to happen again, and not having said what happened in my story.
Are there questions of the board member? Oh, pardon me. It's always a traffic.
I actually don't have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Ms. Zimmerman, what have you done since this has happened? Have you put a barrier up, a
Yes.
screen door? Or?
Yes. Yes. And made very certain that there are no animals on premise, ever.
So if the inspector went back next time, there would be a screen door up so the cat can't just run in and out?
Yes. Doors are, it was a nice day, doors were open, I think it was October or something, and it's a small house, and it was, I think, something that could have happened to anybody.
With the feeding bowls outside the door, would you think that would be an invitation for the cats to possibly meander in? And if you were in the dispensary at the time, and the cat was most likely probably followed you into the dispensary if it was lonely, or if it was outside the dispensary, if there was no notice of you that it was sitting there?
You know, it's important to me that we work this way. I've been downtown a long time, and there are these colonies of cats, and sure, it sounds kind of crazy that but you know, I work so closely with the Humane Society having these cats spayed and neutered, and it's important to me. I made it clear that it was okay that the cats were outside the premise, and they don't come in. They don't want to come in. They're stray cats. They're skittish and run away, and there's probably 6 of them. So it's not, I'm not encouraging them to come in.
Are the feeding bowls still out there for them?
Yeah. But that was okay as long as they're outside, and it's sort of important to me, and it's not against the regulations. So if you're suggesting a solution,
I'm just suggesting that stray cats carry. I mean, these aren't they're domestic, but no one has taken them in or spayed or neutered or shots or things like that, which is really, really scary. I know a lot of instances where cat scratches are extremely dangerous and extremely bacterial.
Yeah.
And with no animals allowed to respond, that's a scary, scary situation.
I understand.
I just wondered if those feeding bowls were still out there, but hence you have the screen or barrier out there, which
Come out. It's important to me that they have their place, and I know that now.
Any other questions? At this time, then, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the findings of fact or reject for the second offense of a non-service animal in an establishment. I have that motion.
I make a motion to move on NRS 644.472. To find her guilty.
All right. And is there a second? There is a motion that the respondent, Ms. Zimmerman, did violate NRS 644.472. There is a second. Any discussion? I'll ask for that vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. None being, that motion passed. As I'd like to entertain a motion to uphold or withdraw the fine.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the fine to $200.
Is there a second to that motion? And so there was a motion to reduce the second offense fine to $200 with a second. Is there discussion?
I'd like to say I'm in agreement with that because you put up the cat barrier. I don't think I could go this direction if it wasn't for the cat barrier.
Any other discussion? I then might also add that creates a little more distance with those feeding bowls.
Yes.
Maybe just not right outside the front
Sure.
door. I think in addition to what our other board member was explaining, it sounds like it may be an open invitation, particularly as the summer comes and it's a little cooler inside. Maybe the proximity could be distance.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of reducing that fine, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And so, again, an order will be sent to you, and that will describe the payment process for you.
And where is that? Looking for that payment?
Well, the order that I drafted, it basically tells you the findings of facts, including the law. I don't know, Ms. Glasgow might include a letter saying about payment, I don't know.
No, they'll just receive that order. You can set up payment plan or whatever with the office.
Stop by the office then?
You can, if you'd like to. If you're going to pay it in full, you can stop by the office, or you may set up a payment plan with the office
Okay.
to make some payments. on
Okay.
it.
Thank you so much.
And we do have someone in the office right
Right
now.
now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Juno, were you going to ask?
So the finding of fact is mostly through the records and the official documents we receive. You can pay the fine anytime it's convenient for you.
Okay.
And if it's inconvenient at a particular date, you can call the office, we'll make arrangements.
Thank you, sir.
For a certain period of time, right?
Yes.
She can't renew until she pays the fine.
We won't renew your license until the fine is paid.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you.
Our next action is the appeal of a citation, Ms. Rebecca Bales. It's case number C-11-379. The findings of facts are operating with an expired license. Ms. Bales? Oh, great, yeah.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
The procedure, so Ms. Bales, glasses.
Ms. Vance, I'm showing you the citation letter and citation and salon establishment. Do you recognize those documents? Do you have any objection to those being admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 1? I'd ask that those be admitted.
So admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, are you familiar with Ms. Bales?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with her?
Routine inspection at Posh Salon.
And can you tell us about that inspection?
Yes, I was in the salon for a complaint with another licensee, and I proceeded to do the routine inspection as well and observed Ms. Posh performing a color service on a client with an expired license.
Okay, and did you talk to her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She stated that she was in the office, the State Board office on 1025, to change her address because she did not receive her renewal, and she stated that, well, I have a statement here from the lady in the office, Jennifer, but she stated that she was given more time for her renewal, and the dates just didn't really match up. So I called the office and spoke with the office staff, and her license was indeed expired, and she continued to work after being told that she needed to get the license current in order to work.
Okay, and what did the office staff tell you about the situation?
Well, I have a statement from Jennifer in the office, and she stated that Ms. Bales changed her address on 10/25/11. I advised her that the fine would go up $20 after November 9th, but told her that she needed to get her renewal in if she was to continue working because she was over 2 months late. She also stated that I told her that she had the option to mail it in if she wanted to, but that we would need to receive the payment in order to verify that she renewed and to be able to work.
And you saw the license was expired when you were there.
Yes.
And is there anything else that you'd like to tell us about the citation?
Not about the citation, but Ms. Bales did write a letter admitting that she knew her license had expired.
Okay, and I believe that license is, or that letter is page 5 of Exhibit 1. Does that sound right?
Yes.
I have no further question for Ms. Scott at this time.
Ms. Vance, do you have some questions of the inspector?
My question, I don't really have for the inspector. I had a question for, I'm not sure who the girl's name was in the office, but according to my due process rights, I believe that I should be able to talk with her and question her because it's basically her word against mine on what she told me. And I have been doing this for 13 years, never once had an infraction, never once had been late. I have no idea what her name even is. When I went there, I had my pictures done on the 24th. I went there to go pay it. They had an address on file for me that was 3 years old.
Okay, Ms. Bales, I'm sorry. Right now, you'll get a chance to say all this. Right now, you're really just asking Ms. Scott questions if you have them, because the board's going to ask her questions, and you will get a chance to testify your case once we're done with Ms. Scott.
I guess I really don't have any questions for her except that I had explained to her my situation and that I had went there and that I took the test and I did everything I was supposed to do and I
Again, this is a comment and you want to direct questions to Ms. Scott.
No, I don't have any.
Do any of the board members have any questions of the inspector?
I have one. What date does the license expire?
It's September,
9?
it's September 10th is my birthday, so September 9th, yeah, it's on here. September 9th, 2013.
Thank you.
Any additional questions of the inspector? Thank you, Ms. Bales, for your patience. So if there's anything that you want to say to present your side of the case now is more appropriate.
Sorry. I do. I just think that I was not allowed. I did all my pictures. As soon as I realized I was wrong, like I said, I never got anything in the mail telling me that my license was late. Fine. I totally took responsibility for that. I paid my late fee. I was totally got over there, got my picture done, took the test I didn't know about because they had the incorrect address on file for me. And I know I have renewed my license 2 times prior to this time, and they had a license that was 3 years old, or an address that's 3 years old on me. So in order for her to even give me the form, she had to correct my license, the lady in the office, which I don't know her name, and she had to correct my address. So I guess this is the first year that we have to do these tests, which I wasn't aware of. So I went and took my test that day. I couldn't print it off. I was going to go right back. But because she told me I had until November 3rd, and I was also told that I can mail it in by the lady in the front office. So even if I had mailed it in, although I went back the next day and had everything taken care of, I just feel like I was giving a complete false information. I tried to do everything as fast as I could as soon as I realized what had happened. But I just did not, I did not know that I had to take a test because I did not have the correct papers to tell me what I needed to do. I took my responsibility for not having renewed my license on time, and it was actually pointed out to me by one of my good friends. And like I said, if I had thought, if the lady had told me, Becky, you need to go today and do this right now. Like, don't waste any more time. Go do it right now. Where would I have gotten November 3rd? She specifically wrote, she crossed out the little fine, whatever the normal thing is, crossed it out, put $110, changed my address on the form, and then told me that I had until November 3rd. And I said, well, what if I mailed it in? Because I work, doesn't matter, it just doesn't matter. Anyway, I said, what if I mail it in? And she said, as long as it's before November 3rd. So even if I would have mailed it in before she arrived, because she came for a complaint inspection, I did one lady's hair that morning, knowing that I was going to go and drop all that stuff off, like at the same time, because I thought, oh, I have until November 3rd. Even though I was going to do it.
Oh, I'm not asking questions.
Oh, no, I was just saying that day, like the day that she showed up, that I was doing a client service. I didn't feel like I was doing anything inappropriate when I had already had my picture done. I had already paid my, had my form filled out. I had taken my test. It was just a matter of turning it in. And because I had thought I had till November 3rd, even though I did it that day. After she was there, I came back into the office, I paid my fine, I got my license, they wouldn't let me talk to the lady. They had her in the back room because they said that they didn't want her to talk to me, that they didn't want the confrontation. So they put her in the back room, and I wanted her to talk to me as an adult and ask her why she gave me false information, because I just felt like it was kind of a setup for failure to me. And if she said, Becky, no, go do this right now. Like, don't even go to work, don't do nothing until you do this right now. I would have canceled my whole day just to do that and came right back that day. And it was just by chance that Jill had came in, or not Jill, that she had came in because someone had called on our salon. And it's like, I just felt like the only reason I'm here fighting it is not because I expect to get leniency for my license being late. It's for the fact that you had the wrong address. I wasn't aware of the test, and I was given false information on the date, and I'm not able to even talk to the lady who told me the information, and I don't think that's fair. Because even in any courtroom, you have the right to talk to the person who accuses you of false statements, and I have no way of talking to her, and all I got is, I don't even have a copy of her statement. I never got a copy of her statement of what her side of the story was. And for them to have hidden her in the back room when I came there, I wasn't trying to argue or beat her up or anything. I just wanted to find out why would you tell me this information or give me a statement and then I have no way of finding out. It's my word against hers, bottom line. And like I said, I've been doing this for 13 years. I have not been late. There's no infractions. I don't make excuses for myself. What I did was I paid my fine, I got my license, I did everything I was supposed to do, and I was given false information. I feel like this is the only argument I have is the false information that I was given. And I explained it to her when she was there. I went to that same day I went to the office, and I tried to clear it off all in that day, and no one would let me talk to her.
Ms. Bales, I believe, I'm not sure who you talked to, but we believe it might be Jennifer in the office, and so we are, it seems like you want to call her as a witness in your defense.
I think she should be here.
So they're going to get her so that she can testify and you can ask her questions. I wanted to ask, it doesn't look like you have a law book in front of you. Are you familiar with the laws in Nevada?
Yes, I am.
Okay, would you turn to NRS, I'll turn to it for you. It's NRS 644325. And would you read subsection 3? It's right there.
For each motion infraction, date renewal, specified time renewal, penalty $50 for state calling 24 establishment hair braiding. Just number 3?
Yeah, for each month.
No, I paid my fine though.
Yeah, but do you think it's possible that perhaps what she was telling you is that you needed to pay by November 3rd so that you would not incur another $20 late fee?
If that's what she meant, she should have said it that way. The way she said it was, I specifically said, do I need to do this today? And she said, and I told her this, I haven't changed my story at all. I said, do I need to do this today? And she said, you have till November 3rd. I said, and this is the price. I don't have the original copy where she scratched it out, put the 110 or whatever it is. I don't have that original copy. And I asked her specifically before I left, if this needs to be done today, let me know, or do I have until November 3rd? She said, you have till November 3rd. And I said, can I mail it in, or do I have to come back? Because I do work 6 days a week, but I still would have came back like I did that day. And she said, no, that's my problem.
So you don't think that she was telling you about the late fee, because it goes up every month?
No, she was telling me about the late fee, but she didn't tell me that I need to come back today. She said I had till November 3rd. It was never said that if you don't pay this today, we're going to charge you $200 extra, plus. And like I said, I gave her the same story. My story's never changed. It keeps going on the same way, and I did read this. So.
Okay. But yet you admit that your license was expired at the time.
Oh, I totally admit that, yes. And I was down there rectifying it. I got all my stuff that I needed to get done.
Okay, but you were working with an expired license.
I did work with an expired license until it was brought to my attention, not by her, but by one of my clients, So I went to go get everything done. And that's when she came 2 days later while I was getting things done because they changed my license. You know, they had to change my address. I have the proof that I got my pictures done the day before 2 days before she even came. I had everything ready to go. I just didn't have my application fee because it was never mailed to me. So I came to the office to get it all paid that day. And that's when I was told about the test that I didn't know about.
Okay, but even after that day, you continued to work knowing your license was expired. Is that true?
Only because I was told I had till November 3rd to get everything in.
Okay.
Did she tell you you could continue to work?
I honestly never asked.
Oh, sorry.
Could you turn to page 644-18 in the law book? It's NRS 644-190. Okay. And are you familiar with subsection 2 there? That says it is unlawful for any person to engage in or attempt to engage in the practice of cosmetology or any branch thereof, whether for compensation or otherwise, unless the person is licensed in accordance with the provisions of this chapter.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. It means that you can't work in cosmetology if you're not licensed, and with an expired license, you can't work.
Right.
So
And I truly did not know that license was expired until
I understand that
day.
until your client.
No, until that day.
Okay, I understand that your client is the one that reminds you your license is expired. I guess what I'm trying to ask you about, what I'm confused about, is the fact that you went to the board office, knew your license was expired, and then you continued to work after that.
Only one client, one morning, one day, as I was on my way to come here, I did one client, which I guess I should just cancel because I thought that I had until November 3rd. It was one client, one day, and that was it.
Okay.
But when my license was expired, before I came here, I honestly did not know it was expired because, like I said, I had no notification to renew it, which is my fault. I'm not taking no responsibility for that. And the address was not accurate in your file, and I did not know I had to take a test.
And I think you testified about changing the address. Did you change the address when you moved?
I have had 2 separate license renewals since I've been in this house for 3 years.
Okay.
And I've changed the address 3 years ago. This will be my 4th year in the same house. And they still had my 710 Sageview Court address. I hadn't been there for 4 years. And she had to physically change the address and print up a new form before I could even take it with me.
And so the previous renewals you're saying came to your new address?
Yes. I've changed my address. I've renewed one for a change of last name for marriage, and one for divorce, and one for renewal since I've been at that house, since I've been at the 1086 Dolce Drive.
So it sounds like your testimony is that you got renewals at the correct address, and then this year you didn't get the renewal.
I did not get the no, and in the computer she physically had to change the address. It had 710 Sageview Court, which I haven't been there for 4 years.
Okay, so somehow the old address got
and I have
re-updated
no
in the
idea.
computer.
I have no idea how that happened.
Okay.
I don't work there.
I don't have any more questions for her.
Would you like then to address your questions or concerns to our office member?
You need to swear in.
Yeah, so is now a good time for you? Is
No, that's fine.
And can I ask her a couple introductory questions just to make sure the
Please.
record's clear?
So Ms. Bradley will direct some questions to Jennifer. So Jennifer, if you could step up and then state your name to our transcriptionist and be sworn in.
Jennifer Mackin, M-A-C-H-E-N.
If you'd raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Ms. Mackin, go ahead and sit down. I don't want to make you stand.
That's okay.
I just want to get a couple introductory questions. You're really being called by the respondent here, but just to make sure the record's clear, I wanted you to state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Jennifer Mackin, M-A-C-H-E-N.
And who's your employer?
Well, my office manager is still there, but the State Board of Cosmetology.
Okay, and what is your job title?
Administrative Assistant 1.
And what are your duties as Administrative Assistant 1?
I update files, process renewals, scan basic office data maintenance.
Okay. I have no more questions for you right now because you're really her witness. I just wanted to make sure we had who you were on the record clearly. So she's going to ask you some questions, and I might have some questions for you when she's done, and the board might have some questions for you as well, okay?
Okay.
I was just wondering if it was true or not when I came in that you had to change my address on my form.
I am not, we do many address changes a day. I would have to look in the specific electronic file to verify because it is recorded when addresses are changed. But no, I don't recall specifically changing your address in October of 2011.
Can I get any type of rebuttal on that? Do I get a chance of her to go back and look and see? But I can get an answer to that she physically changed the address somehow? Because that's not an answer.
To the best of your knowledge, would you have said yes that you
Yes.
changed the address?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you cross out the top part and put down the $110?
Yes, your renewal was due September 9th, if I'm right. And you came in and I printed the renewal the 25th of October, which was when I assigned the late fees, which would have been $110 at that point. Yes.
And did you tell me that I had till November 3rd to send that in? And I asked you specifically if I could even mail it in, and you said yes?
I told you that the renewal, the 110 fee was going to be 110 until the 10th, which is the day after the expiry, at which point it would become $130, and we would need to receive payment before your license would be verified as renewed, which is what I tell everybody. Because that's our policy.
That's not what I was told. Did I also ask you that if I needed to come back today, is it like an urgency if I came back today because I had to go back to work and I didn't realize I had to take a test? Do you remember me saying that?
If you were working on an expired license, I would in no way have told you that you would be fine to work on that. Especially
Did you
when
ask me if I was working on an expired license?
No, but you just stated that you told me that.
No,
you needed to go back to work.
I said, but did you ask me if I was working on an expired license? No. Okay, that's all I'm asking. And then when I asked you, is it important if I go home and do this today? Did you say that there was an urgency that if I didn't do it, I'm going to be here not only paying the extra $110, but $200 plus my salon is charging me $500?
I would have told you at that time, October 26th, that you were 2 months expired and that in no way were you able to work on that license if it were that expired. Typically, the inspectors give a 30-day window, but you were well outside of that, and you would not be okay to work on that license until you paid your late fees.
You did not say that at all. I'm sorry. But it was actually on Tuesday, October 25th at 9:45.
The 25th is when I printed it and talked to you. You
Right.
turned it in the 27th. And also, according to our record of the testing, you also took the CEU class and printed it on the 27th of October.
I took it twice, though.
The one that you printed and turned in with your... Oh, I'm sorry.
Ladies, you need to talk one at a
Right,
time.
okay. Go ahead.
The first one that I took would not print, so I had to go back to my other job's office and print it out. So I did take it twice, and she did look that up and couldn't find it. But I went all the way to the end and I took it twice, and I told her I would have to take it again. But I came in on the 27th after I had to take it again, and I did everything. And then I asked to speak with you, and was told that I wasn't allowed to speak with you.
I was unavailable. I believe I told you.
No, actually, Jill told me. I talked to Jill, and Jill said, I write everything down. I'm a crazy, really person like that. Spoke to Jill, asked her if there's any way she could help me in this situation yet, and she basically said I need to go in front of the board. I explained the story again of how the girl your name, should have came out and talked to me like an adult when I came to the office. Jill informed me that she had told her not to, and she had her just fill out a statement, and that was all she could do for me. Would never tell me the other side of what you had said on your statement.
As I recall, I was on a break. When I came back to the office is when she informed me that you would come in. And upon my return, I wrote the statement on my side of the story, and that is what is in evidence.
But I was told by Jill on the phone that she told you to stay in the back office and that you would just have to write a statement. So there's so many indiscrepancies. I don't know what's the truth or not the truth. I just wanted to talk to you when I came in there, and they wouldn't let me. And then I did ask Jill. I've called Jill a lot of times and kept asking her, have you heard anything, have you heard anything? And then it just finally came down to, no, you have to go to court.
Well, after the citation has been written, there's not anything speaking, just in Jill's defense, she may not have wanted me to speak to you until we actually got it on the record.
But you just
But
said
that's
that.
her, no, I was out of the office at the time.
Actually, okay. Jill told me that you were in the other room. She told
That's
you
fine.
to go into the other room. And I don't know where you were, so I'm not going to argue with you about that. I just think that as adults, we all should be able to, because I was really concerned about it, and I take things pretty personally, and I do my job 100% or nothing at all. So,
No, I
like I said, I keep
Did
everything.
you have some additional questions of her then? Or
I
maybe
guess
Ms.
not,
Bradley
because-
could help clear some of this
I guess not,
misunderstanding.
because it's going to be it's what I was told by Jill is not accurate. I guess it's not accurate if she was on break and not told not to come out there. So,
So is that a question?
well, I just wanted to know because Jill told when I came there, I asked where she was, and
I think we've established that she wasn't present.
no, well, Jill told me though that Jill's direct words. I wrote this down when I was talking to her. She said that she did not want her. Jill informed me that she told her not to come out and that she had her just fill out a statement, and that was all she could do for me. Which means to me she was there and was told not to come out and talk to me and just to fill out a statement. That was my understanding of what was said.
Okay.
Because I called Jill about 5 different times about this factual information, was very concerned about it.
Let's, Ms. Bradley, if you have some.
I only have one question.
Yes.
Okay, just make sure I say it right. Wrong. Is it sometimes that you go in the back office when you're on a 15-minute break?
Yes.
And so if Ms. Hutchinson had said you were in the back office, you may have actually been on a break? Yes. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. I don't know if you do, Ms. Bales, because we might need to let her go back to the front office.
No, I just want to reiterate that Jill had explained to me that she told her specifically not to come out.
Well, possibly, I mean, I don't want to argue with you about
I'm
it, but
not trying
possibly
to
because
argue
she
with
was on a break. And so if she's on a break, the law requires that she have a break. And so she may have said, don't leave your break early, stay on your break. I mean, you know, maybe that's what she said. It's hard to know.
Are there questions from the board members for Ms. Bales?
Ms. Bales and the other lady.
Well, they're
Actually,
directed at Ms. Bales, unless they're
Ms.
you'd like
Mackett
to.
is actually the one that's currently on
So
the
of
stand.
the witness, Ms. Mackin? Are there questions of the office staff? Is it the policy to allow expired licensees to work? Or is there any indicators in our policy that once that license is expired, that there would be any type of verbalization that it's okay to work? Have you ever told a licensee with an expired license that it's acceptable to work?
No, not until we receive payment are they considered renewed, and working on an expired license is against the state code.
Are there any other questions, Jennifer?
I was wondering, where did the November 3rd date come around?
No, I'm not sure. Her license was due September 9th. I printed the renewal October 25th. I don't know where that date would come from. To me, that's a completely random date, which is why I don't really understand where it came from. Her license would have expired September 10th, the day after her birthday, and then the license would again accrue another fee October 10th, again November 10th. So those are really the only dates I would be working with in terms of her license. So I don't know where November 9th came from, or 3rd. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Mackin.
Thank you.
Here you go. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion for the findings of fact that KC 11379.
Mr. Leader, let's let Ms. Bales, let's make sure she doesn't have any more statements to make because she may want to testify and the board may have questions for Ms. Bales.
So prior to entertaining that motion, Ms. Bales, if you have some additional comments, I'm happy to have you express them now.
I guess I don't. I just think that I was given false information. I did as much as I could, as fast as I could. I was not trying to be non-compliant. I have never been non-compliant. The fact that I didn't even have a conversation about can I go back and work, or if not, I would have, like I said, I would have canceled my whole day, ran home, took the test, did everything I could. I wasn't trying to be defiant. I paid my fine that day. that Jill had came in, I went down there straight away. Like, I was there doing everything I had to do. I never once ever tried to do anything, and I just don't know why I was told, like, I made it specific when I was walking out the door to say, no, I have till November 3rd, and she said yes. That was my problem. That's it. And that, I didn't work that Wednesday. I have a doctor's office job I worked at, so I technically only did, not to say it's right or wrong, one client at 10 a.m. and then went straight over here and finished everything I had to do. Everything.
I'd like to ask the board members if they have questions of the respondent.
How long have you been at Cosmetology?
13 years.
So you realize the urgency.
I
when
do.
you went in there.
That's why I was trying to get it all like done, but I didn't realize that we had to take a test this year because I had no information on that.
The urgency comes before the
Right.
license expires.
No, I totally get that, and I was there to pay it that day when I had spoken with her, and I didn't know I had to take a test because I didn't have that information in the mail. And I don't fraternize with my coworkers.
Ms. Bales, what day did you become non-compliant?
What day?
What date did you become non-compliant?
I'm assuming when my license expired.
And what date is that?
What's your birthday?
September 10th, 9th is my birthday.
Okay, so you became non-compliant on that date,
I
not
was
in October.
assuming, so yes, I guess
And
so.
you're aware that you became non-compliant?
I was
in
not
September.
aware that I became non-compliant in September until I was actually told by a client in that October. When I came in, October 22nd, 23rd, I came in, got everything all, like the pictures and everything.
But
done.
you understand you can't work on an expired license?
I totally
And so
understand
you understand
that.
in September you were non-compliant?
I would, yeah, I totally understand that. I just did not personally know without have gotten, I mean, typical as a registration on a car, how many people look at the back of their car every day?
Let me ask you
I'm
one
sorry, I
last-
don't. Anyway,
one last question here.
I was waiting
On
for
your
my
address
renewal.
changes, whose responsibility is that to
No,
get
no,
to the
no, no.
board?
It was already changed. I've had 2 licenses before. I've lived in this house for 4 years. I changed my license. I changed my address.
So on your last license,
It's
the
the
address
same
was
address.
correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, in this license it was
It was
not.
an old 4-year-old address. The application form was a 4-year-old address that I didn't receive. And she had to physically change it in the computer, as she said.
That's all my questions.
Mr. Nitzberg.
Could you tell me, on the date that you were made aware of your license being expired, were you at work that day? What date was that?
It was the day that I got my. What day did I get my?
Well, your statement says that you realized your license was expired on Saturday the 22nd when
Yes.
my client pointed it out to
Yes,
me.
at the end of the day, on Saturday 22nd, it was actually my boss, who I work for as a doctor, doesn't matter. He told me that he was like kind of looking at it, and he pushed like it to the side. He's like, he was looking at my picture, and he's like, it's expired October 22nd. And that's when on Monday, the 24th, I went and got my pictures done and was trying to just fix everything.
That was Saturday, and then you started taking care of it.
Yes, oh yeah. Oh, I was on it like no other, because this is crazy. I've never done this in my whole life. I was like stressed out, like, beyond stressed out.
Can I ask Mr. Kimmel a question? Was there any kind of inquiry in staff-wise regarding this issue?
Well, the issue is that it's common knowledge taught through cosmetology schools. The law specifically states you cannot work unless you have your license with you in your hand. And she apparently realized it was expired, but continued to work after, assuming she was instructed, is what she's testifying, that she was instructed she could do that. That's not the policy of the agency.
But was there any kind of inquiry to determine whether there was a miscommunication here or what happened?
It wasn't reported as, other than the filing of the complaint.
Mr. Jimno, I have a question of you while you're answering questions. How long has the online test been a requirement for license renewal?
Mr. Jimno speaking. It was passed by the legislature in 2009 for the renewal, this current renewal for all licensees. They had to take a 4-hour course in infection control. It was passed unanimously by the legislature, and it was a one-time situation. When we send out the notices are clearly marked and indicate you have to have a certificate of passing the simple infection control course, and it's made easy through the internet. But that's 2009. It went into effect 2010.
So absent the establishment licenses, because they don't have to take that, is that correct? It's just the actual physical individual licenses. So that's approximately 16,000 licensees had to take the online test prior to renewal?
It's 21,000.
About 21,000.
They all had to take it, every one of them.
So 21,000 licensees in the state of Nevada were aware and took the online test prior to license renewal?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there other questions of the respondent, Ms. Bales or Mr. Gimno?
Mr. Jimbo, have we done anything on computers where the addresses would have been changed and reversed back to the old ones? If she had made, she said that she notified of her new addresses. When we did all of the Versa and we did everything, would there be any way all those addresses could have gone back to old addresses?
They don't normally would be able to go back, but if they clerk error couldn't make it happen, would be not very unusual for 2 renewals to go by without some indication. And she's indicating that she did not give the notice. Now there's other handlers of the notice. When we put it in the U.S. mail handles it, and we have no responsibility for the U.S. mail once it leaves our hands.
Mr. Gimno, is it the responsibility of the board to send a notification that your license is coming up for renewal in order for that license to be renewed, or is it the policy of the license holder to know when their expiration date is?
Much like a driver's license, it's a courtesy notice. There's no legal requirement to notify them. The expiration date is printed right on the face of the license. So we send a courtesy notice.
It's not a requirement.
Not a requirement by law that we're aware of. And DMV has a similar pattern. For example, my own personal car registration never shipped, a notice shipped out. I just noticed that it was due in December, and I had to watch it up to the very last week, and then I went down to DMV and took care of it immediately.
And then, Ms. Bales, I do want to just bring your attention to your letter of 11-1. In the letter, very clearly, you state in the last paragraph, I take responsibility for the late renewal of my license.
Yes, and which I did with my payment.
And that is why you're here today.
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion for the finding of facts that Ms. Bales was operating with an expired license.
I'll make a motion to find Ms. Bales guilty of operating on an expired license.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. Are there any discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. I will entertain a motion to uphold or reduce or withdraw the fine associated to that motion.
I make a motion to uphold the fine.
I'll second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor of upholding that fine, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Bales. Bill and instruction on the payment procedure for that. Prior to continuing, I do just want to make a quick note to our office staff. You know, just personally, I just want to apologize to our office staff because I know that we do not give out false information. And so it's really important to me that we maintain that ethical standard. And so when in doubt, when we're just disseminating information, just please always check with your immediate supervisor if you're unsure of how the person is hearing what you're saying. Okay? And I do really appreciate the integrity of our office staff in communicating the correct message each and every time. So maybe we could just take a quick restroom break, and for 5 minutes. if everybody is present, this meeting will resume at 10:30. We're going to begin with our appeal of the citation. Licensee Deborah Corzon, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's case number C12432. Is Ms. Corzon here?
Mr. Leader, I have a letter from Ms. Corzon that I'd like to pass out to the board. She's actually requesting a continuance because she's out of the country.
All right, thank you.
And so we have no objection to that, so we would ask that the board continue her appeal to the next Reno meeting, which I believe is in October?
I believe so. I don't have the dates.
No,
that's Las
well,
Vegas.
next Reno.
Up in Reno.
Here, I
Yeah.
can tell you.
Since it's her appeal and she's out of the country, I don't have an objection to that.
Do we need to make a motion?
Yes, we do. And I would actually also ask that the letter be admitted as an exhibit to the transcript, so we'll just call it State's Exhibit 1.
May I make a motion?
So admitted, and yes.
I make a motion that we extend the date for Ms. Jamu and admit her letter as exhibit number 8.
And if you wouldn't mind my clarifying, it's the next Northern Nevada meeting.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
And is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
And so to re-clarify that motion, we are extending citation case C12432 to the next Northern Nevada meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries.
Do you want us to keep these papers or will they'll be reissued?
The next appeal is citation is Lupita's Beauty Salon, license S8084, case C12435. Is Marie Camargo present? Marie Camargo? I did have a letter that indicated that she wants to please reschedule to another meeting. Do we all have that letter? It's the very first letter, and it's at the very bottom of her request. So I think we were perhaps anticipating that she may not have been present for this meeting. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to uphold the citation while we postpone the review of this citation to the next Northern Nevada meeting. Is someone willing to make that motion?
Mr. Leader, I don't think we want to uphold the citation. She says in her letter that she has a family matter abroad, and so it sounds like she's also out of the country in her letter.
Okay.
And so what I would ask is that we just continue this one like we did the previous matter to the next Reno meeting.
I respect your opinion, Ms. Bradley, but in her letter to the board on 2/28/12, she does indicate that she was aware that there was an animal in her premises. So if she's indicating that, then wouldn't we be upholding her fine?
I think we want to give her her day to appeal the citation, just like we do everybody else. And if you look at the letter that's on the very front of your packet, it's dated April 3rd, 2012, and it says, I'm writing about a citation which happened on February 28th. I would like to know if I'm not here by that date, can someone represent me or reschedule? Because I have a family matter abroad. The dates that I will be out of the country are the following, May 10th to May 26th.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I think even though, notwithstanding what she said in response to the citation, my request to the board would be to continue the matter to the next Reno.
And then Ms. Bradley, also in that packet, Inspector Scott indicates that the Cosmo in charge states that the owner has a dog in the salon every Saturday. So while we are extending this case to the next Northern Nevada meeting, or voting for that, how do we ensure that every other Saturday we're not getting a dog in that salon?
Well, I mean, my answer would be that, and I think Mr. Jim knows the comment to make, but my answer would be that the way that we ensure that there's not someone there is we have inspections happen, and the salon, I'm guessing, is inspected according to the regular inspection schedule. So even if we had a hearing today, that doesn't ensure that somebody's not violating the law.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Mr. Jimno?
The easiest way to do it would be to send her a formal letter from my office, delivered by an inspector, indicating they, and have her sign it, indicating that they recognize that having an animal in the establishment is a violation of a provision, and any continuing of it will be considered separate violations.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to postpone this to the next Northern Nevada.
I'll motion to postpone this case until the next Northern Nevada.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? And is it possible to include in your motion an amendment that would indicate or authorize administrative staff to send her a letter?
Absolutely. I can amend the
But
motion.
is that something we should be doing? Can we do that?
You can, but it's not necessary. I have the authority to do that.
Oh, you do? Okay. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily need to be part of the motion?
Just that you're continuing the case, but we will protect the population by making sure they understand that it's a violation. And continued similar action would be considered separate and violation.
Well, then also, Mr. Jimno, when they sign the piece of paper, when they receive their license upon renewal, aren't they signing that they know and understand the Nevada revised statutes? And
Yeah, they normally...
So they're already stating that they know the law.
They're already stating that.
Right, so they know it's about, well, if they didn't read it, that's on them, but signing it is an indication that they understand the revised statutes and the administrative code.
We're doing it for a track record for the administrative hearing, and
Okay.
the district court, if it ever should be appealed, that we took all possible reasonable actions to prevent it.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I just have one other quick question, Mr. Jimno. In the event that the salon is inspected between now and the next meeting time where this case will be heard, would that then become a second offense?
That would be additional violation.
Yes, it would.
Or
Especially if they were formally notified. Then it would be up to the board to decide whether they were considered an offense. It would legally be an offense, but it would be up to the board whether you took action on it.
any other discussion? All those in favor of postponing this to the next Northern Nevada meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move right into Ms. Bridget Kane. It's item number 11. This finding of fact is failure to display and operating with an expired license. Case number C11-363. Is it Ms. Kane? Yes. Great. And if you'll please get sworn in while you're speaking.
Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Bradley?
Ms. Kane, I am showing you the documents in this case, which consist of the letter regarding this appeal, the citation, the salon establishment report, and any response that you filed. Do you recognize those documents? Do you have any objection to those being admitted as State's Exhibit 1?
No.
And Ms. Marsh, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Charlene Marsh, M-A-R-S-H.
And who is your employer?
Nevada State Board of Cosmetology,
And what is your job title?
inspector and office assistant.
As part of your duties as inspector for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, did you become aware of the licensee in this case, Ms. Kane?
Yes, I did.
And how did that happen?
I was doing an inspection at Sapphire Salon and Spa, and she was doing a pedicure on a lady when I entered.
Okay. And what did you notice when you entered the salon?
She was doing a pedicure on a lady in the pedi spa room, and she did not have her license present.
Okay. And was it... Okay, go ahead. And then what did you do?
Well, she didn't have her license present, so I called to verify with the Reno office for her number, which is the PIN number M-8541, and also that it had expired on April 7th of 2011,
And what day did you go in to do the inspection?
October 7th.
So it had expired 6 months prior to the day you were there?
Yes.
And And then what happened?
I gave her a citation for the expired license, not one for posting as well, but just for the expired license, working with an expired license.
And was that a first offense?
It was, and for a $200 fine.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Kane when you issued her the citation?
Just letting her know that it was expired and it did need to be posted as well.
And did she seem surprised when you said it was expired?
No. No, she wasn't surprised.
And was she also surprised that her license wasn't posted, or she seemed aware that it wasn't posted?
No, she knew it wasn't posted. She said that she didn't have it.
I have no further questions for Ms. Marsh.
Ms. Kane, do you have some questions of the inspector? Any board members with questions of the inspector, Ms. Marsh? Ms. Kane, at this time, if you'd like to make your comments.
My side of the story?
Yes, please.
I just want to tell you what led up to my license expiring. A year and like 9 months ago, my grandmother that lived in LA, she was losing her house and she couldn't live on her own anymore. And so I had to move her up here. And she moved in with me, and it was a lot to take on. Having to take care of her and work and my bills. And she couldn't be by herself, so I had to find somebody to be with her when I had to work. And
it's okay. Just take a deep breath. Here's a tissue.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. Just take a deep breath. It's okay. We're here to work with you. Okay. So just take a moment.
So I had to rearrange my whole life. And 6 months after she was here, she had fallen and broken her hip. And she was in a hospital, and she never came out of the hospital. She passed away in the hospital. And the bills of her funeral and of the hospital all fell on me. Sorry. And my life was just turned upside down. I was overwhelmed with everything. I had to move 3 times. And like all in that process, my license got lost in the shuffle of me renewing it. I had lost my application and all that because I had to move 3 times, so it got lost in the process. And then I also just want to say that I've been a manicurist for over 10 years. I've never been late. I've never had any fines before, and I guess I'm just asking for some kind of understanding that I didn't intentionally mean to be working without my license being current. And that's it.
I'm going to let Ms. Bradley ask the questions. Is that the correct procedure?
It is the correct procedure, and I don't have any questions for Ms. Kane. I'll let the board ask her questions.
And are there questions from the board?
There's just one thing I'd like to say is that would it be possible that we could fine and waive, find her guilty and waive the fee?
I don't think we're at that stage yet.
Okay.
So that's a question that we'll keep on hold for a
Okay,
moment.
sorry.
And then personally, on behalf of the board and myself, I'm sorry for the loss of your grandmother, for sure.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions or concerns or comments for Ms. Kane? Please.
Is the reason that you didn't renew your license financial, or due to the chaos that you just didn't do it?
I think it was chaotic. It was chaos. My life was turned upside down. My plate was overfull, and I was struggling just to, get up every day and go to work. So it was because my mind was just gone at times. So it wasn't financial. It was because I just forgot, and I had so many other things going on.
Ms. King, do you realize why the license is required to be in Plainview in
Oh,
public?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Just so they know that we're current, we know what we're doing, that we're licensed to be doing what we're doing.
Do you work in more than one location?
No.
Is Is there any other question for the respondent, Ms. Kane?
Is your license renewed now?
Yeah, I think it was a Thursday or Friday, and I canceled my Saturday because that was my last client when she was there, and I was done. I canceled the next day, and by Monday that night I went online and I took the tests, and then by Monday, because you guys are closed over the weekend, I had everything current.
You were aware that the online test was required for renewal?
I knew, because she told me, and then I called the office that day also, and they said, make sure you take the test before you come down here. So I did it that night.
So how long did you, I'm sorry, but you moved how long without the license?
I think 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
And then paid the late fees
Mm-hmm.
and so forth.
Absent any other questions with Ms. Kane, I will entertain the motion to find those findings of facts of operating with an expired license, violation of NRS 644.430. Would anyone like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to find her guilty of working without a license.
Any second to that motion?
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. As for the penalty, I'll entertain a motion to accept the fine as indicated or make any appropriate adjustments to that fine structure.
I'd like to make a motion to waive it as long as she understands that the next time it's doubled. And I think due to the circumstances and everything that's going on in her life, that's probably not a good excuse, but
Well,
it'll go to 400 next time, right? 500, I'm sorry. So if you ever got caught again, it would be automatically at 500. I'm sorry, I thought it just doubled.
That's okay.
I apologize. That would be my motion.
So there's a motion on the table for a reduction in the fine, or did you say?
Not a reduction, to waive the fine.
To waive the fine.
To waive the fine this time due to circumstances.
Is there a second to that motion?
Also.
Is there any discussion?
I'd like to know how much your fines were, how much you went through for the late fee.
I think it was close to 300, I think.
Charlene, are you able to
20
give
times
us a...
6, 180.
I'm sorry.
It would be 20 times 6, 180 would be the late fees for 6
In addition to the actual licensure.
Plus your
Plus
70.
70, yes.
Plus the license.
So she paid approximately?
250.
About approximately 250. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of waiving that fine at this time, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. We'll have to have a hand raise so we can have the transcriptionist record the... Would those please voting aye raise your hand? Is that 3? And those voting nay, please raise your hand. And to 4. I'd like to entertain another motion then to determine that fee fine structure. Is there a motion that someone would like to make?
I make a motion to uphold the fine structure
At $200.
I second.
There is a motion on the table. Is there any discussion to maintain her fine? No discussion? All those in favor of maintaining her fine, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
But let's have a show of hands for maintaining her fine. Please raise your hand. There's 4. For reducing or waiving her fine, please show your hands. There's 3. Your fine will stay at $200.
Ms. Kane, you will get an order in the mail letting you know the board's findings today, and it'll have the fine amount in there. And if you need to make payment arrangements or talk to the board about that, you can call the board off. Okay?
We're going to bring the next case, case C11-365. It's a appeal of citation, Ms. Cynthia Evans. It's a finding of fact for failure to display and operating with an expired license. Ms. Evans? At this time, I just would like to make the participants aware that I did work with Ms. Evans for a brief period of time back in 2003, 2004, and that in no way will bias my decision in this matter today.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Evans, I'm showing you the appeal documents in this case. It's the letter that was sent to you regarding today's appeal and the citation and salon report, and I think your response. Do you have any objection to those being admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 1? Okay, thank you. Ms. Marsh, are you familiar with Ms. Evans?
Yes.
And how? You familiar with her?
On October 7th, I went into at the Ritz Salon for a routine inspection, and she was working in the salon that day.
And what did you notice?
Miss Evans was doing a shampoo on a client when I entered the salon, and her license C-19057 expired September 1st, 2011, and I did verify that with the Reno office.
And what day again was your inspection?
October 7th.
Okay, so that was approximately 1 month and 6 days prior.
Yes.
And so then what'd you do?
Well, actually, I didn't issue a citation that day. I tried to, but my computer wouldn't work, and it was late in the day, so I did take the written citations back the next day to get to them.
Okay. But you must have, did you talk to Miss Evans that day?
Actually, I didn't talk to her that day. She was with a client, but I did talk to the owner, Heather Toole, and told her I'd be back the next day, and I did talk to Cynthia Evans the next day when I brought the citation back.
Okay. And so you talked to Ms. Toole, and did you tell her you'd be issuing a citation?
Yes, I did.
And so then the next day would have been October 8th, and that was the day you spoke to Ms. Evans?
Yes.
And that's also when you issued the citation?
Yes, it is. And you know, I apologize. That's an error on my part because I didn't go back until the next week because that was late Friday.
Okay. So you would have gone back on Tuesday?
It was the following working day.
It was, I apologize. I think it was the following working day, but I didn't write it down. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And when you spoke to Ms. Evans, do you remember anything about that conversation that you'd like to share?
You know, I always do explain that they have a right to fight the citations, that they can go before the board with any situations they have, and I always give that to them. And Heather actually signed this off, but I did wait and talk to Ms. Evans to give her the citation as well.
And is there anything else that you'd like to tell us about the citation?
That's all that I remember.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. I have no further questions for her.
Ms. Evans, would you like to ask anything of Ms. Marsh?
No.
No questions at all. Any board members have some questions of the inspector?
I have questions. So when you called down to ask about her license, did they give you any kind of indication that she had made an effort to pay that, or there had been some sort of conversation?
No. When I'm calling to verify that a license is current or not, that's all I'm given, and they always would check to make sure in case there was payment made and that it hadn't been approved or something. So there's several places they were checking at that point to make sure that it had been paid or not, but there were no notes that they saw.
Any other questions? Mr. Nixon?
At what point did you realize that your license was expired? When she
Oh,
came in?
not of Miss Evans.
I mean,
This is Miss Marsh.
Miss Marsh, yes. Oh, never mind.
Okay, so you'll hold for no problem. Any other questions for the inspector? Ms. Evans, now is a great opportunity for you to.
Okay, I enclosed a letter in here. What happened was I have 5 receipts for the money order for my renewal and for my pictures. And I got those done beforehand, put them in the mail, and on the 27th, I got it back in the mail with tons of water damage. My pictures were ruined. And I mailed it in. But unfortunately, I've been doing hair since 1994. It used to be you couldn't come to the Reno office and do your license. I mean, you could give them, but it always took longer because they said, well, we have to mail everything down to Vegas anyway, so it's better to mail it directly down to Las Vegas. Now, being as I've always been told you have to pay the money order, I have no way of knowing whether or not they received the money. There's absolutely no way for me to know. So there was no record of a check that didn't clear. Usually if I write a check, I'm always looking at my bank account to make sure the check went through. If I had known that a check hadn't gone through, I would have known that for some reason they had not received it. So by the time that she had come in, I had gotten it back in the mail, and I was trying to get my pictures done and trying to figure out how much the fines were per day, or for how much my total fine would be for being late, and if I could include that in a separate money order if I had to get a whole new money order or something with the total amount. So I was in the process of trying to get that taken care of.
Ms. Bradley, do you have questions of Ms. Evans?
No, I don't have any questions for Ms. Evans.
And Mr. Nixdorf, would you like to ask your question?
So on what date do you believe you realized that you were delinquent? It looks like you...
It was on the, let's see, on September 27th, I got my mail back, and it had been returned with long cash. So it was on the 27th of September.
So Ms. Evans, realistically,
Realistically,
you were operating with an expired license from the 27th
yes,
until
and so
October
were a lot of
1st.
the girls in my salon that were late. And the downfall of your system is, one, not having us knowing whether or not our payments went through, no notification. If we could renew on the computer, or like at least do our payments on the computer, get a printout, put it on our station, we're paid. It would make, I mean, half of the people probably wouldn't be here today. It'd be cut and dry. We would know whether or not the payments went through. The proof would be at our stations. I had my receipts with me that I had paid at work. I had kept them there since the day I mailed in my stuff. I had the 2 receipts with me at work, plus I had taken the test online way before that was due, or prior to my license being due. So all of those things were there. I thought it had been paid. I thought you guys had received it. And as years passed, it takes a long time to get the license back in the mail. You have no clue until you get it back. At that point, I was befuddled, going, oh great, and now what do I do? And it's kind of hard for me to cancel my clients, pick up my kids, and do all of that, and try to get down here.
Ms. Evans, do you understand that the date for the expiration is the last date? You could renew your license at any time
Yes,
prior to
I
that
understand
date.
that, yes.
By waiting until the last day, you're kind of taking the risk that there might be a problem. If you renewed prior to the last date, then you may create a window of opportunity to solve a problem in the event that it would have occurred. And correct me if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jimno, but the courtesy reminders for renewals go out 90 days prior to the expiration date of the license.
Mr. Jimno responding, yes, that's true, 90 days in advance.
Yeah.
And this is kind of what I tell my kids all the time. It's like, just because the assignment is due on that day,
No, I get that.
try to get it done in case the
I
word
get that.
processor
So-
doesn't work, in case your printer doesn't
I get
work, in
that.
case there's no ink. I'm always telling my kids that.
I get that. My biggest issue is the fact that my salon got fined, and she saw my receipts. As far as she knew, I was totally good. There's no way that she could have looked at the receipts and said, you know, I don't think that you paid. As far as the owner of the salon knew, I had paid, and I was waiting for my license to get it back in the mail. So that's my biggest thing, is that I think that she should not get fined or have that on her record, is of having,
Unlicensed activity.
yes, exactly. Is that really, there's no way that she could have known.
And was the establishment cited, Ms. Blasco?
Yes, it was, oh, sorry.
I don't have that with me.
Yes, I have.
It was?
Yes.
And did they pay their...
No, I don't have that.
They have not paid.
They have not.
That's because we were told that if I could, whether or not she got fined and that actually went through was based on my hearing today. So the decision on my hearing today would base whether or not she got fined, is what I was told by the Cosmetology Board.
And have we given accurate information? Is she comprehending what the information that we've given?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Right.
So we would have to look into that?
Yeah, we'd have to look into it. March may know.
Not that I'm aware of. They have to fight it as far as I tell people in this month that they have to fight.
She'd have to be here appealing her own citation.
I gave her the answer and consent. I do review the answer and consent with everybody too.
So that's a little new for
I
us.
want to talk.
We will probably make sure.
I talked to a lady at the Vegas office, and what I cannot remember. I think her name was Marcia. Maybe I have it written down at home. And I had about a 25-minute conversation with her on that.
So why don't we clarify that information, and then
Okay.
our office administrative staff will respond appropriately to that.
I have one more question along the same line. If they mail a check into you, what is the turnaround time normally?
And what we get is if it's not, one of the problems is if the documents are all not in order, they send the wrong amount, or the pictures are not appropriate, they're mailed directly back to them immediately. So usually within a couple of days. So the issue she was talking about is her pictures were destroyed.
The whole thing.
The whole thing, yes, the Postal Service or something happened in transit. There's a post office right next door to my work. Stuck it in there. That's the last I saw it. It was in my mailbox, half crumpled up, with water damage all over the front of it. My pictures were completely ruined. It wasn't returned by the State Board of Cosmetology. It was returned as damaged mail.
So we never got it.
No.
That's what she
I'm just wondering what your normal turnaround time was, so that she should be able to expect it back.
Within a week.
Within a
Ms.
week.
Monica Bradford handles that. She turns it around very quickly. And if she's not doing it, one of Ms. Alexander's staff does it. But they're called sendbacks. They usually take no more than a week to go back. Less than 2 or 3, usually 2 or 3 days.
Ms. Esinger, you have a question? Mr. Nixdorf?
Do we not have courtesy of 30 days after their license is expired? We give them a little extra leeway.
We have no gratis period. What the inspectors will do frequently is call the office to see if it's been received and logged. But there's no gratis period. Years ago there was, but that becomes a problem because pretty soon people stop renewing on time. They think they have grace period. So we don't have it.
In addition to that, Mr. Nixdorf, the citation was issued on October 7th. She was aware that she had water damage on her renewal on September 27th. So there's a period of 10 days there where she's still working with an expired license.
And was the salon owner aware that you were working those 10
No.
days without the license?
No.
Okay.
She was not.
Were you aware that the State Board never received your information, that it just came back in the mail? So you got your mail back without it?
It had never been opened on the back side. It had never been opened.
So you knew that the State Board never received it at
Yes.
that point when you received it?
And at that point, I was trying to figure out how much the fines were going to be, the late fees were
And
going to
you
be,
called
and
up
I
that
had to
day.
go and get my pictures redone.
Any other questions of Ms. Evans? At this time, I'd like to just entertain a motion whether to accept or reject the finding of facts and on Ms. Evans for citation, let's see, CM 140, an alleged violation of NRS 644.430. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to find Cynthia Evans guilty of 644.30 on the grounds of not having a license.
I'll second.
So to clarify that, NRS code 644.430. Are there any discussion, or is there any discussion? At this time, I'd call for that vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to uphold or waive or change that fine. Is there a motion? And that is?
To uphold the fine.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
You can't control the USPS, actually, but what state board, that what you can't control a postal system, and you don't. I mean, she can't produce the envelope either. I'm going over my head here. I would like to see the envelope.
I actually
as
took
well.
the envelope into the gal that was here earlier that opened the meeting, or that was here, the one that works in the office, the assistant office manager. I took it in there and showed it to her. She saw it.
I would like to postmark on that.
And so will that affect your decision
It would.
today?
It would.
Then at this time, I'd like to just postpone for a brief moment the voting for the penalty phase and ask that someone retrieve that envelope to help her make her decision in this vote.
I didn't leave it with the
Oh.
office. I showed it to her when I went in there.
Oh.
I showed it to her when I went in there.
And
But Alex, can I give a little discussion here?
Please.
I think that, unfortunately, if you normally get your license back within a week or so.
That's never happened to me. I've been doing hair 13 years, and that, or
It'll
15
be
years, and
office.
it's never happened to me that I've gotten my license back that quick. In fact, some of the girls that renewed in August still hadn't gotten their licenses back when she came in. One of the girls has a birthday quite a bit before me, and her license was even back. She checked it, and it was paid, but not returned to the salon yet.
I think what your question earlier, just to clarify, because I think you're misunderstanding Mr. Jimno's answer. You asked about when things are received and they're not correct. So in other words, if everything's not
No, I
there.
said, what's the turnaround time?
Well, okay, well, he understood, and the question that he answered was when something is not correct in the receiving of an application, how long do they get it back from the board saying, you need new pictures or your money's not correct? That was what he answered.
What is the turnaround time then of a license?
During some months, it had been, because of the volumes, as much as 8 weeks, but it's reduced now to a normal standard of somewhere around 10 days. But the issue is, the question you asked is what we call sendbacks. When the documents come in that are not correct or adequate or don't fit the requirements, they're sent immediately back to the individual, and they're told in the letter how long you have to get it back before the next penalty is added to them.
Because I'm sorry that I expressed it that way. I just want to know what the turnaround time was so that she would, my thought was, how long would it take her to really realize that she didn't have a license?
And at that point, it was at least 6 weeks.
And on the 27th, you found out you didn't have a license?
Yes.
And you continued to work after that?
I did. Yes, I did. I did not have, I have 2 children. I'm a single mom. And I keep...
Mr. Jimno, it's not the policy of the agency to cite on an expired license once the inspector calls to verify that the license is just kind of in limbo. The fees have been paid, all the appropriate documents have been paid. It's just that the license physically hasn't been transferred to that holder. Is that correct? So the inspector kind of makes a judgment call on when she sees expired licenses to make a call on whether they've been renewed, and the license just has not yet been received and posted.
I believe that's the procedure, and Ms. Marsh can probably answer that as well.
Is that the policy of the agency, Ms. Marsh?
Yes, and Ms. Evans is correct. There were other people there that I did call to verify that they were current.
And their birthdays were, like I said, like 3-4 weeks before mine.
And can I say, I feel like I just voted on something that I didn't have the correct understanding of. Can I rescind my vote?
Okay, well,
I
the last
actually-
motion
no.
was whether she was guilty or not.
I know, and I really feel differently now because I feel like she did everything on time, and when she got it in, she had to go get new pictures and everything like that. So I just feel, I don't know, now I'm just really confused with that answer. I'm sorry. Does anybody
Okay, well,
else
this
feel
is
that
a
way?
matter for you then, on whether this vote should be...
If you want to void the previous motion, then you would take a motion to...
So who made that motion?
Perry.
Who made the motion? Who made the motion to find her guilty? It was you?
It's not necessary that the person who made the previous motion be the one to void it, but the board as a whole should take action to void the previous
Okay.
motion.
So with respect to Ms. Booth's not having the clarity that she expected prior to making her vote, I would like to, do I make a motion to cancel that motion?
You would,
Okay, so I would like to then entertain a motion to void the prior motion where Ms. Evans was found guilty of violating NRS 644.430. Is there a motion to that effect? That would probably come from you.
Yes, I make that motion, I'm sorry.
Right. And is there a second? I will second that. And so, all those in favor of voiding the prior motion?
You can't really.
I can't second?
Linda's going to second it.
I have a question. Our motion I made.
Okay, I still have a motion on the table,
Yeah, that's-
and now I have a second.
But my question is regarding that we are discussing the motion to uphold the fine. That's the motion that's on the table, not.
No, it's not, because Ms. Booth has asked that she did not have the clarity of information prior to making her first vote on the first motion, which she was found guilty. We are now going to rescind that by a motion made by Ms. Booth, seconded by Ms. Zeziger. All those in favor of rescinding that prior motion of guilt for Ms. Evans, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Do we need a show of hands, or are there transcription issues? So that motion carries. That motion has been rescinded. I will now entertain a motion on the finding of facts for the licensee, Ms. Evans, for either not operating with an expired license or operating with an expired license. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
So I'll make a motion that she be found guilty of operating on an expired license.
Okay. And may I have a second?
I'll second.
And is there any discussion? And so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Booth. That will then move us to our second penalty phase of whether I will entertain a motion or not on upholding that fine. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to uphold the fine.
Is there a second? There is a second. Is there any discussion on whether to waive, reduce, or uphold that fine? Right. The motion is to uphold. So if there's discussion, you would do something other than withhold or uphold. And do you?
I think to reduce.
So now's your chance to discuss it.
I believe it should be reduced, knowing that she did have some problems. She did send it in a timely manner, regardless. We can't really say if it would be processed or not processed on time. It could have not. I think that's kind of up in the air. I think that she sent it in before her expiration date, and her fine to be reduced.
Is there any other discussion?
To what should it be reduced?
In half. She'll know better next time to try to get that 90 days beforehand and stay on top of it.
So the motion on the table is to uphold the fine. Would you like to amend that motion to reduce that fine in half? Or would you like to remove your motion, withdraw your motion?
I'm going to leave it.
You're going to leave your motion to uphold. And we have a second. So all those in favor of upholding her fine, say aye.
Aye.
And we may have to have a show of hands. So all those in favor, say, raise your hand by saying aye. That's to uphold, and those are two. To, or not, say nay. Nay. All right, that motion carries. I'll entertain another motion on what that fine structure should be, whether, again, should be upheld, waived, or reduced. Would you like to make that motion?
A motion to reduce her fine.
To what?
In half of the original $200.
So her fine now would be what?
$100.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first, or we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Is this a first offense?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. There is a motion on the table to reduce the fine to $100. There is a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Maybe we have a show of hands. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And those opposed? 1, 2, 3. That motion carries. Your fine has been reduced, and the office will explain that payment procedure.
Ms. Evans, you'll also get something in the mail letting you know what the board decided, so that you have it ordered.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment here really quickly? I think our court reporter is having a little difficulty with the voting. So please do raise your hand and when you speak. I know I'm having a hard time too, because there's been a couple times where I've not heard anybody say anything, but I think they're voting one way or the other. So please remember to say, aye or nay, and raise your hand when you do it, because I think he's struggling a bit.
Okay. The next matter is item number 13. It's an appeal of citation, Salon S12426, Melina Salon. Ms. Perez. Is Ms. Perez present today?
No, Alex. Ms. Perez sent us a note and called the office and said that she would not be here. She has decided to pay her fine.
And so I don't need a motion to accept that.
Do we just need a motion to move on?
I think I would prefer, because I'm going to, still send an order out.
Ms. Bradley, do you need to ask questions of Ms. Marsh?
Do you have anything in writing?
Yeah, she did. She sent a letter.
Well, I'd like to admit this letter into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. And I would ask that the board vote to uphold the citation.
No.
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the citation. Oh, okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion to find the defendant guilty of a violation of failure to display. Or was it that, or was it animal? NRS 44.472.
She had a small dog in her salon.
So the motion has been made to find the respondent guilty.
Well, we need to make an amendment to that. If we only want that, we add this to it.
Let's just...
Didn't you say you wanted us to add this to our
Well,
motion?
you don't need to add it to the motion. I think Mr. Leader already said that the exhibit is open.
Right. So the motion has been made to find the respondent guilty of violating the finding of fact for a non-service animal in an establishment. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. I'd like to entertain a motion to either uphold, waive, or reduce that fine.
I propose a motion to uphold the fine for the violation of NRS 644.472.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. We're moving right along to Medusa's, unless there's other concerns. No? Moving right along. I think this is item number 14. Miss Deborah Ensenara, if I pronounce that correctly.
Ensenara.
And this is for the finding of facts of failure to display an establishment license. If you'll stand for our transcriptionist to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Ms. Ensenara? Yes. Okay. I'm showing you the citation appeal documents. I think it's a letter you received, the citation, salon report, and any response that you gave. Do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence? No. Okay. I'd ask that those documents be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
Also admitted.
Thank you.
I do know Debbie's not from the past, but in all knowing, have bias on my bias.
Thank you.
Bonali, would you say she's more of an acquaintance then?
An acquaintance.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, are you aware of the salon that, in this case?
Yes, I am. Medusa's.
And how are you aware of Medusa's?
On February 14th, 2012, I was there for a routine inspection.
And what did you see in that inspection?
Well, I was actually finished with my inspection, but had not been able to find the salon establishment license posted, and Sean Farnsworth, who was the Cosmo in charge that day, actually came and helped me look around, and neither one of us could find it. So I issued a citation. It's a first citation for $200 for not posting the salon license.
Were you able to verify that the license was current?
Yes, I did verify with the Reno office that the license was current.
Okay. And you were speaking with the cosmetologist in charge?
Yeah, Sean Farnsworth was there that day working on a client, and I'm in most salons often enough. I do know where the licenses are posted, and I couldn't find it, so he came back to assist and looked for several minutes as well, and we could not find it.
Okay. And did you ever speak to the owner, Ms. Esanaro, about the citation?
Not until she came in the office to put in the answer and consent to fight it, and even by her own admission, she had the salon license with her that day to make a copy.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about this citation?
No?
I have no further questions for Ms. Marsh.
Thank you. Ms. Esanaro, you're welcome to ask questions of Ms. Marsh.
Well, she's just doing her job. I wasn't there, and she was looking for the license. So,
Did you have questions of her or not?
no.
Okay, any board members, questions of Ms. Marsh or the inspector? Ms. Esanaro, now's a great opportunity for you to
So,
present your side.
yeah, in my letter, I was just stating that it was a logistic thing, not knowing what comes first, the egg or the chicken, trying to restructure the financial structure of the shop. I thought I had to take down my licensing. And that day when I came in, did Sean? I usually post it right above my station, but I had it with me. And I'm trying to do the financial restructure, so it was on my person, came in, and I had already been cited. So it's a logistic thing, not knowing what I don't know, what to do first, what comes next. So, yes, I was licensed. I've been licensed, I don't know how many years, maybe 4. Establishment license for 17 years. So,
Ms. Bradley, do you have some questions of Ms. Esanaro?
I don't.
And board members, questions of the respondent?
Well, let me just understand, you had taken it down to total copying it?
no, I had actually I thought I had to take the originals to do some more proper work for creating an LLC. I've been talking to my CPA.
Who was doing the LLC for you? The attorney or the CPA?
The CPA told me to go do it, and I was meeting with him, and then I needed to go down to Carson City, and I thought I had to have my credentials, but you don't.
How long did you have it off away from the salon?
I think I left. I don't work on Saturdays, so I left on Friday, and I returned that afternoon on Tuesday, 3:30. So it was that weekend.
So 3 or 4 days
Well,
without the license being displayed, but you still had a current license for your stuff.
Yes, I'm just trying to get the logistics stuff.
But really, it was one working day. It was
Right.
Saturday,
Yeah.
roughly speaking,
Well,
because you're
my-
not open Sunday, Monday.
No, and I only have another coworker, and he wasn't there. He comes and goes just like I do.
So how was it cited, Ms. Marsh?
Just
who
It
was
just
there?
wasn't
Just a
posted.
display of
No,
license.
Sean Farnsworth was there. He was working.
Oh.
So I was
That
doing the
morning,
inspection.
and I didn't come in until 3:30 that afternoon, and she'd already been there that, I don't know what time. So it's a logistics thing.
Do you have it on you
Because
now?
my license?
No, this establishment license.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I know.
Just check it.
I know. So,
That was a great question.
you know, and I don't know what I was going to say, something about the license.
But it's on your wall now.
Well, yeah, it was on my wall that afternoon. But the question was, too, is do you take a photocopy or not, or original or not?
You're talking about establishing for the LLC.
Yes.
So
and
you
then
took the
leaving,
license with you
and
it was
then
out of the salon
leaving
for
this
like
establishment.
24 hours
Right.
or whatever it was.
And may I ask this question real quick? It may be some marsh. If you, what she's talking about photocopying your license, most salons don't have a copy machine. So how do you get a copy?
But
you're not supposed to copy.
that's
it.
exactly.
Oh, good.
Exactly.
The answer is you don't copy it.
You don't copy it.
Okay.
Which is why you took the original with you to the LLC. Yeah.
Okay.
So in trying to not violate one NRS, you violated another.
With all due
So
respect.
the chicken or the egg?
With all due respect,
I
and I
get it
think
now.
Mr. Jimno will appreciate this, is that the intent of the law
Right.
is not to be using a photocopy in plain view of the public. The intent to photocopy for other
For the
reasons.
LLC would be okay.
Is that correct?
No, I mean, the law says not to photocopy it, so I would say don't photocopy it. If you
Period.
need proof that you have a valid license, contact the board office. They can give you a letter saying this is your license number, you're in good standing, et cetera, et cetera.
Did not know that.
But I'm just telling you what the law says, and I would never encourage you to do something the law
Follow
says
the letter
not
of
to
the law
do.
and still managed to.
So the spirit of the law is not what we
Is
want.
not even copying it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't copy it and make sure it's posted. You can get a letter from the board saying that you're in good standing, what the number is, and all that, if you need that.
If you need that.
Are there any other questions of the respondent? At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion on whether or not there has been a violation of NRS 644.360, failure to display an establishment license.
I'd like to make a motion if there was a failure to display.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Nixdorf seconded that motion. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say
Did you get your LLC?
I filed for it and they returned it and said the name has been taken, so I have to reapply.
submit a photocopy. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails. So is there another motion to be made whether or not there was a violation of failure to display the establishment license NRS 644.360?
Mr. Leader, I'm sorry. Could we have the vote?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
The vote was on that last
Would you,
motion.
so on the motion, the prior motion, who voted?
I made the motion to uphold it.
Well, you made the motion to find it guilty.
You're right, and then we're going to raise my hand. I raised my hand for
Right.
that one.
And so who, those were the yays, and who were the nays? Okay. So we're going to then, if there's some discussion, then we should have some discussion. I just will personally say that by her own admission, she did not have her license posted when the inspector was there. So to say that she's not guilty of not having a properly displayed establishment license negates the respondent's verbal testimony. So I am not quite sure why people are voting no on that.
But you could have waived the...
Personally,
Well, we're not at the fine stage, sir.
But personally, I don't think it's a violation. The intent by the respondent was to not violate the photocopying NRS and then do so, taking it with her violated another one. But she's not, she's licensed, she had her license, it's normally displayed in an effort to not violate the law or the NRS. She managed to violate another NRS. So
Well, with all due respect, when the inspector came in, there was no establishment license
Correct.
posted.
Correct.
So why are you saying that the law was not violated?
Well, in my interpretation, I don't believe she's violating the law. I don't think she's guilty. She was trying to not violate an NRS by photocopying the license, which the Assistant Attorney General just told her she would be doing by photocopying. So I get what you're saying. There wasn't a license displayed, but to me the intent was law binding, and she still managed to get a ticket.
What I'd like to say is, and I understand that, and I truly do, and that if I would have liked to have found her guilty and waived it, because by her admission, she was guilty.
Well, it wasn't
And then
physically, but.
And then waived the fine, because then if it ever happened again, I doubt if it would ever happen again. And so that was where I was going with it.
I understand.
I'm sure probably you too.
Any other questions or discussion? So I'd like to then entertain another motion on whether or not the respondent is guilty of violating NRS 644.360, failure to display an establishment license. May I have that motion or not?
I'm sorry, I'm lost here. I thought we had a vote.
Well,
It
it failed.
It failed.
So now we're moving it forward. So one of you who said no should be making the motion right now.
Okay, I make the motion that she be found guilty? Is that what?
No, it's
No.
yeah, whether or not the law was violated.
Right.
Was the law to display an establishment license when the
Yes, it was
inspector went
violated.
in? Was there a license displayed?
I'd like to entertain a motion of the violation of NRS 644.360 with the stipulation that there be no fine, because I think the intent in this particular situation was to not violate an additional other NRS by photocopying the license. So I'd be comfortable voting yay on a violation of the law of the NRS so long as there's not a fine in the road.
We're not at the penalty phase. We can't make that stipulation. We're here to determine guilt or innocence in this particular phase. So the motion is on the table that NRS 644.360 was violated. Is there a second?
I'll second it with a friendly amendment that we remove the fine and go to the next phase.
You made the motion. I don't think you can second it, did you?
No, I did.
So is there...
But
Okay.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
So I'm going to just I'm going to clarify the motion without the penalty phase being included in the motion. The motion is that there was a violation of NRS 644.360, that there was a failure to display an establishment license. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Now I will entertain a motion whether to waive, reduce, or eliminate the fine.
I would entertain a motion to waive the fine, thereby making it so that she doesn't have to pay it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, lots of seconds. Lots of seconds. May I just have one?
I'll withdraw mine.
I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Booth. Is there any discussion? I'd like to make it very clear that depending on the vote, there has been a violation. So that would mean that there would be a second violation if this were to occur again. So whether or not we vote for or against the current fine,
There's
there
something
still,
on my record.
there still
Correct?
is a violation, just as a matter of formality. Is everyone clear on that? Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of waiving that fine, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That fine has been waived. Thank you. We're going to move right along.
And it would have been.
I was going to ask Ms. Bradley
But
at this
it's
time.
like it's logistics. It's logistics.
I was going to ask Ms. Bradley on these next two. Are you planning to hear these as one matter? This is case C-12-448 and C-12-447. Are you intending on hearing these two as one unit, or you want to address each one? Did you want to first hear case C-12-447, or did you want to address the establishment citation, the case C-12-448?
I think we should go with the C-12-447 first.
Okay, that is a civil citation matter. Is Maria Ponce available today? Ms. Ponce? Ms. Ponce, did you have any witnesses that are going to here on your behalf.
I'm with Fitness Management Establishment. There's 2 witnesses.
In support of Ms. Pons?
And we need a translator.
Yeah, and I'm the interpreter.
Why don't you all please come up front, and Mr. Nelson will confirm your identities by asking that you spell your name for Mr. He'll swear you in. And are you a court appointed?
Yeah, I'm by the Board of Cosmetology. I am.
Okay, and we have that documentation on file?
Where have you been certified?
State of Nevada. I'm on the Cosmetology, Nevada State Cosmetology as a designated interpreting agency.
We don't have a list currently. We checked with the district court.
Well, I'm on, whenever you need documents translated, they always send it to us, and I'm on the list.
As a translator
Yes.
is different.
Yes.
My concern is that they're supposed to translate verbatim.
Yes,
Not,
I am, pardon me, I am qualified to.
we normally hire the sort of concern, but the board chair would have an option on that.
Well, pardon me, I did call the Board of Cosmetology and asked them if it would be
Who
proper.
did you talk to?
The gal that was here this morning.
Maybe Jill, blonde hair?
Yes, and you can call her right now. She will stipulate that I have been doing this for many, many years for Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. The language connection.
So we're going to just take a brief 2-minute break while our deputy attorneys general consult with one another. Okay. So the deputy attorneys generals have told us we just want to ensure that the testimony that Ms. Ponce provides is translated accurately and verbatim. And so that's what we would expect. If at any time that we need to have you slow down
Or have you guys slow down.
yeah, then Mr. Nelson will indicate that.
Okay,
and then
very
we
good.
just kind of maybe ask that be adhered to. Could be sworn in by the transcriptionist.
Have her put her hand down, because I'll swear you in
Okay,
first.
primero yo.
So what language is this going to be?
Spanish to English, English to Spanish.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will translate to the best of your ability from Spanish to English and English to Spanish the proceedings before this board today?
I do.
Okay.
De la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Firma o afirma
the testimony
que el
you will give
testimonio
before
que
this
dará
board
ante este
will be the truth,
será la verdad,
the whole truth,
toda la verdad
and nothing but
y
the
solo
truth?
la verdad? Yes.
And then I'll just remind you to speak way up.
Okay. Hable en voz alta, fuerte.
Ms. Bradley, when you're ready.
The first document that I'm showing to you is in regard to your translator,
Es sobre yo como intérprete.
that she's on the board's list to be a
Estoy
translator.
en la lista para ser intérprete.
And I just want to ask if you have any objection to this being
Si
admitted.
tiene alguna objeción de que yo sea. Yeah, I want her to be the interpreter.
Okay, so I'd ask that this be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
So admitted.
And the second thing that I'm showing you
La segunda cosa que le voy a mostrar
are the appeal documents for this
es
case.
los documentos de apelación en este caso.
And it's a letter that was sent to you.
Que se le envió a usted.
Also, the answer to the citation,
La respuesta
and I think a response that Ms. Ponce provided,
y la respuesta que usted escribió
a citation,
sobre la infracción
and a report of establishment.
y el informe de establecimiento.
And does she have have any objection to that being admitted as State's
¿Tiene
Exhibit 2.
alguna objeción de que estos documentos sean sometidos? O sea, que sean parte de esto. ¿Tiene alguna objeción?
No. Okay. So I'd ask that those documents be admitted as State's Exhibit 2, and the board has copies that are not.
Yes, so admitted.
Okay. Ms. Marsh, did you become aware of Ms. Potts as part of your duties as an inspector for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology?
Maria Ponce was in a salon that I went to do an inspection on March 21st, 2012. And the salon was European Hair and Nail Salon.
And when you went into that salon, did you see her performing work on a client?
Maria Ponce was sitting at a nail station, and she was sitting where the client would normally sit. And on the other side, where the licensed person would normally sit, was the Cosmo in charge that day, Ana Gallardo-Diaz. But Maria Ponce, was working on the nails of Ana Gallardo-Diaz.
And did you verify whether Ms. Ponce was licensed?
Maria Ponce told me herself she wasn't licensed, but I did indeed verify that with the Reno office.
And you learned that she wasn't licensed?
She is not licensed with us.
So you saw her cutting the nails of somebody, the licensed Cosmo in charge, at a nail station?
Yes, the only nail station there.
Okay. And is there anything else you'd like to tell us about this citation?
She was very cooperative. She gave me her driver's license. But that was all. I gave her the citation.
And is this a first offense for her?
It was a first offense and a $1,000 fine.
I have no further questions for Ms. Ponce, or for Ms. Marsh.
Ms. Ponce, now it's an opportunity for you to ask questions of the inspector.
Yo solamente me hubiera gustado que ella me cuestionara.
I would have liked her for her to ask me.
Cuando yo le dije que yo no trabajaba en esto.
When I told her I did not work in this type of industry.
Me hubiera explicado
if she
que
would have
no se
explained,
podía, pero porque yo
if
no
she
sé
would have
nada.
explained what was possible, was not possible, because I don't work in that. I didn't know.
I'm not cosmetologist.
I'm not a cosmetologist.
Two questions.
Tiene preguntas para ella. Esas preguntas para ella. What could I ask her?
Mi pregunta es por qué en $1,000
Why?
si yo no estaba trabajando con clientes.
Why $1,000? I was not working with clients.
Actually, by her own admission in a letter sent with the European Hair and Nail, the other citation for CM 151 given to the salon, by her own admission, she was working on Ana Gallardo-Diaz. But I did explain to her that she can't work in a salon unless she's licensed.
I didn't know the rules. I don't. Since I'm not a cosmetologist.
Are there questions? Yes, please.
Ms. Marsh, in 644.190 it says, except as otherwise provided in subsections 4 and 5, it is unlawful for any person to engage in or attempt to engage in the practice of cosmetology. The definition for cosmetology under 644.024 is cosmetology includes the occupations of a cosmetologist, esthetician, electrologist, etc. Is it your belief that she was engaging in the occupation of a cosmetologist at the time?
She was working on the nails of Ana Gallardo Diaz in a salon that's licensed by us, so yes.
So you believe
That's
that
what I
she
believe.
was engaging in the occupation of being a cosmetologist at the time?
On entry to the salon, she was working on the cosmetologist in charge of his nails, yes.
Ms. Booth?
I have a couple questions for you. When you go out to do an inspection, do you always have to cite everything that you see, or do you have any leeway at all?
You know, as far as I know, I'm supposed to do what the law tells me to do. And if I'm unsure of the circumstance, certainly I call and talk to someone in the Las Vegas office, which would usually be Annie Curtis, our chief inspector. And sometimes it would be Jeff Green, our inspector too, if I'm unsure of a situation. But
I were sure in this situation.
Absolutely, there was a service being done.
Okay, I have another question for you. In a waiting room, most salons have a waiting area. If when you walked in, a mother was brushing a child's hair, would you then cite the salon for that, and that mother for doing hair in that salon?
If they're not at a hair station, I would certainly talk to the cosmetologist in charge to suggest that if they're not licensed, that those things should not be done in that salon. To have them strongly tell them that that circumstance could lead to an unlicensed citation and citation if caught. But if they're not at a station in a salon, certainly I would be asking something a little more.
Well, let me step it up one step. Usually at a salon, your station, maybe you have a couple seats there and they're sitting within 3 feet of a station, or within 4 feet of a station.
3 feet of it. If you're at a station,
If you're at a
that
station,
close,
you would consider that mother brushing the hair.
absolutely. That's an unlicensed activity at that
I
point.
have one last question. I'm not so sure of how this hurt the public, how we were protecting the public by writing this citation. So if you could explain to me how this hurt the public.
Well, if I have someone working on anyone in the salon that's not aware of our sanitation situations, I don't know that Ms. Ponce would have washed her hands prior to doing this. I don't know if the instruments that she would be using, even on a cosmetologist in charge, would be clean and sanitary. Would she have that information to be protecting people? And certainly in all salons, licensees work on each other, so they would understand.
Question. Did you notice that, was everybody in a uniform for this particular salon, or like were they all wearing the same outfits? Or?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions of the inspector? Ms. Marsh, I have just one. To coincide with Mr. Nixdorf, it was the assumption that there was nail technology practice occurring, not cosmetology per se, but nail technology. Is that what I'm to understand?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions of Ms. Marsh? Ms. Ponce, now is an opportunity for you to present your side of the case, please. And again, give your translator.
I'm waiting for this
Oh, okay.
sentence.
And then real loud. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yo lo que considero que la multa sea para mí.
Yeah, I don't consider that the fine should be for me.
Porque yo no estaba haciendo un trabajo, simplemente le voy a
I
ayudar.
wasn't doing a job. I simply said, I'm going to help you.
Por eso no lo considero que sea para
I consider that this fine should not be for me.
And I know that I told, y le dije, nunca sabido las rules de ahí.
I have never, no, I told her I did not know the rules of the place.
Any other comment?
Otro comentario. Explique por qué estaba ahí, qué pasó.
Oh, Oh, estaba allí porque había ido a ver si ella me hacía un appointment para
I
mi
have
cabello.
gone there to see if she would do my hair, work on my hair.
Ajá, sí. Pero no ese día. Quería que ella me hiciera un appointment.
I went there so she can give me an appointment, not for that day, for another day.
Pero ella es mi amiga.
She's my friend.
Y yo generalmente siempre cuando llegamos nos sentamos y platicamos.
Generally, when I get there, we sit down, we talk.
Personal.
Personal things.
Sí. Pero ahorita ya no voy a volver a ir.
I'm not going to go back there anymore.
Wait, Ms. Bradley will have the opportunity to ask questions. Ms. Ponce.
Does she have anything else she'd like to say before I ask her questions?
¿Tiene algo más que decir antes de que ella le haga preguntas? I don't think so.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure I understand.
Quiero estar segura de que
Was it your testimony then that you were there to schedule an appointment?
¿Estaba ahí para hacer una cita para otro día? ¿Sí? Yes.
Okay. But were you cutting the nails of
¿Usted le estaba cortando las uñas a su amiga?
No le estaba cortando nada más de limé.
No, I just filed.
Okay, so you were filing your friend's
Le estaba
nails
limando la uña.
in
Yes.
the salon. And your
En el
friend
salón.
works at the salon.
Y su amiga trabaja en el salón. Yes.
And did your friend ask you to file her nails?
¿Su amiga le pidió a usted que le limara la uña?
No, yo le dije que sí.
No, I said, oh, let me do it.
I have no further questions.
Any of the board members have questions of the respondent?
I have one.
Please, Ms. Booth.
Would you please ask her, has she ever done anybody else's nails in that salon?
¿En alguna ocasión le ha limado o trabajado uñas en otra persona en ese salón? No.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the respondent? Any other comments?
¿Tiene otros comentarios? Es la oportunidad. No.
So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion on whether or not there has been a violation of NRS 644.1902, unlicensed activity. Is there a motion to that effect?
I would like to make a motion to waive, I don't want to say waive, what was it?
I'd like to make,
Okay, make it.
I'd like to find her not guilty of this.
Thank you.
Okay, and is there a
I'll
second?
second that one.
And now there's a second. Is there any discussion regarding this motion? No? All those in favor of the motion on the table to find that there was no violation that occurred, say aye.
Aye.
And with the raise of hands. And all those opposed, and that a violation did occur, say, I guess it would be nay.
Nay.
Oh, it just would be nay, I guess. Pardon me. So, are there any nays? Nay. Okay, so 5. So that motion passes. Okay, well, the motion fails, but then do I still need to have a motion that? Okay. So, would someone on the ayes like to make a motion that there was a violation of NRS 644.190.2 of unlicensed activity?
NRS 644.36.2.
It's actually, we are on number 16.
Sorry.
And it's .190.2.
644.190.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Or is there any discussion?
I'd like to discuss that. I truly believe that under cosmetology defined 604024, that this person did not engage in the occupation of cosmetology, and she's being accused of being in the practice of cosmetology. So I don't believe she can be found guilty of something that we find that doesn't fit the definition. She's not being a cosmetologist.
Where does the
discussion-wise, where does the fine line come? I mean, if somebody walked in and she was filing a nail, cutting a nail, brushing a hair, I mean, where does from an outside view, someone would think she walked there.
From an outside view, I can certainly see how Ms. Marsh would have needed to cite her for that, but if she's doing the nails of a technician, an employee there, and she's not there and hasn't been proven to regularly do any type of nail technician work in the salon, I don't think she's, by definition, engaging in the practice of cosmetology.
And I think that you really have to think about the slippery slope here, because if some mother's in there brushing a hair as you're waiting to go up there, and then you're getting cited because the mother's brushing somebody's hair, we kind of step so far over to this side. It's the cosmetologist that was having her nails, her friend who was filing, not this lady wasn't working in the general public. So to me, it just opens Pandora's box. So every time when somebody walks in now, they need to cite the mother brushing the hair, or the dad brushing his fingers through somebody's hair, or the mother nipping the baby's fingers while she's sitting there waiting her turn or something. I just think it really opens up a slippery slope, because the cosmetologist, she wasn't working on the general public. She was working on her friend, the cosmetologist. And maybe that's where there should have been a little bit more education there, saying, you really can't do this. And
Yeah, but the person she's working on is licensed, and they know
She licensed
the law.
But the law says that she's not
it's not her occupation.
Well, she's saying she isn't, but it's the hard and the facts of the matter are, we can, if we want to, in reality, it's not always, everybody's not always truthful. So how do you define that line? If you're making a assumption that she's always going to be, or this not only Ms. Ponce, but all people are honest, that's great, but it's not reality. So we have to make some sort of decisive line that the law says that when you're in the especially in a salon, doing hair, and you're not licensed, you have to have only licensed people doing it.
The fact that today this lawn's never been cited, and so we don't know if anything's happened in the past before. And so I think you have to go with what the facts are. But like I said, it's your occupation, and I really think it's a real slippery slope, because
I'm just going to stop for a quick sec. Just a quick sec. Do you need to be translating for her?
She has a witness that she...
Okay, she should have called that witness during her testimony. And I did ask in the very beginning if she had some witnesses that were pertinent to her case. Now, where do we stand? I'm going to probably have to direct that to you. If she's now coming up with a witness, and we're in a discussion phase of a motion with a second on the table, but she feels that she has additional evidence to present.
I would strongly recommend withdrawing the motion and allowing her to move.
So, upon the recommendation of the Deputy Attorney General, I'd like to, do I accept a motion to withdraw the motion, or may I have someone who made the motion withdraw their motion? So who was it that made the last motion to reject or accept that there was a violation that occurred or not?
I made the motion.
So would you be willing to withdraw that motion so Ms. Ponce could bring a witness to further her side of the story?
I withdraw my motion.
And then who made that? And then the second was also withdrawn. Thank you. So to clarify, if you are going to be bringing witnesses up, you must bring them up when you come up to the table at the beginning. Okay? Ms. Ponce, would you like to call your witness now? Yeah. And is it Veronica?
Yes.
Did you say? Veronica, will you please be sworn in and spell your name for the transcriptionist?
No, okay, she needs me to.
Okay. And are you willing to have the translator translate for you?
Yes.
Spell your name, please.
Deletrea tu nombre. Ajá. Verónica, el apellido. Guerra. Guerra.
Veronica, first name.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Feel free to have a seat for a few moments, okay? Ms. Ponce, how will your witness
Señora Ponce,
help you?
¿cómo este testigo le va a ayudar?
Ella estaba, trabaja ahí.
She works at the establishment
En el European.
at the European Health Spa, not in the beauty shop.
En ese momento había llegado para.
And at that moment, she had arrived to have lunch,
Y ella estaba ahí cuando la señora.
and she was there when Ms. Marsh arrived.
Ella, yo pienso que ella nunca me ha visto trabajar. Me ha visto
And she
que-
has never seen me work there.
Ms. Bradley, do you have questions
Well, I think
of
we
that
need-
testimony?
We need to let Ms. Ponce ask questions of the
Okay,
witness that she
usted
called.
necesita hacerle preguntas a su testigo. Usted pregúntele a ella.
Usted nunca me ha visto trabajar en ese salón, ¿verdad?
You've never seen me work at that salon.
No.
No.
He llegado algunas veces.
Have
para
I
hacerme
arrived?
mi cabello.
Have I arrived there to have my hair done at times?
Sí.
Yes.
Any other questions?
¿Otras preguntas le tiene?
Pues no, porque solamente llevo para arreglarme el cabello.
I only go there to get my hair done.
Yo nunca voy a quedarme ahí el día.
I never go there to stay there the whole day.
And does the witness have any particular
¿Usted como
statement?
testigo tiene alguna declaración que hacer?
Pues yo llegué ese día a lunchar.
I arrived there to have lunch that day.
Yo estaba sentada comiendo.
I was sitting, eating lunch.
Okay. Ella entró. La
She
señora-
came in.
No, la señora.
Mrs. Marsh
Ajá,
came in.
entró. Entonces, un rato antes,
A little bit prior to that,
ella le había
¿quién
estaba
es ella?
María.
María.
Estaba limando la uña.
She was filing a nail.
Ajá, le dijo que le hiciera el favor para limarle la uña.
And she said, can I do you a favor and file your nail?
Y es solamente eso lo que
That's
yo oí.
That's
pero
all
no
I
estaba
heard,
trabajando.
but she was not working.
Ms. Bradley, do you have questions of this witness?
I do. You work at the salon?
¿Usted trabaja en el salón o en...?
No, yo
No.
soy la de la limpieza.
No, I'm the cleaning person at the other part, the health spa.
That's all the questions.
Are there any board members that have questions of this additional witness?
Personas que tienen preguntas.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay.
¿Ya me puedo decir? Okay.
Now that we've heard testimony from an additional witness,
Let's double check that she doesn't have other witnesses.
¿Tiene otros testigos?
Is she going to call the person whose nails she was
La
doing?
dueña del establecimiento no es un testigo.
Pues no sé si era para
I'm sorry,
Yes,
what did you...
I asked her if she has any other witnesses, if the owner, if the person licensed is also her witness. ¿Es su testigo o no?
¿Ah? ¿Ya? ¿En qué quedaron? ¿Que ella iba a hablar conmigo?
Yes, she needs to call her. Sí, venga. ¿Yo? Sorry.
That's quite all right. So, in the interest of making sure that you have expressed everything that you need to express, the board is willing to accept testimony from your additional witness.
Están dispuestos de escuchar el testigo. Hágale preguntas a él.
Miss,
Señorita.
please state your name and spell it for the transcriptionist and be sworn in.
¿Le dije su nombre? Y deletreo. Sí, en inglés usted sabe inglés.
Mi nombre es Ana Imelda Gallardo.
Deletreo su apellido.
H-I-L-L-A-D-O.
And that's first name or last name?
Last name.
Was it first name A-N-A?
Ana.
Ana.
A-N-A?
Yes, yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ms. Ponce,
Señora Ponce,
please ask your witness
háganle
to tell us
preguntas al
why
testigo
she's here before you.
la razón por la cual está ella aquí.
The witness.
Al testigo. Hágale preguntas a ella.
Yo me estaba limando la uña a usted.
Was I filing your nail? Yes.
Pero no estaba haciendo un manicure.
I was not doing a manicure.
Solamente le estaba limando
I was only filing the nails.
dos, maybe.
Two, maybe. ¿Tiene preguntas a su testigo?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, do you have any more questions for the witness?
Oh,
No,
No,
that's all I was doing.
and does the witness want to say anything?
Usted quiere decir algo. The lady is my friend, 5 years. Is my customer for me, customer 5 years for me, the customer the color touch. Before the color touch, the appointment. Yo digo que íbamos a comer. That day we were going to have lunch. Exactly. Y yo me fire now, and I come back the appointment Mary. Ponce. I'm going to ask her to do it in Spanish. Dígalo en español. En ese momento yo me estaba limando. I was filing my nails that moment. Exactly. Y ella iba a ir a hacer su cita para su color. And she was going to do an appointment to have her hair coloring hair done. Ella me dijo, le limo la uña. And she asked me, do you want me to file her nail? Yes. En ese momento íbamos a lunchar. At that moment we were going to have lunch. Íbamos a lunchar y yo le dije que luncháramos. And I said, yes, we're going to have lunch. And they said, yeah, let's have lunch. Ese momento llegó la... At that moment, this is when Mrs. Marsh came in. Me, I like, yo vi que como que estaba enojada. I saw that she seemed like she was upset, angry. Yeah. Y eso vi que ella como que empezó a anotarlo rápido. She started to take jotting something down quickly. No es lo correcto. Como ella actuó. In my opinion, it is not the correct way to behave. No fue lo indicado. It wasn't what was indicated. No es lo indicado porque a ella le quitó su licencia de su drive. She took her driver's license. Exactly. Y no, la actitud no me agradó la actitud. Her attitude didn't please me. Her attitude didn't please us both. Yes. Verónica vio todo. Veronica saw everything. Yes. Ella es la que observó todo. She was the one that observed everything, how everything happened. Ella, lo siento porque ella es mi gran. I feel sorry for her because she's my best friend and my client. Y ya no more. And she's no longer my client.
Ms. Bradley, do you have questions of this witness?
Are you a licensed cosmetologist?
Usted tiene, the witness, I'm sorry.
The witness, yes.
Yes.
And how long have you been licensed?
6, yeah.
Okay. And are you aware of the Nevada laws?
Que si está consciente de las reglas de Nevada,
Yes.
las leyes de Nevada.
Yes. Are you familiar then with NRS 644.190 that says
Que
you
si
can't
tiene
work
conocimiento de esa ley en particular,
without a
que no
license,
puedes trabajar
even
sin
if you're not
licencia,
getting paid?
aunque no le estén pagando.
Exactly.
Si está consciente de,
¿De
que uno no puede trabajar sin licencia.
Oh, sí, sí.
Yes.
Okay. And so you weren't concerned when your friend was filing your nails
Así que
in the
usted no se
salon?
preocupó cuando su amiga le estaba limando la uña.
O sea, de que ella es la que me dijo,
de la limo era la última It was the uña. last nail. She was the one that said, "Do you want me to file
Nunca me
it?"
imaginé que yo
And I never imagined this would happen.
Nunca me imaginé que en
I
el momento,
never imagined that at that moment,
en el momento que ella me estaba
at the
limando,
moment that she
digo
was
yo,
filing my nail,
no, nunca me imaginé.
I never imagined that she would come in.
But were you concerned that if she had come in, that that would be a violation?
Pero estaba preocupada que si entrara, que tal vez eso sería una violación.
Que si yo sabía.
Sí, que si no se preocupó de pensar de que si entrara la
No.
señora.
No me imaginé, pues,
No.
pues era la última uña que
It was
yo
the last nail.
nunca...
Would you have let your friend work on another person?
¿Usted
A
dejaría que
client?
su amiga trabajara en otro cliente, en otra persona?
No,
No.
sí. Yo lo sé las leyes de
I know the laws of
de
Nevada.
Cosmetology. Estudié las leyes de
And I studied the laws.
I have no further questions for the witness. The board may have questions.
Any board members that have additional questions? Thank you very much.
It's okay.
Okay. At this time, then, I'd like to entertain a motion on whether or not there was a violation of NRS 644.190.2 of unlicensed activity. Is there a motion?
I'd like to propose a motion that there was a violation of NRS 644.190-.
Is there a second? There has been a motion and there is a second that there was a violation of NRS 644.190.2. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So 2 to 5. That motion passes. There was a violation of NRS 644.190.2. I'd like to entertain a motion on the fine structure, whether to accept, waive, or reduce that fine.
I'll make a motion to find, let's see, that how can I word that? That it be waived based on the fact that she was not practicing, but she was indeed found guilty of engaging in this behavior.
Is there a second to that motion? There is a motion on the table with a second to waive the fine because of, I guess, practicing versus engaging. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Oops, all those opposed. 4 to 3. So that fine has been waived. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Ms. Ponce. Now,
I just wanted to let you know the board will be sending you an order in the mail. And if you are ever cited again, it will be next weekend.
Thank you.
it's roughly a time for lunch, but this second matter pertains to this matter. So, unfortunately, we're going to put off item number 17. So, is it Mr. Doan or Ms. Doan? We're actually going to break for an hour, and we're going to come back, and you'll be the first case that we hear after lunch. Okay? So you're welcome to come back, or you're welcome to stay through this next one, but this will be the last one that we hear this morning. Okay? There is another one, Maria Tran. Is Maria Tran here today? And so again, Ms. Tran will be breaking for lunch after this appeal, and yours will be the second one that we hear after lunch. Okay, and that once this time frame is established, we'll give you a heads up on the time. At this time, we will be hearing the appeal of citation number 15. This is for the European Hair and Nail Salon, case number C12448, whether there was a violation of NRS 644.360.2, failure to display or allowing unlicensed activity. Are there representatives for the European Fitness Management or European Hair and Nail Salon Fitness Management Services? Please, I'll come right up. Yeah.
These ladies are my witnesses, and they're sworn in, so they may stay seated.
Yeah, it's the same case.
Because it's lunchtime. These two are tied together. Yeah, so this should be relative.
We are doing this right now.
We're doing this one.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're after this one, which is tied to the last.
So the other case should probably be about an hour and 15 minutes, let's say, at least, because hopefully this won't take longer than 15 minutes, okay?
The next first case?
1:30?
The next first case?
Yeah. Yes, the next first case, which is number 17. And then the hearing regarding dainty nails will be the second case. So I'm going to guess an hour and say 20 minutes. An hour and maybe 25 minutes.
All right. Have you been sworn in with
I have not.
All right. And would you state your name then, please? And
Lynn
spell.
Morgan, M-O-R-G-A-N.
And Lynn is spelled.
L-Y-N-N.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Please have a seat.
Ms. Morgan, is it?
Yes,
Okay.
Lynn Morgan.
Lynn Morgan, okay. I'm showing you the appeal documents, which looks like you might have a copy of there. I want to ask if you have any objection to those being admitted. It's the letter that was sent to you. I believe it's your response, the salon's response, the answer, a consent decree, the citation, and the report of establishment. Do you have any objection to those being admitted?
No, I have no objection.
Okay. I'd ask that those documents be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
So admitted.
Ms. Marsh, can you please tell us again about the citation in this case?
Just a routine inspection at European Hair and Nail Salon, and as I walked in, Maria Ponce was working on Ana Gallardo Diaz's nails at the only nail station there. I gave a citation to Maria Ponce for unlicensed activity and one to the salon for not employing licensed people.
And what's the reference for the salon citation?
The salon citation is CM151 and the reference is CC-CM24 for the civil.
And so they were cited for violation of NRS 644.360 sub 2?
Yes.
And that's for employing someone that's not licensed?
Correct.
Or allowing someone who's not licensed to work there?
Correct. It was a first citation with a $1,000 fine.
Okay. And the cosmetologist in charge is the person that you gave the citation to?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Ms. Marsh.
Now is an opportunity for you to ask Ms. Marsh some questions if you'd like.
Thank you. When you came in, there were 3 ladies at the salon?
Yes.
There were no clients? Just the 3 that are seated here today?
Veronica was in the back sitting at the shampoo bowl eating her lunch, and the other 2 ladies were out front sitting at the manicure station.
And then you, I believe, already stated that they were all cooperative with you when you entered the
Absolutely cooperative. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Because I'm hearing some other things as their first testimony went a little longer. So we're both clear on that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Do the board members have any questions of the inspector? All right. Now is an opportunity for your side of the story.
I appreciate your hearing from us. The fact of the matter is there's a misimpression. Anna's there for hours, many, many days a week. So whether there's a client or no client, she's at the salon. She gets breaks. She has lunch breaks. There's no lunchroom. There's no separate space for her to go to unless she's going to take the chance on missing a client. Just walking in, she would have to leave the salon to take care of any personal business, including lunch. So, as the picture should be portrayed, she was on her lunch break. She had a friend coming in. They sat down, one swiped the nail with a file so that they can move on to their lunch. When someone works at the salon, they need a license, they need a rental agreement, they need to accept responsibility for their own work, and the establishment needs to know that they're there. A client came in, unknown to us, with no misintent. Whether she was working appears to be a cloudy issue. But we find that there wasn't supporting evidence other than a lack of understanding. So we feel that we should be excused. It's not something that we allow. It's not something we cater to. It's not something that's happened before. And in all likelihood, will never happen again.
Ms. Bradley?
So, Ms. Morgan, your testimony is that the cosmetologist in charge was at lunch while this happened?
Yes, and we were not party to that incident.
And so your testimony is that she doesn't leave during her lunch breaks and there's no one else to cover for her?
She may leave, but she risks missing a walk-in client. She's there for hours and hours and hours every day. And it's not unusual for her to stay at the salon to perform a service for a walk-in.
Would the salon owners allow her to have a pet during her lunch break while in the salon?
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to get an idea here of what she does during her lunch break, while she's still in the salon.
I'm sure it would vary just like your lunch break or my lunch break. If we did it at our desk or we, did it in a restaurant, our behaviors wouldn't be the same, but there's
And so at this time, we are going to take a 1 hour break. It is now 1:50, and we'll shake it off and start this afternoon. As indicated before we took our lunch break, we would begin with the appeals of citation, case number C12-443. Ms. Doan, for an alleged violation of NRS 644.290, findings of facts or failure to display license. Ms. Doan, please come right up.
I don't see a response from you now.
Do you recognize those documents? Okay. And do you have any objection to those being admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 1?
So admitted.
Okay, Ms. Marsh, are you familiar with the citation in this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that citation?
On March 14th, 2012, I went into Bandon Hills. It's a nail salon. And Ms. Doan was working on a lady's nail at the second station. She didn't have her license. I did call the Reno office to verify that her license was current, as well as the PIN number, since she didn't have anything at all there with her salon, and I gave her a citation, first citation, $200 fine.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Doan when you received the citation?
Yes, I recognize her from having been in that salon before, so I did know she was licensed, and she was pretty sure her mother had it, and that's the owner. And she got there and she couldn't find it either. And I did also advise her that if she couldn't find it, that she would need to get a duplicate license with us.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the board about the citation?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. I have no further questions.
Ms. Doan, do you have questions of the inspector?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Any of the board members, yes?
On this one, you went in and looked at the place. There's some things about the station. Was this her nail station where clean behind the screens, or was this the salon in general?
Sorry.
That part.
That was the Petty Spas. It needed a little cleaning.
And this is where this person was?
Yes. No, she was working at a nail station out front.
Oh, so this is the salon here?
Yes.
This is just not her?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Ms. Stone, would you kindly present your side of the story?
Oh, I
Madam
believe
Chair. Oh,
Ms.
Ms.
Stone needs to be sworn.
Oh,
She just was.
Does she?
Yeah, she just was. This morning.
I think I did that first. I tried to do that
Okay,
right away.
somehow it escaped both of us, so I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. But you were sworn in, correct, Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you're comfortable, now is a good time.
Yeah, I know it's my fault that I didn't able to present my license at that moment. But I found my license after that, like after she just she just left and I finished the clients, I was able to find it immediately. So I was this frustration about that. I had my license in just the shop, but I couldn't find it. I know I was at fault for not presented all the time. I mean, like all the time that she checked the shop, it's always been presented. So I'm just asking if I can be given a chance to prove that I'm not only doing that, and I could try to not repeat that again anymore at all.
Did you have questions, Ms. Bradley? Ms. Stone?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Stone, thank you.
Any of the board members? Mr. Nextdoor?
Do you have a spot at your license that you generally display your license in?
Yes, I do. It's always been placed there, but then because I had some business, I need to take it out. I need to buy something at the nail supply. It's not nail supply, but it's a beauty supply in the same store. I mean, in the same shopping center. They need my license so they can apply me as a member. I just forgot to put it back. It was a lot of things happened in that time, so my mind was not very clear.
Was your license on the premises? Is that where you find it? Was it at home or in your home?
It's in a shop, and you just in the back of the shop.
But it was on the premises in the shop?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just couldn't find it at that time because it was so empty.
And it's a good standing?
Yes, that was a first citation.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Did you have any other comments or questions or concerns that you wanted to bring up before we deliberate? Okay. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion on whether or not findings of facts have been presented for failure to display a license, violating NRS 644.290.
I'll make that motion to find her in violation of not displaying her license.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. The second phase, I'll entertain a motion to uphold the fine or not, if anybody would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the fine, and if it happens again, then it will be $500.
I'll second.
There's a second. Is there any discussion? So again, just as a friendly reminder, you have been found guilty of not properly displaying your license in plain view of the public. In the event that your fine is waived or upheld, you still will have a first offense. So if it happens again, there will be a second offense. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of waiving the fine say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
That's 6-1. That motion carries. Your fine has been waived. This brings us to a complaint a notice of hearing regarding license C32492. It's establishment S11663. Maria Tran and Louis Tran, if you're present, would you please come forward, please? And license C32621. Is it Nugent? Wynn. Mr. Wynn. And we are here to determine whether or not NRS 644.430 and NRS 644.700 have been violated. If you'll please say your name and spell your name for our transcriptionist and be sworn in one at a time, please.
Okay, my name is Maria Tran, and M-A-R-E, Maria.
My name is Louis Dungtran, Louisdungtran.
Yeah, my name is Hong Wing, Huongnguen.
And then it is to my understanding that there be a relative.
Yeah.
So while the relative is not a court certified translator, he is present to assist with some of the communication to make sure that you're aware of what is being said. So you also will you step forward and spell your name for the transcriptionist?
My name is Jimmy J. Jimmy. Last name is G as in George, I-A, N as in Nancy, G as in George.
And remind me of how you're related?
I'm her son, and I deal with Waterbury County as the nail salon.
Okay.
And I'm actually more probably enlightened about what's going on than they are.
Okay. And then we can swear them all in at the same time.
If you'd all raise your right hands.
Yeah.
Do you and each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give before these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And I brought some shirts up for you.
Thank you,
Charlene, would you close the door?
Yeah, I'll call her.
And so you understand the procedure. We explained that at the very beginning. Ms. Bradley will she'll ask some questions of Mr. Green, the inspector, and then you'll have the opportunity to ask questions of him. Okay, and then the board will ask questions of you, and then that will be at a time where then you will be able to offer your side of the story.
And just so the record's clear, I have actually 3 witnesses that I'd like to call. Mr. Green, who just was sworn, Ms. Scott, who was already sworn earlier today, and I will be calling the complainant in this case, Ms. Hall. I don't know if we want to swear her in now, or...
I would like to. Ms. Hall, is Ms. Hall present?
I'd like to swear in also.
Oh, please. So if you'll step forward, these will be witnesses that Sarah Bradley will refer to. So if you could please spell your name for the transcriptionist.
Nancy Hall, H-A-L-L.
Richard Hall. You need each raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And then I'll just throw a couple chairs over there for you, okay?
Okay. Mr. Green, would you please state your name?
Green, G-R-E-E-N,
And who's your employer?
Nevada State Board of Cosmetology,
What is your job title?
Inspector 2.
And what are your duties as Inspector 2?
My duties are to perform inspections, investigate complaints, testify at hearings, those types of things.
And as part of your duties as Inspector 2 for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, did you become aware of the complaint filed in this case?
I did.
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the complaint and notice of hearing on this particular case.
Okay. And I have one for all of you, so hopefully you can share. The record reflects that I gave a copy to the respondents. I believe you've all seen that. Yeah. Okay.
Just watch that cord.
And could you just double check in the back, Mr. Green? I believe there's mailing information for this. Obviously, they're all present, but just so it's clear that there's additional information included in this exhibit. I'd ask that State's Exhibit 1 be admitted into evidence.
So admitted.
And I do have copies for the board members. Well, the one I'm giving you now has the proof of mailing information. I mean, they're all here, so it's not really an issue, but it is a little bit different than what you have. So you became aware of this complaint. Can you tell us what happened, Mr. Green? How you became aware of it?
Yes, on February 2nd of 2012, we received a written complaint from Ms. Hall at the Reno office. It was forwarded to myself at the Las Vegas office, and the complaint involved allegations of the complainant contracting MRSA, an infection from a visit to Dainty Nails on November 1st of 2010.
So after you received that complaint, what did you do?
I reviewed the complaint. I staffed it with our chief inspector, Ms. Curtis, and we determined that it was a serious complaint and it was something that needed to be further investigated and possibly proceed to a hearing before the board.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the license folder information for the respondents.
Okay. Can the record reflect I'm showing a copy of Exhibit 2 to the respondents? Do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence? I'd ask that Exhibit 2 be admitted.
Now, do you want us to check in with the Sun that what you're saying is being readily clear, that is clearly understood?
Yeah, I understand.
I know, but do you want that Sun to be able to respond since he's here to assist them in this?
It's my understanding they understand some English. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
do they understand we're admitting those documents into evidence so the board can look at them?
Yeah, it's just their license.
It's just the license
exactly.
file for all three of them.
Right.
It has their address and names and their license numbers, and it shows the expiration dates and those for those licenses.
So it would be my preference that before you affirm an answer to Ms. Bradley, you might want to look over at your son and make sure that your son is real clear about what question is being asked of you.
I'm their nephew.
Oh, the nephew. You're her son.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you could really help with that, that would be. I just don't want them to say yes to something if there's a little bit of a language barrier.
All right.
Okay. Pardon me.
That's okay. Thank you. Is State's Exhibit 2 admitted then?
So admitted.
Thank you. I'll pass that out to the board members. Okay, so you got the complaint and you looked in the licensing files and talked with Ms. Curtis, and then what did you do?
At that point, I contacted the complainant, Ms. Hall, on February the 10th, and I had the written complaint was very detailed in terms of the allegations. So we had a conversation with regard to the complaint, the incident, and she indicated that it happened November 1st, 2010. We verified the location. She told me briefly about the medical repercussions following this infection and what she had gone through. And I had already spoken with Mr. Jimno and Ms. Curtis, and it was decided that I would be coming up to the area for a day to interview Ms. Hall as well as the respondents and conduct an inspection with the Reno staff at the salon.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the written complaint Ms. Hall submitted on February the 2nd of 2012.
So that's what you received in the board office?
Correct.
I want to show the respondents State's Exhibit 3. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's the written complaint. Do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So admitted.
I'd ask that State's Exhibit 3 be admitted. So in the course of investigating the complaint, Mr. Green, what did you do next?
I asked Ms. Hall about medical records as well as photographic evidence of the injury, and she indicated she did have that. She was working with an attorney, Robert Henderson, and she said she would instruct the attorney to contact me in order to provide the supporting evidence for the complaint. I did receive a call the same day from a Linda Monhay, an assistant to the attorney, Robert Henderson, and she verified that she did have the photos and additional medical, and she would forward that to us, and we received that information on February 13th.
Okay, so you received medical records and you talked to Ms. Hall. Can you tell us about the conversation you had with Ms. Hall?
As far as the communication, we didn't get into a lot of the specifics until March 14th, when I actually conducted the interview here at the Reno office with her. So that's when I really took her statement, more in detail.
Okay. Can you tell us about that interview?
Yes. On March the 14th, Ms. Hall and her husband met with us at the Reno office, and she reiterated the elements of her complaint, indicating that she was in the salon on November 1st of 2010. She was a customer of Mr. Tran, and she had been to him maybe 3 or 4 prior occasions, and he had done her nails. He was at the time working on another customer. He was at the 4th station on the right-hand side of the salon. When she came in, because he was with another customer, it was arranged for his wife, Miss Wynn, to begin removing the old acrylics from her nails. So she sat down at that station, the right rear station, and Miss Wynn began removing the prior acrylics from her nails using a Dremel tool with a bit that is kind of a sandpaper type action to remove the old acrylic. At the time, I asked her if the instruments appeared to be clean or sanitized. She could not comment on that. She did indicate the workstation looked dusty to her. She said Miss Wynn was drilling on her left index finger, and there had been a dark line on the nail, which she felt Miss Wynn was trying to remove, and in doing so had gone a little too deep and gone through the nail into the skin below. She indicated to me that at that point she kind of flinched, and Miss Wynn asked her if it was hot, and she replied that it was. Ms. Hall further indicates that after about 5 minutes of Ms. Wynn removing the acrylics, Mr. Tran had finished with the customer he was working on, and Ms. Wynn had also finished removing the acrylics, so she moved to the next station for Mr. Tran to do the application of the acrylics. At that time, she indicates that she did not have any pain, there was no blood or discomfort. She indicated to me that Mr. Tran took the tools that he used on her from a plastic box in the drawer of his station, and he applied the acrylics to her nails. She indicates that she could not really say if the tools were clean or sanitized, or if Mr. Tran had washed his hands between serving her and the previous patron. Ms. Hall further indicates that 2 days later, she began to experience swelling in the first joint of this left index finger, and she tried soaking it in Epsom salts. She stated that on November 3rd, she returned to the salon and she showed her finger to Miss Nguyen, who removed the acrylic and gave her a bottle of, I think she said it was Chinese oil, to apply to the swollen area. On that date, I had the license photos of Mr. Tran and Miss Nguyen, which I showed to Ms. Hall to complete identification, to make sure that these were the same two people that were the licensees in question. And she did verify through photos that they were the people that worked on her on that date. Ms. Hall further indicates that on November 7th, she went to the Carson Valley Emergency and she began a medical treatment, and that's documented extensively in here, as well as the medical records. She saw a Dr. Daniel Robertson at Barton Memorial Hospital on November 8th, and like I said, there is photo documentation. In the hospital, they performed various medical procedures. The lab test came back positive for the infection MRSA, which is it's an antibiotic-resistant type of infection.
Okay. And so that day that you did that interview was March 14, 2012?
Correct.
And then later that day, did you go to the salon?
Yes.
And what happened at the salon?
I was accompanied by Ms. Scott, and we went to Dainty Nails in Gardnerville. Our intent was to perform an inspection of the salon, as well as to attempt to interview the respondents. So we went and I met with the owner, Ms. Tran. Ms. Scott conducted an inspection of the salon while I was speaking with Ms. Tran, and I believe that inspection is part of the evidence of the case as well. Ms. Tran, in our conversation, indicated to me that she was aware of the incident with Ms. Hall. She indicated that Mr. Tran is her brother and Ms. Nguyen is her sister-in-law, and that they were not working for her anymore as of June of 11. She told me that I believe they moved to California, but that she believed that Mr. Tran was working at the New Image Salon in Carson City. She was told anecdotally of the incident by Mr. Tran, and what he indicated to her was that Ms. Hall had come in on that date, November 1st, 2010, and when she came in, he could see some infection on her finger. She said that her brother, Mr. Tran, indicated that he told Ms. Hall that she should not be putting acrylics on her finger until she deals with the infection. Again, he indicated through Ms. Tran that Ms. Hall indicated to them that no, she had an event she had to attend with her husband that evening, so, please could he do the nails for her, and she'll come back in a few days and they can take the acrylic off. She indicated that her brother reluctantly performed the service, and then we went through contact information. I went then with Ms. Scott to the New Image Salon in Carson City, where Mr. Tran is employed, to obtain his statement. He indicated to me that he did recall the incident with Ms. Hall, and that he had worked on her 3 or 4 prior occasions. On the particular date, November 1st, when she came in, he remembers seeing a green fungus infection type of situation on her finger, and he advised her not to get the acrylics applied. She told him at that time her husband had a party they had to attend, and if he would put the acrylics on, she would come back and have it removed in the next few days. He indicates to me that he reluctantly agreed, applied the acrylics after his wife prepped Ms. Hall. We reviewed sanitation, infection control procedures, regulations, and Mr. Tran indicated that he was aware of all the pertinent regulations governing sanitation. We spoke about the hearing. I advised him of the date and just to be looking for some paperwork.
Okay. And so far you've talked to the owner, Ms. Tran, and then her brother, Mr. Tran. And they both remembered that Ms. Hall had been in the salon on November 1st, 2010?
Correct.
And then did you speak to Ms. Nguyen?
I spoke to Ms. Nguyen by phone on March the 16th. She indicated to me she was currently residing in Livermore, California, and we updated her mailing address. She said that she did recall the incident and that she was prepping Ms. Hall for her husband, and while removing the prior acrylics, she indicated the nail appeared to be red to her, that in Vietnamese she informed her husband, who was sitting at the adjacent station, and at that point Mr. Tran advised Ms. Hall against getting the acrylic service, but again Ms. Hall, she indicates, insisted that she had a party to go to with her husband, would come back in the next few days to remove the acrylics. And again, we discussed sanitation, infection control. Ms. Nguyen indicated that she was aware of and practices proper procedures.
And I think you testified earlier that on March 14, 2012, you and Ms. Scott did Ms. Scott did an inspection of the salon. Is that true?
Correct.
And are you aware of the findings of Ms. Scott's inspection?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 5, and we'll ask Ms. Scott about it a little bit more. But do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the inspection report that was conducted March 14th of 2012, and it was signed by Ms. Scott and by Ms. Tran, the owner of the salon.
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that? Do you have any objection to that being admitted? Mom signed it, but she may not have understood it.
Whoever signed it. Remember the same name? Remember the missing paper and signing it? Yes, she does recognize it.
Thank you. I'd ask that State's Exhibit 5 be admitted into evidence. I realize...
And that's 4, isn't it?
No, it's 5.
Oh.
I will do 4.
Oh,
Just
okay.
haven't got there yet.
Okay, so admitted.
And so, can you look on that exhibit, and I believe there's a reference to workstation number 4 in that report. Can you tell us what that says, Mr. Green?
Yes.
It's on the very first page. I think it's about middle of the way down.
Yes, last workstation number 4 has used dirty drill bits sitting in an open container.
And then I think if we go to the second part,
At time of inspection, observed residue in petty spot basins, implements left out, dirty drill bits left out, and credo blade holder at second station.
what about where it says cuticle nippers almost in the middle of the page?
Under instruments, implements, and tools, it states cuticle nippers, clippers left in open container at last station number 4.
And where did your investigation reveal that Ms. Hall's service took place?
So,
In your investigation, did you determine where Ms. Hall's service took place based on what she told you?
at station number 4, the right rear station.
Okay, so that's the same station here that has the dirty drill bits?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, is it the dirty drill bits, or is it the clippers left in open container stations? Both.
If you want
They
both
both
of them.
are station number 4.
Okay, and so, now let's talk about, is there prior citation history for JT Nails in the board's records?
There is.
And can you give the board a summary of the citation history for JT Nails?
On February 14th of 2007, a citation was issued to Julie Tran for unlicensed activity and to the owner, Maria Noctran, for allowing unlicensed activity. And a citation also was issued for the salon being open and serving the public with no licensed person present.
What about the next citation?
That was 21407. On 53007, another citation was issued to Julie Tran for unlicensed activity and to the owner, Maria Noctran, for allowing unlicensed activity. These were both second violations, and a citation was also issued for the salon's lack of hot water.
And what about the next citation?
October 24th of 07, a citation was issued for operating the salon on an expired establishment license. And then on February 12th of 2010, a citation was issued to Larry Tran for unlicensed activity and to the owner, Maria Tran, for allowing unlicensed activity. This was a first offense for Larry, and it was a first offense for Ms. Tran under the current establishment PN number. The citation had changed license, and back then our policy was that if it's a new license, it counts as a first offense.
And then what about prior inspection history for Dainty Nails with noted sanitation problems? Does the board's file reflect any of those issues?
Yes. On February 24th of 2009, the following items were noted: instruments and brushes not being stored properly, clean towels not stored in the closed cabinet with the fumigant, and at the same time the salon license was for skin and nails, but there was no aesthetic person on the staff, only nail technicians. And the owner was requested to change back to nails only, which she did by applying for a new license 2 days later. On August 5th of 2009, there were found to be instruments and brushes not being stored properly. On November 19th of 2009, it was found that there were nail tools and brushes not being properly stored. On February 12th of 2010, it was found that there were nail tools, brushes, drill bits not being properly stored. And at that time, a citation was also issued for unlicensed activity, which we spoke about. On June 3rd of 2010, it was noted that the petty spot bowls were not being properly cleaned. On October 15th of 2010, notation of the manicure tables and stations not being cleaned properly between clients, implements, instruments, and tools not being stored properly, and the clean towels not being properly stored. On March 31, 2011, it was noted there was an inoperable petty spot chair. The restroom door was locked and not accessible to the public. The salon was not using dry fumigants for storage of instruments. The floors were not cleaned. There were single-use items being reused. The salon license was for nails only, but the inspector observed evidence of waxing equipment being used in the salon. On August 19th of 2011, petty spot bowls and drains were not properly cleaned according to the inspection report. Nail brushes were not properly stored, clean towels not properly stored, trash cans not covered properly, and the inspector at that time still observed waxing equipment for skin services such as esthetician bed, linens, and wax. On March 14th of 2012 was the inspection which was entered into evidence.
Okay. And all of those citations and inspections that you just reported, those are all part of the board's records that is kept regarding Dainty Nails?
That is correct.
And those records are kept in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 6. I don't know if do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an inspection that was conducted October 15th of 2010.
And I believe you just gave us a summary of that inspection?
Correct.
Okay. And can the record reflect that I'm showing a copy of that same inspection report to the respondents, and it's marked as State's Exhibit 6? Do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence?
No.
Okay. I'd ask that State's Exhibit 6 be admitted into evidence. Mr. Green, can you tell us the date on the top of this report?
So admitted.
October 15, 2010.
Okay, and so that was approximately 2 weeks prior to Ms. Hall's visit to the salon?
Correct.
And this inspection report notes, can you tell us what it notes that might be relevant?
Yes. With regard to the workstations, it requests that they be cleaned after each client for instruments, that they should be stored in covered containers, instruments, implements, and tools, that the salon should be incorporating the use of a dry fumigant, that towels or linens were not being properly stored in dust-free cabinets with fumigants, and wash rags by dispensary sink must be stored in a closed cabinet with a fumigant.
Okay. And I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a photo that was taken, I believe, by Ms. Scott on March 14th of 2012 of Ms. Hall in her nail's current state after her medical treatment.
Okay. I'm showing the respondent what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence? Mr. Green, does that show?
So admitted.
And so that shows the way Ms. Hall's hand looked on March 14, 2012.
Correct. And that photo was, I believe, her left index finger next to her right index finger.
And so it was approximately 15 months, maybe my math is wrong, 16 months after the visit to the salon.
Correct.
And as part of your investigation, did you do any research regarding MRSA?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 7 to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a printout from the Center for Disease Control for the federal government, which defines and speaks about MRSA, how it spread, the risk of this type of infection, MRSA, MRSA.
And is that something that you printed off the internet?
I did.
I'm showing the respondents what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 7. Do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence?
No.
Is that admitted, Mr. Lear?
That is so admitted, yes, ma'am.
And as a part of your investigation, Mr. Green, did you also speak to the state epidemiologist?
I did.
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a response. Dr. Azan is the Nevada State medical epidemiologist who's in charge of preventing infection and disease in the state and the spread of those things. And I had some medical questions that I wanted to pose to him by email. I asked him if I could do that, and he agreed and wrote a response to the questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm showing the respondent what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you have any objection to that being admitted?
No.
Is that admitted?
So admitted,
Thank
yes.
you. Mr. Green, could you please read that email for the board, or at least the portion that I know you and I discussed that you would read?
Okay. Well, just to preface, my question to Dr. Azam was, given the timeline of when we know, there are certain things that we knew for sure. We knew that Ms. Hall was in the salon on November 1st. We knew that by November 8th, she was in the hospital with a MRSA infection. So, you know, being that we couldn't say 100% sure what happened in November 1st, we couldn't do a culture to determine that the infection was in the salon. My thought was to get information from Dr. Azam as to, if I give you the timeline, is it possible? Is it out of the realm of possibility? Just those type of questions to get his medical expertise. So this was his response. Hello, Mr. Green. Thank you very much for asking this important contemporary question. I truly feel sorry for the patient. However, similar to other infections, it takes the following three major components to be exposed to, contract an infection, and develop a negative health outcome or disease. Number one, the biological agents. In this case, we know it was MRSA. We know that almost everybody is regularly exposed to MRSA because MRSA is everywhere, and we need to protect ourselves from this widespread infection. Even modern hospitals that have state-of-the-art sterilization, decontamination systems have a hard time preventing and controlling MRSA infections. Number two, we need a susceptible host and individual. Almost everyone is at risk for contracting MRSA infections, especially if they have uncovered wounds, even if these wounds are very small. In this case, the patient had chosen to undergo a cosmetic procedure. However, we do not know anything about her health history, personal or behavioral risk factors. Was she diabetic? Did she exhibit any additional unspecified risk factors to contract infections? Or if it was not already already harboring MRSA infection. If such procedures are usually associated with small wounds, abrasions, or irritation around the nails, then they may enhance an individual's risk to contract infections. Whoever chooses to have his nails done should be responsible to protect her or himself from contracting MRSA. Again, people are exposed most of the time to MRSA from shared surfaces at work, schools, shops, computer keyboards, etc. And if they have wounds or if they practice inadequate hygiene, they will be more vulnerable to contract MRSA. Number three, an environment which is the nail salon where the procedure took place. We don't know if the salon is clean or not, or if other individuals contracted MRSA in relation to the salon, but they did not come forward or did not complain. Probably disinfection practices in the salon need to be improved or reevaluated. Although the time frame between the nails cosmetic procedure and the negative health outcome infection is consistent with exposure to MRSA, it is clearly unknown if the patient did not have an existing nail infection prior to her procedure. Additionally, it is extremely hard or maybe impossible to know where this patient contracted MRSA. It is extremely challenging to ascertain if the infection occurred inside the salon and during the procedure or not. She could have been exposed anywhere inside or outside the salon and any time before, during, or after the procedure. Good luck on investigating this very challenging case. I hope that I was able to address your concerns. Sincere regards. However, should you have any additional questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Sincere regards, Dr. Azam.
So, Mr. Green, based on that email, it sounds like what he's saying is the timeline is appropriate, meaning an infection could have occurred, but we can't say conclusively one way or another whether it did.
Correct.
Okay. Based on the statements that you received from the two people who worked on her nails, it sounds like they also indicated that they believe there was an infection prior to the service.
Correct.
And are you aware of a law that would violate, in other words, are licensees allowed to work on people that they believe have an infection or an open wound?
No, they are not.
I'm sorry, could you answer that question more appropriately?
What was the question?
Are you aware of any laws?
Are licensees, is there a law that prohibits a licensee from working on
Yes,
individuals that have either an open wound or something that appears to be an infection?
Yes.
And can you just cite those laws for the board?
Sure. Give me 1 second. NAC 644.365, clients with inflamed or infected skin or secretions. In each cosmetological establishment or school of cosmetology, a licensee shall not massage any client upon a surface of the skin or scalp where such skin is inflamed or where a skin infection or eruption is present. Licensee shall wear protective gloves while performing any services on a client whose skin shows signs of secretion of any bodily fluids.
So based on your understanding of the law and your experience in working for the board, would it be then your opinion that by their admissions, notwithstanding the MRSA issue, that the respondents did violate then NAC 644.365 by doing the service?
I believe so.
And what about NAC 644.360? What does that say?
360, infectious or communicable diseases, infestations of animal parasites. A person afflicted with infectious or communicable disease which may be transmitted during the practice of cosmetology or with an infestation of animal parasites shall not work or train in a cosmetological establishment or school of cosmetology. A cosmetological establishment or school of cosmetology shall not normally require, permit, or allow a student or person licensed by the board to perform any service on a client who is afflicted with any infectious or communicable disease which may be transmitted to a person who is practicing cosmetology. A cosmetological establishment or school of cosmetology shall not require or allow a student or licensee of the board to perform any service on a client who is afflicted with an infestation of animal parasites.
And so again, based on your knowledge and experience in working for the board, would you say that based on their statements that they worked on someone with what appeared to be an infection, that they violated that
Right.
provision?
Based on their statements to me were that they did observe something that they deemed to be a fungus or infection prior to the service.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Green at this time, but I do reserve the right to recall him should I need to in rebuttal. And now I believe it's time for the respondent's question, Mr. Green.
So at this time, your mother or your uncle or your aunt can ask any question that they, or you can ask any question of Mr. Green. Okay. Did you want to talk amongst yourselves first, or did you? Ms. Tran?
Yes.
You feel free to ask him anything that you'd like, but please speak up for the transcriptionist.
Okay. Like you say about she complained about she had infection in the.
I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
You know what is I'm not in the nail shop because I have another business, right? And then the nail shop I open for my daughter and my family working, And every 2 days I come over there after 6 o'clock when they close, and I check everything, for they clean the floor and then they clean everything.
How about if you limit your testimony at this time to questions of Mr. Green, and then with this component of your explanation, we'll come right back to that. Okay? So we'll just take this opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Green. Okay, just questions. If something in his testimony didn't seem accurate, did everything seem accurate to all of you? Is there something of concern for you or something that you want him to clarify?
Just so we're clear, because they'll get a chance, all three of them, to testify, and you as well, if you'd like. Once I'm done with my witnesses, they'll get to testify. So it's not that they can't say what they'd like to say, but just not right this very minute.
Okay. My only concern is why would it take 16 months for someone that go towards the state board and make a complaint? Why was it more immediate, especially if the surgery was
Mr. Green, are you able to answer that question?
Yes. If I could just look at my notes for 1 second.
I mean, the problem was already severe within a couple weeks. Why would someone come forward 16 months later to make a severe complaint towards...
I asked that question of Ms. Hall in our first conversation on February 10th of 2012, and her answer was that she did not file the complaint sooner because her original intent was not to seek any disciplinary action against the respondents, but rather to have them pay for her medical expenses. She indicated she also wanted the salon to be more careful so that no one else suffers what she went through. She indicated to me that her attorney, Mr. Henderson, had sent a letter to the salon to which he had never received a response, and Mr. Henderson is representing her in a civil action. And those were the answers at that time as to the time frame. And I think she also indicated that her medical treatment and rehabilitation was extensive, and it took several months, I believe, for her to heal up properly. And so, this was the primary reasons for the elapsed time frame.
Were you also aware that she's a dental assistant?
I was made aware of that.
And did you know that MRSA is mainly harbored around hospitals and healthcare facilities? And it's known that 1 out of 4 people carry a strain of a staph infection, but it's only it's about 2 to maybe less percent of those people who carry that strain actually have MRSA. Not at all times will you actually...
Let's keep this in a question for Mr. Green.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
But you did have that question. Just
Yeah.
keep it in that question. Were you aware of that, Mr. Green?
Yes, and I think in the letter from Dr. Azam, he mentions that that medical facilities are the primary place where MRSA is contracted.
Now, when you did speak to her, did you know if she had she already informed you that she had already an irritation or infection, or was it due to the fact that someone had...
She indicated to me that she did not have a problem prior to this.
Okay. But then, according to the respondents, they claim that they already advised her that she did
Correct.
have an infection. But
Correct.
then, did it not make you think that it's obvious that if someone did have some sort of irritation or infection, that it's obvious that she gave them consent to work on it?
Well, again, that was one side said one thing, another
Right.
side said another
I
thing.
understand.
My job as the investigator is to gather all of the evidence and present it to the board. So I took both statements, and ultimately I believe it'll be up to the board to decide.
But he did ask you a question that the respondent gave her consent for the service.
Did she give consent? Yes. But
And that
she
was your
didn't-
question.
But she didn't indicate, what she told me was, she didn't indicate that she had an infection at that time. That was the respondent's statement to me, that on that date, she walked in there, they noticed an infection. Ms. Hall indicates that she did not have an infection, there was no such conversation.
Have you done inspections of other nail salons where you've actually have seen other infractions that's pretty similar to this nail salon?
Honestly, I've not had any other complaints of a MRSA infection.
Okay.
No.
But as far as your inspection that day, as far as sanitation-wise and cleanliness and dust, I'm assuming it's a ubiquitous occurrence that occurs at any nail salon. It's definitely it's compulsory, so I was just curious if maybe the dust problem and the sanitation problem is just something that occurs at other nail salons, not just one particular place.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Mr. Tran, did you want to check with your uncle and your aunt if they had any questions of Mr. Green before we move on?
It's Mr. J, but you can call me J.
Oh, okay. Like J-A-N-G?
G-I-A-G. J.
Jimmy.
You can call me J. I don't care.
Would you like to check with them?
Did you guys want to ask them anything?
Đó là tại vì bà không có bị trước rồi.
No, they don't have it.
It's okay.
All that came to know. Any board members with questions? Yes, Mr. Green. These are questions of Mr. Green.
Correct. Mr. Green, you have a list of all of the inspections that have infractions on there. Were there inspections done with no infractions?
I believe in the course of this time, there was probably one or two where there were no infractions.
Thank you. Another question. Do we have, as within this industry the ability to diagnose an infection or a communicable disease?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think, Mr. Jimno can answer that maybe, but I don't think that we as a regulating board have that capability at this point.
Nor as cosmetologists or nail technicians or anything like that?
And with this particular case, it happened more than a year back, so I think that added to the difficulty.
It seems to me like there's a lot of citations going on in this salon. Is this normal for a nail salon, or would they be on the high side? Or do you have an average for a
I
salon?
would say this is definitely on the high side in terms of unlicensed activity.
And what would you do about something like this, this being on the high side? Do we do nothing, just cite them and then go back and check and make sure that they've done what they're supposed to do?
Right, and these happened some years ago. The board policy has evolved over the last few years. It used to be after you had your third infraction, you were asked to appear before the board for unlicensed activity. The board at some point had instructed us to bring people in on the second infraction. And then again, the license had changed. In terms of the salon history, since Ms. Tran has owned it, I believe they've been through three different license numbers because they were switching from skin and nails to nails and skin, to nails only and back. So there were three different establishment numbers, and those citations back before the recent policy change, they didn't follow you when the establishment license changed.
Are there any other questions or concerns of Mr. Green?
Can I ask him one question now?
Oh, yeah. Feel free. Yeah, no.
Besides the unlicensed activities, as far as the dust goes and all the other infractions besides unlicensed, where would you place that? As high or just normal?
In terms of
the cleanliness.
The cleanliness?
Yeah.
I would say middle of the road.
Okay.
Mr. Green, why would the presence of waxing equipment in a nails-only salon be unusual?
Well, if a salon is licensed for nails only, and an inspector goes in and there is a facial room and a wax pot turned on and a facial bed, to the inspector that's indicative of maybe someone is doing unlicensed skin services. So that would be something that we would always address with the owner.
And when a restroom door is locked, is there a consumer inside of it using it?
I believe at this time, the inspection report didn't have a lot of detail, but I believe at this time it was locked and nobody could find the key. I don't know if Ms. Marsh was the inspector at that time, but my recollection is that the door was locked. Our laws ask that you have a restroom available to the public. And at that time, I believe nobody could find the key to the restroom door, so that's why it was noted on the inspection.
Was it just being used?
No, I don't think it was in use. I don't think that was the issue.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Green?
I have a couple
Please,
redirects.
Ms. Bradley.
Mr. Green, it's my understanding that you're aware that there was a diagnosis of MRSA in this case?
That there was what?
A diagnosis of MRSA in this case?
Correct.
And you didn't make that diagnosis, did you?
No.
Who made that diagnosis?
That was Dr. Robertson and the hospital. I could find the medical report.
I think it was the ER doctor.
You'll be receiving more records regarding that when I have this call testimony, but I just wanted to make it clear that it wasn't Mr. Green that made the diagnosis.
It was on the chart signed by Daniel Robertson.
And Mr. Green, when we talk about the provisions that say that licensees are not to work on people that may have an infection or an open wound, do those provisions talk about a person giving consent for that treatment?
No.
So, for example, maybe in fact the person may want the treatment, but it's the licensing's obligation to decline to serve someone if they believe there's. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can I clarify one question here? When you were talking about all the citations here, these all were under the trans, they just changed different licenses.
Right, Ms. Tran was the owner, and the salon had evolved over 3 different license numbers, but the ones that I referenced were under Ms. Tran's ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bradley, I was under the impression that Mr. Nixdorf's question was whether or not prior to the service, whether or not the nail technician could recognize or diagnose an existing infection. If I understood your question.
That is correct.
I mean, I'm not speaking to the questions, but if he has another question.
I do have another question regarding, because I'm kind of confused a little bit here, and I'd like to be a little less confused. In this MAC, it says a person afflicted with an infectious or communicable disease. How is that determined that a person is afflicted with an infectious or communicable disease? Being that we can't diagnose that.
Well, I think we identify that.
But we may or may not be right. You know, we can see that it's inflamed, but I would not be able to tell whether or not it's a communicable disease, not necessarily because I'm not a doctor. I can't do that.
Now it's time for questions for Mr. Green. If the board wants to talk about this in deliberation, we can have a conversation about the laws and how they should be interpreted.
So my question to you is, how is that? How would you go about, if you're going to cite against this, how do we determine that?
Well, I think in this particular situation, what Ms. Bradley was referencing was the statements of the respondents. In other words, their statement to us was that when Ms. Hall came into the salon, they saw her finger, and I think one of the respondents indicated it was red and looked infected. Another one said there was a green fungus. So I think by both of their admissions, they recognized the problem. Whether they were medically able to diagnose it as an infection, obviously they could not do that at the time, but their visual observations indicated to them there was a problem.
Any other questions of Mr. Green?
Yeah, did it indicate? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. Did it indicate anywhere where the infection was isolated in? Was it on her cuticle? Was it under the nail bed? Or was it under her finger? On her knuckles?
I think, based on the medical records, it was inside the finger at that point.
But which part? I mean, because when you put an acrylic on, it's on the nail. It doesn't really cover up the infection.
If you look at the photos taken a few days afterwards, I don't know as far as the infection spread. So by the time she had gone to the doctor, her finger was, based on her statement to me, her finger was swollen like this. So I don't know that the doctor in the record ever pinpointed and said the infection started here. When I read the medical records, there was no indication saying that the infection began right here and spread to the rest of her finger, because by the time she sought medical treatment, her finger was swollen up and the infection had taken over the finger.
Didn't it say that they drilled her nail? That they had to drill to get the blood out?
The drilling was in reference to the work.
No, I mean the doctor. Did they say the doctor was there?
Yes, the scalpel.
Oh, sorry.
Are there any other questions? At this time is an opportunity for your family.
I have 2 more witnesses to call.
Oh, good grief.
Yep.
Yes, pardon me.
So nobody
Ms.
has.
Bradley, it's your
Nobody
floor.
has questions for Mr. Green. Okay. The next witness I would call is Ms. Scott, and I hope to be relatively brief. Ms. Scott, I would remind you that you're still under oath. You went with Mr. Green on March 14th to the salon?
Yes.
Okay, and you did an inspection of the salon?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that report?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about what you saw on that day?
Okay, on the day of the inspection, I observed the area behind the petty spas needed to be swept. There was debris on the floor behind the petty spas. spa chairs, the basins need to be cleaned. The last workstation, number 4, had a container with used dirty drill bits sitting out. Cuticle nippers and clippers were left out in open containers at that station as well. There was a Credo blade holder sitting in a container at the second station. Dispensary sink was dirty and needed to be cleaned. And that was it for the observations for the report.
And I believe from the board's reference, that is Exhibit 5. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's already been admitted. And so you're talking about dirty drill bits in an open container in Workstation 4. What would the proper storage for dirty drill bits be?
The drill bits that are not sanitizable, which is what were left out on the station, they were the ones that look like emery board.
Okay.
And those are single-use items. So after each use, they're supposed to be disposed of.
Okay, so there would never be a case when they should be stored?
No.
No, so those should be thrown away?
Only the clean ones should
Okay.
be stored.
And then the ones that can be sanitized, where should those be stored?
In a sanitizable container marked sanitized or dirty implements, but they should be in a container that's marked.
Okay, so again, not an open container with no label?
No.
Okay. And what about the cuticle nippers and clippers? They weren't in a closed container. How should
No.
they be stored?
If they're clean, they should be stored in a closed container
Okay.
that's labeled.
And if they were dirty?
If they were dirty, they should be stored in a closed container as well until they can be sanitized.
Okay, and then the label on that closed container would say dirty?
Dirty implements.
Okay. And what about the fact that you're inspecting a salon while they're in the middle of business? I guess my question is sort of how does that work? Because I'm guessing it's not perfectly clean every time you walk in. So what do you expect in that regard?
Well, if they're working on a client, we look around the area to see what's out, what we can see just looking around the area. And if there are implements left out, we don't approach the person that's performing the nail service. We talk to the person that's in charge, and we make notes of it on the report.
And so, for example, I think you mentioned there was a dirty sink that needed to be cleaned.
Yes.
Is that supposed to be done right after the service is done?
The sink, it was the dispensary sink. So it looked like maybe implements were washed or just there was sticky debris in the sink. Like it hadn't been cleaned out for a few days maybe. But just sticky residue in the sink.
And what would the proper procedure be for cleaning the sink?
For cleaning the sink, just basically wiping it out after, and I don't even know what the debris was that was in the sink.
Okay.
But just if it was visible to my eyes to see, then a customer could see it as well.
Okay. So it sounds like what you're saying is when you're working on a client, the station might not be perfectly orderly and
Right.
put away. But once you're done with the client, the used things should either be thrown away or stored properly, and maybe the station cleaned?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And then as far as the sink, let's say it's a bowl where pedicure spa.
I'm sorry.
What would the proper procedure be for that?
Pedi spas are supposed to be wiped out after each client. And when the screens are pulled, it shows, if it hasn't been cleaned for a few days, the same thing, sticky residue can be present inside the screen. And they're supposed to be cleaned out nightly, and then at the end of the week, a full cleaning, overnight cleaning is supposed to be done.
Okay, so it sounds like those are cleaned after each client, plus nightly, plus weekly.
Right.
Okay, and so the only time a pedi spa should be dirty is maybe while someone's feet are in it, that it's not perfectly clean at that moment,
Right.
and then in the minutes after service is finished while it's being cleaned out.
Right.
I have no further questions for Ms. Scott.
Now is an opportunity, Jimmy, for your family to ask questions of Ms. Scott.
Have you inspected other nail salons in the past, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Well, as far as our nail salon goes, when you did go in there, I'm not sure if it was your first occasion or not, but did it, as far as everything seemed, did it seem unusually dirty compared to the other places, or more or less the same?
because we go in so many shops,
I understand that.
different shops have different problematic areas.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, the petty spars are the
Yeah.
problem. Some of them have implements left out.
Okay.
So it
So basically, you're saying not any one salon is going to be perfect.
have the exact
Okay.
problem. Exactly.
You can ask her. No, you got to ask her a question. Yes. No, you'll have time to testify.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Scott? Any board questions of Ms. Scott? Did you need to redirect?
I have no further questions
Okay.
for Scott.
And so that completes Mr. Green's portion of any questions and answers at this time. But now is an opportunity for you.
No, I have one more witness.
Still.
Sorry.
One more witness for Ms. Bradley then, please, Ms. Bradley.
Thank you. I would like to call Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall, I'm showing you. Okay. Do you recognize those? I guess I'm calling Mr. Hall.
Yes, I
Or
do.
actually Dr. Hall, I believe. Dr. Hall, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are pictures of my wife's finger after the infection, after the surgeries, and for the months following the treatment, the at-home treatment.
Okay. And do those appear, you can keep that, do those appear to be the true and correct copies of what her finger looked like?
These barely touch the surface.
Okay. I would like to show, you don't have to, if you want me to take it back, I actually don't want to see it. Okay. I would like to show the respondents pictures of Ms. Hall's fingers. Do you have any, or finger, excuse me, do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence?
No.
I'd ask that.
So admitted.
Okay. Ms. Hall, can you tell us about your visit to the salon on November 1st, 2010?
Yeah, I went on November 1st, and they were busy because of the holidays, upcoming holidays, and it was a Monday afternoon. So they told me to go there. I didn't know it was his wife until I asked him, you know, who's this person? Because I've never seen her there before. So she, went to her, and I had an acrylic that was grown out.
Okay.
And so she was, I guess she was removing it a little bit near the cuticle, and I had a dark line on the nail. So she started to, oh God, help me. She started to drill. She started to drill with the Dremel, and I thought she was taking the acrylic, but she was trying to remove the dark line. And she asked if it was hot, and I said a little bit, yes. So,
Do you have any idea what that dark line was? I mean, was it ink maybe from writing
no,
with
what
a
it
pen? Or
is
you-
that I had asked them, and their daughter, which she is not here, she said that this is common for Oriental people like us, that we will have dark nails or thickening of the nail. And so I have that on this finger, and a little bit on my nails, on my toes.
Okay.
And then, anyway, I saw this hole there, and then she was finished drilling it, and then he was done. I went to his table, and they never said anything about having, I don't go in there with infected fingers. I work at a dental office, and I know that, you know, fungus, if I'm working with fungus on my finger, I'm not going to be working at the dental office. And so anyway, he put the acrylic on, and we did not have a function that night because my husband works the next day. And so anyway, 2 days later, it started to swell at the first joint. And I went over there and I told him, look, it's swollen, what are you going to do? And so she looked at it and she drilled a little bit of the acrylic off, but left a little bit on, all right? And then she gave me this little bottle of Chinese oil, and she said, you put this on your finger, and when the swelling goes down, you come back, you put acrylic back on. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, shit. Anyway, so then I went to work, and I was working, and during that time it was just slowly, progressively getting more swollen. And at night and during work time, I would soak it with Epsom salt and warm water. And it wasn't working. And then by that time, I kept soaking it in the evening, two, 3 times a day. And then finally, about on November 7th, I went to the emergency, and they looked at it, and he numbed the finger, and he took a scalpel, and he dug under the nail with the scalpel to try to relieve the pressure and to relieve the pressure. And nothing came out. It was still swollen, but a little bit of blood came out. So they put some gauze and sterile gauze or whatever, I don't know what they did, and they wrapped it and they said, come back in 24 hours if it's still the same. So then I came back the next day in the afternoon, and they were really busy, so I was sitting there for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and it's just throbbing and throbbing. And so they brought me inside, and they were busy, and I was kind of like off to the side, and they unwrapped it, and the nurse that was there the night before, she looked at it, and she goes, oh, it's worse than last night. And of course, it didn't feel good. So the ER doctor looked at it, and he said, this looks really bad. Do you mind if I call up at the lake a specialist up there, see who's on call? Ed wasn't. I go, no, please do. And so he called, and I guess at the time the doctor on call at the lake wasn't available, but while we were waiting, they took pictures of the finger, and how did he get it on his phone? He took a picture from his phone and somehow sent it to Bart. And then the doctor up at the lake said, send her up right away. And then they processed me. They got all the papers that they had, and they said, do you want us to take you by ambulance, or do you want to drive up there? And we said, no, we'll drive up there. It's only 40 minutes. So, during this time, I'm just in excruciating pain. It was just throbbing and throbbing. And we go to they said, just go straight to the ER. And we went to the ER, and I was pretty much already admitted. And then Dr. Robertson, he came and he saw it, and he said, that's the worst, the worst case or the worst finger I've ever seen. And then I said, I don't care what you do. He goes, just get me out of pain. So then he looked at it and he says, he goes, you're going to go into emergency or into surgery. And he says, I'm going to have to call my staff. And he says, and you're going to be spending 4 days after surgery. So by this time it's like 10, 11 o'clock at night, and I go, just get me out of pain. And so by the time his people came, and then they rushed me into the surgery room. And after that, during the time that I was out, I guess, Dr. Robertson talked to my husband and told him about the situation and what could have happened. And next day I woke up and I was in the hospital room. And I looked down and I saw this big gap of gauze here, and I go, oh, thank God my finger was saved. But all this time, during healing, I could never look at it. It was just very painful. And my husband had to change it twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, from wet to dry. So they had to, it was an open wound where they put the dry gauze, and they'd have to remove it each time. It was just so painful. And then I was on very heavy duty antibiotics, but before I left the hospital, Dr. Robertson said I had a PICC line, which was constant antibiotic. So he put a PICC line through here across my heart so it could go faster to the infection. And it was 1,000 milligrams of vancomycin for 8 hours. And then when Rick was at work, I'd have to do my own antibiotics, pump. It was in a pump hole like. And then I'd have to clean it out and flush everything. I didn't know that antibiotics really brought you down. It just didn't make you do anything. And I thought it was because of the infection. Well, I'm sure it was too, but just all the antibiotics that I had to take. And I don't know. It was just a terrible ordeal to go through.
I believe it was earlier there was some testimony that you are a dental hygienist.
No, I'm an assistant.
And so what does that mean, being a dental assistant?
That means chairside, four-handed dentistry. I hand him the instruments. I take x-rays. I do impressions, teeth models.
Do you wear gloves while you do that work?
Definitely.
So before you touch a patient, you have gloves on?
Wash my hands and then put the gloves on.
Okay, and you probably wash your hands multiple times throughout the day?
Very much, yes.
I think those are all the questions I have for you. So now the respondents might ask you some questions, and then the board may have some questions for you.
I do have a question actually. How long have you been a dental assistant for?
23 years.
And how long have you been to the nail salon prior to?
3 to 4 times.
A week? A year?
Yeah, total.
Total?
3 to 4 times total.
And have you gone to other nail salons also?
Never had my nails done.
Never had your nails done, or never had a manicure?
I never had a manicure or my nails done at a salon in my whole life until I came to you guys.
Okay, but you've been there 2 or 3 times before then? And you've had acrylic done how many times?
Maybe 2.
And being in
The first couple times were probably just painting my own nails.
And being a dental assistant, you weren't aware that you're not supposed to have acrylic?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. But it is protocol of that. Being in any healthcare facility, you're not supposed to
That,
handle the correct
okay. I had it done the one time.
twice. Once
Twice.
before that to remove it, and then once afterwards. But that's what we only been told.
Are there questions of Ms. Hall from the board? I assume your questions were completed. Does anybody have questions of Ms. Hall?
Just to clarify, when you mentioned your husband's a doctor, he's a dentist. Is that okay?
Ms. Hall, how quickly were you able to return to work?
Oh, God, not quick. No, I don't recall.
It was over 6 months, and she eventually had to leave the practice because she can't do the work anymore because of the finger. Feel free to look at it whenever.
I'm primary left-handed.
And were your doctors concerned about any systemic infection, that what happened in your finger might somehow go throughout the body somewhere, or had anybody mentioned that to you?
Well, Dr. Robertson, when I was recovering, I guess he talked to Rick about I could have lost my hand.
There was the possibility of removing the hand the next day if things didn't progress.
And did they give you a reason for that at all? I mean, what was how did they explain that to you, that you might have had to have lost your hand?
Oh, I didn't know that until after I was out of surgery, and I really didn't know that till a few days later. He never told me.
The MRSA infection, as most infections we're used to, they localize, and you see the pus and something, and if it's a boil, whatever, you can pop it. But a MRSA infection spreads into the tissue, so it never gets into a one spot to where your body or antibiotics can fight it effectively. And so it just spreads through the blood, through the lymph systems, and it's very difficult to stop it. We've all had the misfortune of reading about it in the paper for other people.
And what type of follow-up was required for you once that you've had your procedure, once all the, I'm going to assume Dr. Rick is also nurse doctor too, but once he completed his tasks, how long?
I was seeing Dr. Robertson, and then he would change the dressing. I saw him like once a week at his office, and then he wanted to put a permanent pin in the first joint because I lost so much bone here, I can't bend the first digit, and so I had to wear this pin with a little bubble on it or something for a while just to keep the joint straight.
Did you at all go back into the nail salon to maybe just let them know that this has happened? And what did you do about just contacting them again?
I just was so upset. I didn't want to face them, you know. And I didn't go in there and I didn't have fungus on there or anything. I just wanted them to cover, you know, fix the acrylic.
And had you done anything else between the time that you had the nails done at the salon and the time that you went into your doctor to have that ER and have that diagnosis? Did you work out?
ER?
Didn't you go into the emergency room?
Yeah, I went there on.
So between the time that you had their nails done and the time of your visit with the ER, had you done anything else like gardening, or did you work?
Oh, no.
Did you go into work and work?
Did I work? I worked the first week, right? Yeah, most of the first week I worked from the 1st until the 6th.
And have you had any? Did you have to check with any of the patients that you worked with to see if you may have given them MRSA? Did you feel that where you were working was at all vulnerable in the transmission of the MRSA that you contracted, did you feel that your workplace was at all vulnerable to the transmission of that?
I didn't know I had MRSA. Or if I had it.
Mr.
I was wondering on whose advice you were soaking your finger with. What gave you the idea that you needed to soak your finger in some salt?
My husband. Because usually that brings the swelling down.
Any other questions of Ms. Hall? Please,
I'm
Ms.
sorry, if you don't mind. Can you repeat to me? So you went and had your nails done, and soon after she removed the acrylic because it was what was happening with acrylic that she had removed?
You know how
After
the nail
swelled up or
grows,
something? Right.
the nail grows, and then they fill it to the base,
Right.
So she was, I guess she was trying to drill the dark line off.
She went too. You were thinking too
Yes.
deep down past because she was taking the acrylic down to put
I
the
thought she
more
was
on,
taking
right?
the acrylic down, yes.
And then, how soon after did you start having pain? That particular episode? Do you remember? Was
Within
it
2 days.
Within
In 2 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just wanting to clarify.
Any other questions of Ms. Hall?
Was there an actual, when she drilled down, did she actually penetrate the skin
Yes.
or cause a nick or something like that?
I could see that there was a hole in the nail.
So you felt that it was all the way through the nail right down to the nail bed?
Correct. Yeah. And that didn't hurt. And then he covered it with the acrylic, and that's when it started to swell up 2 days later.
Ms. Bradley,
I do have one more witness to call.
please. So this would be a third.
This
Does
is,
it happen?
no, actually, this will be 4. I thought I had 3, but apparently I had 4, so I apologize.
And I'm always happy to hear from your witnesses, Ms. Bradley.
Thank you. Nobody has any further questions for Ms. Hall? Okay. I'd like to call Dr. Hall, her husband. And Dr. Hall, could you please just state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Richard Hall, H-A-L-L.
And you're Ms. Hall's husband, obviously.
Yes, I am.
And I believe she testified that you had to change the dressings and help her with this injury.
Yes, I did.
Is there something you'd like to tell the board about this case?
No, I could discuss and bore you to death about MRSA or any other disease or how they are in hospitals and not. I can tell you that in my practice, you can wear acrylic on your nails, but there are no nails. I mean, you don't have extended nails. And you're always wearing a glove. And if any of you have ever had a cut on your finger or an infection on your finger or fingernail and try to put a glove on it and then try to work, you know how uncomfortable that is and how throbbing that gets to be on your finger. So you can't, there was no infection in her finger. I know that as a fact. As her husband, I see her all the time. There was nothing. The pain and discomfort she went through, I cannot even begin to describe what she did. I mean, stoic. I mean, she's heard me describe this to you, but if we've all taken a hot dog, made a slice in it, put it in the microwave, and that's what her finger looked like for 6 months. And you want to know why we didn't come back right away. It was very difficult. It was very, the pain, the emotional turmoil was immense. And as a result, I already explained that my wife was no longer working for me because she can't do the job anymore that she spent almost a quarter of a century doing. She can't, she has a hard time flossing her own teeth now. She can't get in there. Let alone floss somebody else's. So I'm willing to discuss any scientific preview on anything about the MRSA, where it is, how it occurs. I've been on the staff at Barton I was on the staff for 15 years. I've got a master's in bacteriology. I do know what I'm talking about. And the time frame fits perfectly. I that's important to me.
Jimmy, this is an opportunity for you or your family to ask any questions of Mr. Hall.
Yeah, you just say that she had no bacterial infection.
There was no infection on her finger the day that you come in. If you go by the 4 cardinal signs of infection, there was no infection.
Infection afterwards or prior?
Prior. There was nothing. There was nothing on her finger.
Now, she said that she drilled through her fingernail, and she indicated on the report here that there was no bleeding. So if there's no bleeding, there's no open wound. If there's
That's
no open
not
wound,
true. It depends upon the type of instrument that you're doing. Any of us that have had a little bit of road rash when we were growing up on a bicycle and, kiss the pavement a little bit, you'll have that abrasion, and then maybe 10 minutes later you get a little bit of oozing and bleeding out of it. So it depends upon the time. And you also cannot get a MRSA infection on intact skin, which was a little bit briefly alluded to in the letter that we got from the epidemiologist. In other words, if I had MRSA and put a pile of it here, it's not going to do anything. I'll wash it off. But if I make a little cut or nick where I cut myself shaving this morning, put a little bit there, there's a hell of a chance I'll get a MRSA infection. So you can't get a MRSA infection on intact skin. There has to be some abrasion or cut.
and you are aware that if our facility does have MRSA infections, any subsequent incidents where a customer will get cut can contract it, correct?
There's the possibility.
Yes, that's
So,
what I'm asking.
I mean, they have to have the cut. The bacteria has to be introduced. It has to be introduced in a large enough volume to step the initiation to have an active infection. There's lots of steps in there
Yeah, I understand.
that may or may not be reached. And the fact that this infection started, we believe, at the bottom of this fingernail, and then it was sealed over, a perfect breeding place for a little nosocomial type infection. Nosocomial being hospital-based, in this case it would be salon-based. Sealed it up, and that was it.
At your dental clinic, do you guys do any kind of MRSA screening of all patients, of yourself?
Of
all
ourselves?
staff? Yeah, of MRSA.
No, because it's becoming ubiquitous, as you read in the epidemiology paper. If you go to the hospital, you see people in those white papered gowns all the time. That means there's a MRSA infection somewhere. So it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
So you can't do it against it, but you can try not to nick people and seal up the infection.
Can I ask her the one thing? Okay.
Loudly.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask Nancy the one question?
Yes.
Or two? Okay. The first time I heard you say, you, Andrew, you get mad because when you get hurt, right? And then you don't want to come back to the nail salon. And then before that, you say you come to the nail salon and then you tell her about you have something. And then she give for you the one is Chinese medicine or oil. That's the two things you talk about.
No, I didn't say it. I didn't. What?
The first thing you say about you come back to the nail salon after 2 days, 3 days, right? And then she tell you, she give for you the one medicine, Chinese oil something.
Because it was.
Yeah, and then now you say about you don't come back to the nail salon after you get infection because you're not happy, you angry something. That's the two things you say not right. And the one thing, if you see all the picture right here with the finger like that, and then if like this, you have to cut it with a half finger. But see, and after...
No, guys, they fixed it, Mom.
Yeah, they fix it, but look this one,
Yeah,
how they fix
They
it.
can fix that, Mom. It's 2012. They can do anything. I'm not really quite sure what she's trying to ask.
Because I see that's not right, because this
Well,
is a
would
picture.
you like to just speak to her first? Because I do want to give her the opportunity to say what she wants to say. But do you want to just...
Well, the thing is, she finds a discrepancy between this photo and this, so she thinks it's altered, which I'm assuming, which is not correct, and it's best that we just kind of skip what she's trying to ask.
Why doesn't she ask if the photo has been altered of Miss Hall?
mean,
I
if
didn't
that's
know.
Why
what
don't you ask
she,
her mom? Why don't you ask her as a picture of
No, it's not altered.
does that help your mom, to answer your mom's question?
If I have a piece of hair, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Are there other questions of Ms. Hall? All right.
We're on Dr. Hall.
Our doctor.
And I
Dr.
do have one redirect when it gets time.
And I think it is time, because no one has indicated any questions of Dr. Hall.
Dr. Hall, you said something about working at Barton, and I just thought you could clarify because I wasn't familiar with that
No,
term, what that meant.
I've spent 18 years on the Barton Hospital staff.
Okay.
I
the
resigned
hospital.
about 8 years ago, but I was still there. I was chief of staff, and we went through all these hospital protocols and rigmarole for them.
I just wasn't familiar with the name. I think you said you were on staff at Barton, and I didn't know. So it's a hospital.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Dr. Hall, please?
I'm just curious why you didn't prescribe an antibiotic for her. In the first couple of days you see it, or you know.
It was a redness, you presume cause and effect. She had her nails done, something with the nail. We try not to just go ahead and prescribe. It's not polite to prescribe for your own family. And in any case, the antibiotics that would have prescribed wouldn't have been effective. So it would have been the overuse syndrome.
Right, but instead you advised her to use.
Cause and effect. She just had her nails done. Maybe there's something stuck in that.
Ms. Bradley, would you like to call anyone else as a witness?
No, thank you. I'm done with my witnesses. I believe they can present their case, and I would like to make a brief closing statement before the board deliberates.
Certainly. It is at this time. I'm not logging this time that your opportunity has come.
Okay.
So if you would like the opportunity to share your side of the story.
Okay, well.
And perhaps we might hear from the nail technician, him or herself, one that performed the service.
Do you guys,
I think that's the idea.
okay. You guys want to tell them what happened? Yeah.
Let me talk to him and then he explain for you because I don't speak well English, so.
Okay.
Well enough to understand.
No.
Just say it.
Cứ nói đi.
Nói đại đi.
No, cứ.
She's nervous, so she doesn't think it's going to come out.
You know, what that sounds fine. We'll accept that testimony as if you will translate appropriately.
I will.
Nói với ổng là khi mà mợ chờ khách vô á thì á mợ có giờ cho mợ dũa từ từ cho bà.
So a little faster. Yeah, you're going to have to translate that up quite a bit fast. That's okay.
Also, you wanna speak?
Yeah, kind of slow, and then let him tell us what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Okay, phải nói nhanh.
Okay, khách vô, mợ chờ khách của mợ vô, cho nên mợ có time mợ dũa cho bà.
Okay. So he was busy. She took over his responsibility just to remove the old acrylic, but because she was just getting it filled, she just filed down her nail just to get it rubbed to apply the new one, and that was just it.
Rồi mợ đi thấy ngón tay.
Mama took a file all of this.
No, mợ chỉ là dũa hết cái 10 cái ngón tay của bà nhưng mà cái ngón của bà.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically she just does the routine filing of how you would when you put on a new acrylic or try to fill it in. She did see the irritation, the redness, so she didn't.
I asked her.
Yeah, she asked her, but she just told. But supposedly, from what Nancy had told her, Miss Hall had told her that it was just an irritation, and it was nothing to be of any concern.
So cái ngón tay vậy mợ không có thể nào dũa nhiều.
Yeah, so she knows that you don't file too much, so she just did it just enough to apply the new acrylic. That's it.
Tại vì cái mợ nghĩ cái ngón tay vậy là mợ không có cần thiết phải dũa nhiều,
Yeah.
mợ nói mợ dũa nhiều.
Yeah, so she just basically she's telling me is she's been doing it for many years. She knows well enough that when you do a fill, applying new acrylic, you don't file or you don't use a Dremel all the way down. She's never had a case like this happen occur, and she knows very well that you don't. I mean, why would she had no intention of filing away that supposedly dark band. If there's going to be acrylic placed on it, why are you going to try to remove something when it's going to get covered? And she knows well enough that with the irritation, she's not going to file too much. She had no intention of even removing this supposed black band that was on her finger.
Mà nói mà không có thấy cái gì là xanh ở trên
No,
nó
she
đỏ
said
thôi.
she didn't even see anything that was dark or blue. She just saw the redness on her cuticle.
Nha. Chỉ có xanh mà vũa sơ sơ thì không có vũa tới nỗi mà lủng cái lỗ mà nó
Yeah,
không vũa lủng
I
cái
just
lỗ.
said that.
That's all. And then the few days later, she came like, I don't know,
But then
about...
so then she went to my Uncle Louis to have the acrylic put on, right? But where was the redness? Was it on the cuticle? Was it under the nail?
No, nothing in the nail.
Yeah, so it was on the cuticle, right?
Yeah, the cuticle, just a line low with the cuticle over the nail.
So he applied the new acrylic nails on the nail. So supposedly, from their understanding, from what they observed, was the redness was on the cuticle. It wasn't anywhere remotely, or I guess it wasn't anywhere where the nail was being worked on.
Bà bị gì đúng?
I don't know what you mean.
I have the question. When she come to my table, I take over her nail. Her nail is still everything good, but a little bit pink on the finger, a little bit pink. And then ask her, she say that's the allergy. That's why don't worry. You feel for me. Couple days to come back because I go home for the party. Yeah, and then I want done my nail, and then she makes me do it. I said no, I don't want. She said tomorrow or a couple days later she come back for like up the whole nail. But around a week or over, she come back. She say she get the infection, but I don't know how. From the day I do her nail until 6 or 7 days, how they infection. But before that, I did for her 4 times. But she come back every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, no problem. And the finger very good, but I don't know what going on when she go home and she come back. She said she get the infection. Yeah.
So you're testifying that
I don't
didn't drill through her fingernail?
No.
And that you noticed that there was an infection there.
Yeah.
But then you did the nail anyway.
Yeah. I see her nail, her finger a little bit pink. And she said that's the allergy. And then her nail, I don't see everything. Look good.
Right, just what you saw.
That's why I do for her.
At this time, would Dr. and Mrs. Hall ask questions of them? Or do you have any questions of them?
So, I believe, let's just review the statements. Ms. Wynn, do you remember when you were working on Ms. Hall's nails that she flinched or she seemed to maybe be hurt for a second? Do you remember anything like that?
Nothing, she didn't say, nothing hurt. She just like, I work because I wait for my customer come in. So that's why I have a little time to check out color and drill on her nail. And by the time I hold that finger, I see a little red. And then I saw what happened, and she said she had an allergy. That's okay, no problem. So, if you do the job long time, if you see the nail red or something happen or something you feel like question about that finger, do you do over and over that finger? No, of course not.
So you don't remember asking her if it was hot when you were drilling on her nail?
No, she didn't say hot, nothing.
Well, I think her statement was that you asked about the hotness. That's what
No.
I just wanted. So you're saying you didn't. Okay. And you're saying you don't remember her flinching when you were drilling on her nails.
Because when you do the customer, if something she hurt or something, so you will see the reaction. like she moved her finger or she say something.
Uh-huh.
But I didn't say no. I didn't hear she say nothing.
Okay. And was it normal for you to work in that number 4, the back station, the rear station of the salon? Is that normally where you and you
Yeah,
husband
that
work?
the one I see. Yeah.
Okay, so it was that back rear station.
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe that you told the inspector on the phone that you note the statement that Mr. Green reported that you said was that Ms. Hall's left index fingernail was red. And now you're saying, I think that it was her finger. So I just want to clarify. Because I believe you told Mr. Green that it was the fingernail.
Can you explain for me? I don't understand.
Mọi người nói cảm giác cái móng tay nó hơi đỏ, mà giờ mọi người nói cái cure của nó.
Cái da.
Da nào?
Dạ, cái da là cái này à.
Vòng vòng cái da.
She said it's the skin around the cuticle.
Skin around the cuticle.
Yeah, so
it wasn't the nail.
No, it wasn't the nail itself. It's the skin that's just right above the nail. So it's your cuticle. That's what it's referring to.
And does she remember asking Mr. Tran, I guess her husband, about whether they should do the service? Does she remember having that conversation with him?
You did ask him about doing it, right? Do you remember asking him if he should do it, or do you remember asking him not to do it?
Dạ, mình nói với ông này á, thì có cái ngón tay bả như vậy á, thì nếu thấy không nên làm thì không nên làm.
She basically advised him, that he shouldn't be doing it unless he feels, that it's not any kind of infection. That it's, it's his call. Supposedly what she is saying. Remember what she recalled telling you. But according to his statement, he just went by her consent and just applied the new acrylic.
Okay. So, Mr. Tran, do you remember, I believe both of you, Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Tran, said something about her going to a party. I didn't hear you talk about that today, but that's what I think you told Mr. Green.
Also, do you remember her telling you that she had a party to go to or not?
Yeah.
You guys both did?
Yeah.
They both.
And Mr. Tran, do you remember talking to her and telling her she shouldn't have the service? I don't know that I heard that today either.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
No,
You have to
did
ask
you tell
him
her?
if you understand or
Tôi
not.
cứ nói bả có bị cái móng tay bả làm được không? Yes, he did inform her that she had an infection or something on her redness, irritation that he was reluctant to work on it.
And I believe both of you, Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Tran, told Mr. Green that you were aware of proper sanitation and those procedures. Is that true?
When he asked you guys about cleaning and mấy cái đồ này nó lao and mấy disinfectant, mà tôi mới nói có hiểu không?
Bà không có hỏi cái vụ đó.
Không phải
Không hỏi. Nhưng mà tụi em có hiểu không?
có màu xanh đó, có màu tôi
Không hỏi em không có.
Yes. So she was aware of, the protocols and procedures as far as sanitation goes.
Okay. But did you hear Ms. Scott's testimony earlier that when she inspected the salon on March 14, 2012, she found dirty implements not properly stored and other implements not properly stored at that workstation?
No, that's already.
I left her store the summer or
November.
They weren't
working there that day.
They weren't
Okay,
there that
but
day.
we heard testimony from Mr. Green then that on October 15, 2010, which was approximately 2 weeks prior to Ms. Hall's visit to the salon, that there were noted sanitation issues. So I guess I'm wanting to know how they can reconcile their awareness
proper sanitation with the fact that the salon was noted to have sanitation problems 2 weeks prior to the visit. So do they have an answer for that?
After the big no, I don't know. No, they weren't aware of it prior to them working on it.
I don't think I have any further questions for them.
Does the board have any questions of Ms. Tram or Jim?
This Chinese oil, where do you get it and how do you dispense it?
Do you have it? It's basically a menthol. It's clear. There's camphor. There's some menthol, but there's a little bit of alcohol in it or ethanol in it. But it almost works like Bengay. It's something that they use. It's something they get from the Asian stores.
Like a Tiger Balm?
Kind of, yeah. It's the little clear bottles. It's flat. Yeah, she brought it.
And then do you dispense it? And do you get a big bottle of it and you dispense it? Or are they individuals? How do you
It's a little bottle, maybe an ounce, but I don't know how to explain this actually. They think it's a cure-all magic oil.
That's not my question. My question is,
exactly.
This is a bottle here.
Yes.
Okay, do they take that bottle and it's sealed and you buy it from someone and then you hand that to a client? Is that what
No,
you do?
they don't do that. They use it for personal use only.
Okay, but you gave some to Mrs. Hall.
Supposedly one of them did.
And was it, when you gave it to her, was it in a sealed container or do you put some into a little bottle for her?
Cho nó có tôi cho bà cái bình mới ở bình gỗ.
Mới. Cái bình mới, nói mới. Cái bình đó mình cũng
It was a new bottle, so it wasn't open. So.
Okay. Nhưng mà con nói gì? Thì thường người Á Đông mình nó chỉ dùng cho ngoài da.
Yeah, they use it topical. I mean, they kind of use it for almost everything. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I use all the time for when my mom's not.
Mình chỉ dùng ngoài da thôi mà.
That's my question.
Any other questions besides those that Ms. Booth asked? Ms. Bradley, you had to recross.
I have no questions for the respondents, but I would like to call Dr. Holligan briefly in a rebuttal case, if I might, once the respondents are done.
And do the respondents have any additional questions or any comments that you'd like us to make?
Yeah, I'll try and be quick. So we've been open for 4 years. We've never had a case of this. It's apparent that these two licensees, they've had 20 years of experience. I don't understand why all of a sudden now that they would compromise their profession by making such a big mistake. Of course, according to the record, we do have a lot of infractions. I understand that. But according to what Ms. Scott says, every nail salon will have one particular problem that's a little bit more prevalent than others. But with all the unlicensed infractions aside, I mean, we're a really busy nail salon. Of course, I can't really speak for that, but just from being there, I know we're really busy. Half the time just the first couple of years, we've been really understaffed. So that's where most of the prevalent problems have been occurring as far as dust-wise. But, if there was any other cases that had happened, you would have been more aware of it, especially now with MRSA. And if you guys have ever had your cuticle or a manicure, a lot of times, someone will maybe cut too much or clean too much, and you'll bleed a little bit from your cuticles. But if that was the case, more occurrence would happen as far as other people from our nail salon contracting this MRSA. MRSA is once you get it, it's kind of hard to get rid of. So if in fact we did have it, every subsequent, customer coming in, subsequent weeks, years, months, people would be more prone to getting it from our nail salon. But that's employees. So, I mean, that's the way I see it. I don't know if that makes sense, but, that's the way I see it. It's unfortunate that she has to go through that, but as far as the case goes, I'm seeing all this and putting everything together, it just doesn't make sense that how she got contracted from our place in the first place. And she noted that she had been to our nail salon a few times before. But it's not, I don't think the MRSA incident is something that's common in the manicure, pedicure business. I don't think there's that many. Actually, I think it's really rare that it actually occurred. So it's just a coincidence that it happened to us and them.
You had a final statement?
Well, I wanted to read from Dr. Hall briefly. I have medical records from Ms. Hall to admit. I didn't do that, and I do have a couple of follow-up questions for him.
Now.
Okay. And I want to make a note that while normally all the exhibits the board sees are public records, pursuant to NRS Chapter 622, medical records are not. And so I just want to say these will be attached as part of the board minutes and the board record, but Ms. Hall's medical records don't become a public record or public document that can be released. So just so that's clear. Dr. Hall, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are copies of patient notes from the hospital billing, medications from the critical care units and for the home health nursing.
I'm showing the respondents what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10, which is medical records relating to Ms. Hall. Do you have any objection to those being admitted?
No.
So admitted.
Thank you. And Dr. Hall, there's been some conversations about the fact that Ms. Hall may have had an infection in her finger prior to the salon visit.
Yes, there has been.
And are you familiar with fungal infections in your treatment and knowledge as a physician or a dentist, I should say?
Yes, I am.
And based on your knowledge of a fungal infection, how are those? Is that only a lengthy treatment period?
Fungus infections are very difficult to treatment. They last a long time, and the medications to heal them are not patient-friendly.
So if Ms. Hall had had an infection, a fungal infection in her finger on November 1st, would that be noted somewhere in those medical records?
It would have been noted in her first visit to the ER.
And do you see that noted in those records?
There were no notes of a pre-existing condition or existing condition when she came in.
So the physician that worked with her didn't notice any fungal infection?
There were no fungal infections, no green coloration.
I have no further questions for Dr. Hall. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Dr. Hall, about that?
No.
Okay. If the board has questions for Dr. Hall about that. You can review them. I just want to make sure they maintain their confidentiality. So those are something that should be shredded after the hearing, the board member copies, and then the official board minutes will have Exhibit 10 as attached, but it does not become something that can be released to the public. Pursuant to 622, which says that medical records are confidential. Yes.
Ms. Hall, I believe that you had this nail service performed on November 1st of 2010.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, did you say that yes, you did work? You went back to work?
Yes.
You did. So when you went back to work and then you went to the doctor, to the emergency room on November 3rd? November 7th.
Sunday. And I went to ER. Saturday I went to the ER.
So approximately how many days did you work in the dental office between the time of your service and going into the emergency room to see what was up with your finger?
3 days.
3 days.
But you said after 2 days is when the finger started swelling.
Yes.
So you had been working for 2 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Hall or Dr. Hall or any of the respondents?
Inspector Green. Sitting here listening to all of this, I don't know how I can rule on MRSA. I'm not a medical doctor. That's a little concerning to me that I would sit here and try to decide how the MRSA was caused, because I don't have that medical background. What are you asking of us here?
I believe Ms. Bradley will address substantial evidence.
I have a closing statement I'd like to make regarding the law and the standard and what the board should do.
Okay, maybe that would help a lot.
Okay,
So
so once
then
the questions are done.
Yeah, you give us a question. Okay, and we'll make yours the last.
Okay. Have you filed an insurance claim? Just out of curiosity. You filed, I mean, we all carry malpractice insurance for issues of malpractice. Do you?
We filed a malpractice claim against their carrier.
Against their insurance company?
They haven't responded to the attorney's letter and questions.
We sent them two letters.
We've sent them 2 letters and we haven't heard a response. Okay, so have you turned this over to your insurance company? Do you carry insurance for them?
Maybe. Excuse me, I'm sorry. What was the question?
The question is, I was wondering if you've turned this over to an insurance company, because I'm presuming that you have malpractice insurance, and that.
Yeah, we have. Supposedly they're looking into our file and it's still pending.
All right, then your closing statement, please, Ms. Bradley.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. Is there one thing I can ask you mentioned? It says it on here on the 7th when she did get admitted to the hospital. It says that she feels that she may have trimmed her fingernail too short. Does that mean she did it to herself? One day after she had her nails done?
Would you like to explain that?
It's on,
Yes.
I'm not sure which page.
It's the medical records. It has
Yeah.
Correct. It was the medical records that they made a mistake on that. Because I was so upset, they misinterpreted what I said.
So you didn't actually remove yourself and
No,
trimmed it?
no, Jim.
Because this is pretty substantial words here.
And now your closing statement, please, Ms. Bradley.
Okay. So I'd like to remind the board that the burden of proof in an administrative hearing in an administrative case is substantial evidence, which means that it's evidence in the record such that a reasonable person can conclude that an act occurred or did not occur. So substantial evidence is not like beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal court. It's just substantial evidence that a reasonable person can conclude it happened. It doesn't mean that a reasonable person could conclude that it didn't happen. It's not a burden like that. It's not even as high as it is in a civil hearing where it's like a preponderance. It's just a different burden. And so basically what the board is looking at today is to determine whether there's substantial evidence supporting the allegations in the complaint. The complaint alleges approximately 48 facts, factual allegations, and then there are 5 claims for relief. And the claims for relief are alleged based on the facts. So basically what we've done is we've alleged facts that we believe that we can prove based on the testimony today, and those facts we believe support the 5 violations of law that are alleged. So the first one that's alleged is that the respondents did not employ proper sanitizing and or infection control procedures under violations of law. And I believe that the evidence presented today shows that the salon has had several citations and notes. They haven't necessarily resulted in a formal citation, but there have been sanitation issues noted in the salon. Most notably, October 15, 2010, approximately 2 weeks prior to Ms. Hall's visit to the salon, there were some sanitation issues noted. And then on March 14, 2012, when they investigated the complaint, there were some sanitation issues noted, particularly in regard to that workstation, where there were single-use implements found that were used and not destroyed right away, and other things that were not stored properly in that workstation. So we would submit that based on the testimony, there's substantial evidence to find that first claim for relief has been proven. The second claim for relief is that respondent allegedly performed a nail service on a client with an infectious or communicable disease, or admitted to performing nail service with infectious or communicable disease. And this is based on the statements that the respondents made to Mr. Green when he was investigating the complaint. There were statements by them, I think, in their defense that they had done the service, even seeing something there. So I would submit to the board that we have presented substantial evidence to prove that they at least performed this or admitted to performing this. And of course, doing that action would be a violation of the law as it's written there. The third claim for relief is, again, having to do with performing the service on somebody with inflamed skin or infected skin. There were comments made, again, I think, in defense, but still that it's admitting a violation by making those statements, admitting that the skin was red or inflamed, and that the service was still performed. Again, the fourth claim for relief is failing to employ proper sanitizing or infection control procedures. We're alleging that that's gross malpractice, that licensees should know that proper sanitation procedures must be employed in the salon, so in order to avoid an injury such as this one or others that could happen. And so to my legal belief would be that this is gross malpractice. This isn't just something that's accidental, and there's more than one of these things noted in the report. And then the final one is that they engage in activity that is unfair or unjust. Again, activity that a licensee should know is not appropriate. We haven't alleged the MRSA infection in part because that's not something that's in the law. We try to prevent MRSA infections and other infections by saying you need to follow proper sanitation. So I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or by substantial evidence or any burden that she actually contracted the MRSA in the salon. But I do have to prove that the sanitation in the salon was less than adequate, that there are notations that there were dirty implements where they should not be on the day of the inspection, that 15 days prior to the day that she came in, there were sanitation issues noted. And I say that we can't prove. The doctor or the epidemiologist said it's impossible to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm lucky I don't have to prove it that high. And really the issue is, was there bad sanitation and those practices being employed? And did that hurt the public? Isn't something that's really required for me to allege, but we can hear that it did. That these violations, not only, when I say there's substantial evidence to prove all 5 of the claims for relief that we've alleged, that you have in front of you someone who was harmed and someone who had a serious injury. And this is why we have these rules in place. We have these rules in place to make sure that salons are clean and safe and sanitary. We also have rules in place saying you don't work on somebody that has a wound or has something like that, because you could give them an infection, they could give one to you. It's a problem if someone has open skin or an open wound or something that looks problematic. And so that's why we have those rules. And so I would submit that based on inspectors, we've heard from Ms. Hall, we've heard from her husband who has medical training and is aware of some of these issues. I would submit that there is substantial evidence in the record such that the board can vote to find that the factual allegations in the complaint have been proven and that all 5 claims for relief have been proven as well. Thank you.
Ms. Bradley, I did have one question. As I go through this medical record, I don't see where anybody took off acrylic nail in order to treat her index finger. Like nothing ever says that they removed a nail to treat.
I believe the testimony that Ms. Hall provided was that when she went back on November 3rd, I think it was a couple days later when her finger was hurting, that the acrylic was removed at that time, and that's when she was given the Chinese oil to put on. So I believe her testimony was the acrylic was removed then, and so that it wasn't necessary that the hospital remove it. And then she also testified what they did to try to relieve the pressure was, I believe they cut the nail and basically removed the nail, so the nail wasn't there anyway. So I think that's what the testimony has been, and I guess that's my answer.
Are there any other questions or concerns? Any questions of the respondents, of the inspectors, or Mr. and Mrs. Hall?
I think that the respondents should get a chance to make a closing statement.
And would you like that? With
you like to consult with your family members?
I don't know what you would say, but I can speak for them.
On their behalf, feel free.
Yeah. So, I just read through this again, and it's obvious that, well, just because you said that they never mentioned anything about removing the acrylic.
I think that was just answered, though, that Mr. Tran removed the acrylic. Is
So-
that what I heard correctly? Yeah.
So, I mean, it almost seems like subsequently, when he did remove it, she probably went home, and I'm assuming that she did cut her fingernail too short, maybe to alleviate whatever pain it was. So I don't know if that might have exacerbated the problem, but, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's just, we do have a sanitation problem with the nail salon. It's obvious, it's something that should be dealt with immediately. But like Ms. Scott said, every nail salon has one main, problem that's different at every nail salon. But I don't think how that can actually compromise how she could have contracted that form of staph infection. And like I mentioned earlier, just the fact that she did contract MRSA, we haven't had any subsequent cases of other customers having it that we know of exactly, and the fact that she went back to work after she had her nails done and she had her gloves put on, that could actually have worsened the problem too, just because she just isolated with the glove on. So, I just don't see any substantial claim how our nail salons have been, especially with the dust. I mean, it's on the ground. Our nail salon, we leave the front door ajar and the back door ajar just to have ventilation coming in and out. But the first couple of years of the nail salon, as I've been doing the accounting, is just helping them out. They've been understaffed and they always book and not leaving enough time. That's why it's unfortunate that when the inspectors do come in, they always come across these, infractions because no one ever has time to deal with it, which is sort of unfortunate because they should leave time aside to always make sure that the place is more sanitized and more clean and more appealing. But,
I'm not sure if this closing statement is helping you.
I know, probably isn't. I know. I should just tell them that. But I don't think the allegations, towards us is really, it's justified, to be honest. So.
Well, that concludes those comments. I would like to entertain a vote on whether or not the findings of fact have been, those factual allegations have been proven or not. If there is a motion to that effect.
I'll make a motion that the findings of fact are correct.
I second.
There has been a motion and a second that the factual allegations have been identified. I'd like to ask for a vote.
Can I amend mine real quick to 5 allegations? I'd like to put the number 5 there.
You need to do the factual allegations, which is 1 through 48.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
1 through 49.
Oh, 1 through 49?
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, 1 through 49, thank you. That's what you need to do first.
Okay, and those are on pages 2 through page 7. And that includes the subpoints for items 48 and 49.
And should I say 1 through 49 amendment? I'd like to amend my amendment to say 1 through 49.
And would the second to that amendment?
I would amend my second to include items.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. At this time, I just want to ask our Attorney General, is the establishment receiving the complaint, or is the licensee who performed the service?
I believe it's
The
It's
established.
all three.
It's all three, okay.
If you look at the caption of the complaint, it's Daily Dale's license number S-11663.
Okay.
And the owner, the owner is not, is included. She's not a legal licensee. And then the two licensees that perform the service are also cited. So there's
Two
four
licensees
individuals,
and
but
the
3 licensed entities.
Okay. So now I'd like to entertain a motion for the guilt or innocence of the violations of the law, and I'd like to do those individually for each claim for relief. And so, am I correct that there would then be 5 motions?
Yes, and I would recommend that. Do
And
it
so
individually.
5 separate motions for those voting members. The first claim for relief is by failing to employ proper sanitizing or infection control procedures, the respondents allegedly violated NAC 644.340, and that is the violation of NRS 644.4301A. Is there a motion for that first claim for relief?
I'll make a motion for the first claim of relief of 644.340, proper sanitation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion? Will all signify by raising your hand and saying aye? Aye. All those opposed? That first claim for relief has been... The second claim for relief has... I will entertain a motion whether the respondents violated NAC 644.360.
I'll make a motion to find the defendants guilty of violating NAC 644.4301.
Okay, that's...
Do you want the other one too?
Is that for the disciplinary
Oh, and that's
action?
644.367. Yeah, that's right.
Is there a second to that? Is there any discussion?
I'd like to discuss this a little bit in the fact that it's an infectious and communicable disease. I don't necessarily believe that they felt that the person had an infectious or communicable disease, nor do I think that there was any significant evidence provided that says that they should know or be able to diagnose the infectious or communicable disease. Being that there are other claims for relief, being that those are inflamed, other types of symptoms to that exact circumstance at that moment in time. So I'm not comfortable with finding them guilty because of inability to determine whether or not their qualifications, nor are the qualifications that we demand of our nail technicians to be able to determine infectious and communicable disease.
You'll be able to express that opinion in your vote. So at this time, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. That motion carries by majority. In the third claim for relief, did the respondents violate NAC 644.365? Performing a nail service with inflamed or infected skin or secretions. I might entertain a motion to that effect, or not.
I make a motion to find on the third claim of relief for 644.365 and 644.4301 and A, nail service with inflamed or infected skin.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. For the fourth claim of relief, I'd entertain a motion for whether or not the respondents committed gross malpractice under NRS 644.4301C. Is there a motion to that effect?
motion that the responsive committed gross malpractice pursuant to NRS 644.1301C.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And so, just as a matter of formality, this is alleging that the client had inflamed or infected skin and or skin containing fungus. Is there any other discussion?
It also says that failing to employ proper sanitizing. It's all of those.
Oh, and failure to employ proper sanitizing. Thank you for the additional explanation. I think I was about to ask for the vote. No more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries. That fifth claim of relief, the respondents, whether or not the respondents engaged in an activity that was unfair or unjust practice and failure to employ proper sanitizing and or infection control procedures by performing a nail service on a client with alleged inflamed or infected skin or skin-containing fungus. I might entertain a motion to that effect. I will.
I make a motion, the fifth claim of relief for 644.4301K, employing proper sanitation and or infection control procedures, find guilty.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And that motion carries. Now is the time for the penalty phase. We did pass 5 separate motions for each claim for relief. So I might just consult with the Attorney General.
So what I was thinking is that maybe you want to take the entity separately and then each of the licensees separately and review whether or not you want to discipline them in accordance with NRS 644.430 subsection 2. I think it would make for a cleaner record.
So may I ask, so each person here has all 5 against them?
Correct. That's what you found. Well, one's not licensed, so not personally for her. She's an owner.
But that's the establishment license.
That's the establishment, correct.
Based on their records, some have had more than one violation, so how are we going to know where to place a penalty? Are we going to look at each penalty for each person?
I believe the penalties are laid out on page 8 to page 9. There's like what
At the
that
bottom?
tells you all the things you can do.
Basically, that's what's in subsection 2 at the bottom of page 8.
Can I say something? There are no first or second violations for these infractions.
Okay.
I just wanted to have for a discussion here. I personally, having been on the board for a while, I quite often see that you find somebody or you take their license away and they're back out there working again. And I sometimes feel like the fine actually solves the problem a little bit more if you can make it tough enough. I think that for each one of these, they should be charged $2,000 as a fine because of the problems and that it's continued and it hasn't been resolved. So that would mean that each one would be responsible to pay $10,000 plus attorney's fees that the state charges us. That would be what my thinking is and my recommendation.
Now, Sarah, this $2,000 as it's applied in this context, is that per claim?
It's per claim, and I think it's per licensee. I haven't had.
I mean, that's how I would view it too. I mean,
yeah, I haven't
typically you
had
don't have
this.
all, you know.
I know I haven't had this situation before where I've had 3 separate people with
either.
Okay.
But you can review maybe the language in 430 sub 2.
Okay. So in the first motion that I'd like to entertain is establishing the discipline or the fine for the first claim of relief, failing to employ proper sanitizing or infection control procedures. Is there a motion to impose a fine or other disciplinary action for the first claim of relief
We do them all together?
I think you need to do each person.
I would do each licensee. So I would
Okay.
do the entity
So
separately
we're-
and then each of the two licensees separately.
So upon the recommendation of the Deputy Attorneys General, the Dainty Nails license S11663 will attend to that first. And with that license, if there is a motion for that establishment failing to employ proper sanitizing or infection control procedures, would someone make a motion for the appropriate disciplinary action, which may include a fine or other type of imposed disciplinary action?
I make a motion to fine $2,000 plus attorney's fees to Dainty Nails.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion?
Are we going to discuss at all revocation of license?
That could be another and that could be an imposed disciplinary action, yes. So would you like to bring that up? You can bring that up.
Should I take my emotion off?
No, not necessarily. So the question on the table during the discussion after...
Mr. Zoll has a comment to make.
I would recommend putting them all together in one motion, not just doing each one separately.
Not each claim for relief, each person, I think is what she's saying.
sorry.
So do
Okay.
the establishment on all five.
Oh,
and then
okay.
do
Yeah,
each
because
one,
all
right?
five have
Well-
been found to be...
Yeah, do
Oh,
the
okay.
establishment on all five.
Oh, okay,
So I would
pardon me.
want to amend mine to say 10,000 plus attorney's fees.
Right, and if you want anything else in addition to that, per the subsection 2, or whatever's at the bottom of page 8, if you want it, I would do that all in one motion. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Okay, so because we have a motion on and a second on the table, would the person who made that motion be willing to withdraw it to include all 5 claims of relief rather than how I suggested it, which was the first claim of relief?
Yeah, I just amended it to say.
To include all 5.
To include all 5
And
2,000.
would the second reflect that amendment?
Who seconded?
Yes. I second, yes.
Okay. And now with discussion,
I'm wondering about the suspension of the license as well as a possible disciplinary action.
so there's a question of whether the license has the potential for additional disciplinary action, including revocation or suspension.
And that's right, where I was trying to say is that what I've seen on this board is that you suspend it and they just go work somewhere else. And I quite often found that if you do the fine, that seemed to stop some of these repeat offenders by making the fine a little heavier on them when they have been repeat offenders. So that's just my opinion.
Or are we talking about the establishment first, though? Not the actual words.
We're talking about the establishment.
Okay.
So that's just my
If you find that heavy, would you just close the establishment?
So if you close the establishment, that still has to be paid, it can't be reopened by someone else.
They don't get to get their license renewed until they pay their fine.
Well, the way a revocation works is if you're going to do a revocation, is that what you're saying? You have to put a time frame. The law requires that it's at least 1 year and not more than 10. A revocation is not indefinite.
Right.
And then a suspension is generally less than 1 year.
We've got one almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 2.5 hours.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to, we have a motion on the table. We have a second. There is some discussion, additional discussion that we're going to put on hold. I'm going to ask the voting members not to discuss this while we take a short 5-minute break. As a friendly reminder to the board, we have a motion on the table with a second. However, I am going to ask that the motion be amended to include a 3-part motion. And to explain that, because there was the question of revocation versus suspension of the license or even probation for the license. Revocation is generally used for a 1 to 10 year period of time, and suspension is less than 1 year. So in the motion, I would like the motion to include a monetary amount, attorney's fees and costs if that's going to be included, and whether or not revocation, suspension, or probation will be included in the disciplinary action. So with the motion that's on the table, would that motion holder be willing to include any other aspect of the
I will
discipline?
amend it to say that there will be revocation until the fine is paid.
That's a suspension.
No, not the suspension, suspension. And I'm sorry, until the fine is paid.
And
If that's acceptable wording.
and then there was a third part.
So there'd be the $10,000 fee, the fine has to be paid, and then the attorney is being paid.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, one clarification. So if they walk in tomorrow afternoon with a $10,000 check, that's okay with you?
For the establishment, each person will be paying $10,000.
I'm saying
For the establishment, yes. That's how I'm wording it.
And so there was a motion that has been amended. It was seconded. I do want to remind you, you did include attorney's fees and costs. Is that correct?
Attorney's fees, cost, and then the fee has to be paid before the doors can be opened.
And then I do want to remind the establishment that in the event that this were to pass, an order would be issued. And the suspension begins on the date that the order was received. Is that correct?
The date that it's fully executed.
Fully executed. So the suspension does not begin now in the event that that were to pass. It would begin when the order was fully executed. Okay? So there's a period of time that would take place before any revocation or suspension.
So how do we know?
Currently on the table, there's a suspension that's part of the motion. Would the person that was made that second be willing to second that motion with those amendments included?
It was me, but I just wanted to know if we could make an adjustment. So I guess it's a no.
Well,
it's adjustment.
you can go ahead and second it and then discuss.
Okay, I'll second it.
And so what was your concern?
Well, I'd like to see them be able to have stronger regulation on their sanitation control in some way, whether that's something that we can put into practice by they can't go back until they've completed some sort of, I know we give them a minor course. I just don't want to see them going back to work immediately without some sort of altering in how they're doing business now.
I have a thought right there. Could this be done? Could our inspectors go out and inspect more often on these folks as they're getting started up this next year?
That would be targeting a licensee.
Is that?
Well, I think if you call it a probation, I mean, you could
Right.
say
You
as part
can-
of a
you
period
can
of
put
probation
terms.
that they have to be inspected once a month, but they just
Okay.
won't know the day.
They won't know the day, and that allows them to stay open, but then you're monitoring them. And if you want them to have classes that they want to take, you put anything into probation, and you can make it for a year or however. That way, they can, and basically, you put in the terms of probation that they will not get off probation until everything's fully paid, and this way they can stay open, and you can monitor them.
Mr. Jimmy?
One of the ways you can do it is have a consultation requirement that they have to come in to the board and be part of the consultation, so we cover all of the rules. Secondly, they'd be subject to inspection at the direction of the board itself. So that means that it's a surprise inspection anytime. You're not targeting, you're just saying that you're just like supervised probation or in the criminal side of the equation, where you're subject to an inspection at any time. This time, then what we would do is then schedule surprise inspections that are routine-based, see, and if the conduct is good, it becomes less. If its conduct is not good, it's more frequent.
Would you like to amend the motion
I would
to
like to
include
amend.
that supervisory probationary practice?
We'll have that probationary period to be for 1 year, and with consultation, they'll have to come in and meet with the board here on on proper procedures of how to do that.
And when you say board, do you mean
Cosmetology board.
administrative staff?
Yes, the
Yes.
administrative staff, thank you.
Okay.
I have a clarification on that. Did you include the suspension, or did you remove the suspension to be replaced by the probation?
They're the same.
They're not
Oh,
suspended.
they're-
They're not
It's suspended
Oh.
until they pay their 10,000. In
Right.
other words, they've got to pay their
Plus the probation.
plus the probation for 1
Instead.
year, and plus the consultation, plus attorney's fees.
I'm not comfortable trying to put these people out of business. I would like them to be, pay closer attention to their sanitation procedures, but I'm not comfortable in feeling that I should try to put them.
So you would say
So I would say
probation, not suspension.
Correct.
Or if you want that suspension language in there, what a lot of boards will do is they'll say they're suspended for 6 months, but they'll stay the suspension and just immediately put them into probation. That way, if there is a violation of any term of the probationary period, then they could be put into suspension.
So with the recommendation of the Attorney General, would you like to make an amendment to your motion that includes a 1-year suspension with a stay of that suspension subject to the probationary period outcome with meetings with administrative staff?
Yes, and I don't have a problem with that at all. But I wanted to ask the board one other question in here. And he brought this up, so I just want to ask if you'd like me to add this in, is do we want the 10,000 all at one time, or do we want it to give them so many months to pay that 10,000? She's got a question, yes.
I think we always try to give options.
Well,
for payment
I really
plan.
encourage, I boards to basically allow the licensee to contact the board within 45 days, which is the typical time period, and contact the board to set up a payment plan. I mean, that's just.
And so you're comfortable with that with your motion?
With a stay on suspension, because otherwise they have to come up with those $10,000. Even if you want a payment plan, it could take a month. I don't know if they have it in the bank or not. But,
So,
but with the stay of suspension, I'm good.
and they'll come in and they'll meet with Vince and set up a payment plan. Is that what you're suggesting? Are you good with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Should I reiterate that motion?
Yeah, I think you do. Definitely.
Okay. If I've heard the motion correctly, there is a motion regarding license S11663 for a maximum $10,000 fine with a 1-year suspension of that license, with a stay of that suspension, with attorney's fees and costs, and a probationary period not to exceed 1 year, with monthly meetings with administrative staff regarding infection control standards.
It wasn't monthly, it was a one-time.
Oh, it was a one-time.
And then they're going to
Oh,
go monthly. Check on it.
a one-time.
I'm a little confused on the suspension, the way you said that.
Okay.
You're suspending
With
staying.
this,
Right, if they don't follow through, then it's suspended.
Right, contingent
You
upon their
can't
probation.
suspend and suspend. I mean, you can't suspend and then stay it and still mean a suspension. You have to do one or the
So
other.
if they
No,
don't
it's
do it within their...
the suspension stayed, and then they're going on probation.
So it's straight probation, no suspension, unless
Right,
they
but that's
violate.
just the language that's used in a lot of consent
All right, I want to be sure.
I'd
because-
rather, if
Or you
we're
could
not
just
gonna
go straight to
suspend it-
probation.
Yeah, let's just do probation, because it's too confusing.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
they
I mean, it's
violate
the
it,
same
we'll bring
effect.
it back on a complaint.
Yeah.
I'd
It'll
rather
have
do
the same.
that.
So they'll just change your probation.
so then with that discussion, is that the motion that you'd like
That's
to
the
be
one,
entered?
and you'll have to...
And is that the second that you're agreeing to?
Yes, sir.
Is there additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Can we restate it just to make sure that when I write the order, I know? There's a $10,000 fine,
Correct.
plus attorney's fees, plus they have to consult with board staff.
Correct.
And
Probation.
the probation is 1 year.
Not to exceed a year.
With surprise inspections.
And did you get the consultation with
Yeah.
And so, just to be clear, then the establishment is paying all the attorney's fees and the other, because I haven't separated them out.
That's correct.
Okay.
So passed. License number C 32492. I will entertain a motion for the disciplinary action to be imposed.
I'd like to make the same motion for license C-32492.
Is there a second?
Same motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion?
I think the attorney's fees have already been assessed to the establishment, so the motion can't be the same because.
How about the same except for the inclusion of the attorney's fees and costs? I do want to mention, though, that Mr. Tran did not work on this client other than to remove the nail, to remove the artificial nail. He had worked on this Miss Hall prior to this incident, but not necessarily directly relating to the incident, other than to remove the nail when Miss Hall complained of discomfort.
No, I think she put the acrylic. He put the acrylic on. The wife removed the acrylic, and he put the acrylic on.
In the prior visit.
And is that correct, Mr. Tran? It is.
No.
Thì đúng rồi, em remove cái
I remove the color,
The color.
and I use the file on her nail. But when I see the nail red, so that's why I have.
Okay, not you,
No, I'm-
Mr. Tran.
Yeah, not her. Everything my fault, okay? Not her fault. She helped me take off the collar.
Yeah.
But I don't know why she exclaimed for my wife. But
So-
I don't know what happened.
Okay, there is a motion on the table. There's a second. That motion was amended to eliminate the attorney's fees and costs because those were part of the prior motion. Is there any other discussion or any concerns that the motion's not understood? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. And what was that, 3 to 4? That motion failed. So may I have another motion to impose disciplinary action on license C 32492?
Is everybody uncomfortable with the fine? Is that what everybody's uncomfortable with?
Yes.
Okay, so what if we change the 10,000 to 4,000? Is that acceptable?
No.
What do you feel is comfortable?
I feel the appropriate amount is not to exceed the 2.
I'll make the same motion with 2,000.
With the understanding that the attorney's fees and costs have been paid in a prior
Correct.
motion by the
Correct,
establishment.
but they'll have to be on probation, they'll have to be paid, and they'll have to go to education. So if I get a second on that, then I'll second.
Okay, is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
1. Motion carries. For the license C 32621,
I make a motion that the same, that we just applied to Ms. Tran.
Mr. Tran.
Mr. Tran apply.
And to reiterate that motion, the fine is $2,000. There is a probation period of 1 year. There is a meeting with administrative staff. And there will be surprise inspections.
And probation.
They're not an establishment. We can still check on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and they'll be on probation for 1 year.
Is there any question, or is there a second? There was a second to that? That was your motion. I reiterated the motion. I need a second. I need a second.
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
I think I need to say that business is responsible in the end for the oversight of all these licensees. However, these licensees did perform these things as we found them guilty of gross malpractice and dirty implements, and yet we're finding them less. I'm really confused about that. So you guys were comfortable with the $2,000 or the $10,000 fine, but these licensees are just as, if not more so, culpable as, thank you for that word, as
Jeanette, I think the owner of the establishment oversees the whole thing, and usually, and you know, well, buck stops with the owner. And if the owner was in there making sure these things were done, we wouldn't be visiting this right now.
But licensees are licensed knowing the law, just like the owners, firstly. Secondly, we just had a test on MRSA, and that was one of the requirements on sanitation. And yet we're going through this as, you know, I don't understand why you guys aren't comfortable finding these people more, because they're just as, they're
For me
even more
personally,
guilty.
Ms. Benaldi, I think we're talking about $30,000. And I'm not trying to minimize your pain and discomfort or the loss of a nail or even the damage, permanent damage to your finger. I'm not trying to minimize that in any way. I do feel that the history of the establishment indicates a lack of attention to infection control, but there have not been a history of complaints against the two individual licensees. There was a history of complaints to the establishment. And I understand that the establishment has changed, but those two licensees have not had prior infractions, if I'm not mistaken. Have you had prior citations or infractions? Have you been punished before for one reason or another?
No, but and who is the licensee in charge of the salon? Since she's the owner, but she's not licensed.
No, she doesn't work there. She just has my sisters that work there, and then
Right. So who's the licensee in charge?
her daughter. She's the licensee who owns the salon.
But she's not a licensed
they're
practitioner.
Her daughter.
Oh yeah, in charge. Okay, my sister.
Okay.
Julie.
So for me personally, I hear what you're saying about the individuals. For me, the establishment has I like the buck stops with the establishment. The establishment received the highest penalty. Each individual received a subsequent penalty. I feel that the penalty that's in the motion is sufficient to reduce the likelihood that those two licensees would perform a service on an inflamed skin. The establishment, it's a little more questionable, and that's why I was a little more, perhaps my vote reflects the harshness of that penalty, because I feel like it's more likely. I feel the same way.
I also do. It's also on.
Correct.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion that is on the table, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. So you will receive an order in the mail that describes the actions taken. There'll be 3 separate orders for the 3 separate licensees. Okay? Once those orders have been executed, then that's when the probationary period. 45 days.
The orders will be sent to you in the mail. They'll be dated the day that they're signed by the board president or his designee. They'll be sent to you by certified mail and regular mail. And the probation period starts 30 days after the date of the order. And the reason for that is you have a 30-day time period to appeal. So the orders don't become effective until 30 days after the order, after service. So just so you know, so that gives you time to appeal the decision if you'd like to before it's effective.
Can I have a minute to ask my nephew ask you?
Yes.
Vậy là nó hạt mở 2 ngày một tuần. Rồi nó cấm mở 1 năm hả?
2 ngày.
Rồi 1 năm một lần hả?
No, là 1 năm mình còn phải quyết định.
Cho nó cho mà cả 2 ngàn mỗi tháng này.
So is this question relate to us, or otherwise the matter is closed?
Yeah, that's fine. It's not available.
You're free to go.
I'd like to,
Excuse me, Ms. Zeziger. Yes.
I'd like to make a statement. I'm Van Harris on the board, and there is no excuse for an unsanitary salon. I understand you're a busy salon, but you have to stop. You have to sanitize between each person. You've got to clean those pedicure pedestals because you're not only endangering the people that are coming into your salon, you're endangering yourselves.
I understand. One thing is we've had 2 new manicures since.
This is going to go outside. This particular matter has been closed.
Yes, I just want you to know there's no excuse for what you're
No,
saying.
no. We've amended the problem already.
Dr. and Mrs. Hall, thank you for coming in today, and thank you for taking the time. Oh, thank you. We're going to say goodbye to our Deputy Attorney General. And then I do want to remind the voting members to please turn back in your medical records for shredding. We're going to move the meeting along quickly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he knows. Thursday, he's having his first quarter meeting. Yeah. We'll send it to you. I know you guys have to send mine on. I greatly appreciate it. Thanks. With your translation. Okay. Thank you. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. I hope we don't see you again.
That was a big. Appreciate it. Well, okay. Keep them on the straight and narrow. Okay. We're going to resume this meeting. As we all know, the August 27th, there has been a recommendation that the regular board meeting be moved or rescheduled to the prior Monday, August 20th, due to the National Intrastate Council's annual conference in Salt Lake City. Is there any discussion? May I entertain a motion that board option 1 or 2 be made into a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move the August 27th, 2012 meeting to August 20th, 2012.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That next board meeting in the Las Vegas office will be Monday, August 20th.
I have a question, if you might. What time are we leaving? Am I leaving at 7 or at 7:05? Are we leaving Reno at 7:05? Okay. I was afraid if I was going to be late.
Some of us got on the 7:05, some got on the 9:05.
I do want to make a note that at that August 20th meeting, those will include elections of the officers. So that will be part of that agenda item. The next item on the agenda is number 20. There was a recommendation for the 5 advocacy positions for the NCEA. For those of you who read your agenda packet, the NCEA is the National Coalition of Estheticians, Manufacturers, Distributors, and Associations, and they produce the advocacy positions that we read. And then I provided you with a recommendation for accepting or rejecting those advocacy positions. If you've had the opportunity to read it, it indicates that Nevada estheticians, after completing a 900-hour program, should be able to, perform the job tasks that are indicated. So we do accept advocacy position number 1, but as from the aesthetics board position member, I believe that particularly in advocacy position number 2, that medical and surgical procedures are not to be performed by licensees. And that knowledge of that medical terminology and procedure is one thing. Performing those procedures is another thing. And if you look through your advocacy positions, there are quite a few references to medical and surgical procedures. In advocacy position number 3, which also is rejected, we're currently exploring the option of a 2-tier licensing system. I just feel that we're not necessarily in a position to accept that there won't be a 2-tier, because that's certainly not the direction that our discussions are taking at this time. In number 4, the advocacy position is that licensed cosmetologists in the state of Nevada can and do and should perform skin care and nail care services in addition to hair care services. So that's a rejection of that position as well. And finally, number 5, the continuing education mandate was for 4 units in the state of Nevada, and while that is suspending in the next month, the advocacy for NCEA is 12 units, and my opinion is that that's a little unrealistic. To be able to go from 4 to 0 up to 12 just seems inconsistent with the state that Nevada conducts itself. So perhaps the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology may request a continuing education requirement for license renewal, but in the second-tier licensing subcommittee, we've discussed the possibility of 8 units, not 12. And so, is there any discussion on those recommendations? I'd entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as provided and then draft a response to NCEA. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to accept the recommendations by the advisory committee and draft a letter to the NCEA. EA.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. These will be the formal response that NCEA has then given. Okay, and I'll draft that for you, Mr. Jim. Now you can approve that. Or not. The treasurer's reports for the periods of December, January, February, and March. There's 4. Why don't we entertain questions or discussion on all 4, and then if there's, we'll just maybe just be sure that you indicate the date that you're making your question known.
I have a general question related to these. When I was reading my NRSs, they talked about SCPs supposed to be provided to us monthly, and yet we get quarterly. Has there been discussion?
Now you get them monthly, but they're delivered on a quarterly basis, but you get all every single month individually.
Okay.
That's what you're getting this time.
And that's what we're getting this time, and that's usual.
That's the normal procedure. If you want, if the board opts to take them one at a time or through the mail, that's.
I don't know. I was just reading, and it says it's supposed to come monthly, and I get all 4 of them at the same time.
Well, it's just that we meet 4 times a year, so generally every 90 days we're going to get 90 days worth of record keeping. So sometimes it's going to be a little more voluminous. Infrequently you can request these. We have them earlier than the meeting, and you're more than welcome to speak with Mr. Jimno if you kind of want, because the next one that you'll get will be April, and I suspect that that's probably in
I'm
the
working
office.
on it now.
Yeah, they're kind of finishing it up now. So essentially, you're going to always be about 30 days behind with the request, but nonetheless, you could get them sooner upon request.
I don't necessarily need them or anything. I was just wondering.
Yeah, Deborah does them monthly, and everything is always done. If you want it, I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem. So it's just, sometimes it's easier to look at 1 month than it is to look at 4 months.
Well, I would think it's admirable that you're reading the book.
If I'm,
He said if you looked
If you
at
want
it.
it earlier, because I get them every month.
and then if I'm not mistaken, aren't they issued as a draft initially? Aren't these-
Well, I have to wait until all the bank statements come in and the last of the bills, particularly if they're a big one like from PSI. So that gets me somewhere around the 10th of the month. I do all of the preparation of the financials, and then it gets everything gets sent to the CPA office, and they're the ones who send me back a draft to take a look at it, and then they'll publish these.
Generally speaking, just
So,
ask.
yeah.
How about any additional questions or concerns on those treasurer reports? I just want to make a note, Ms. Blasco, that make sure that with the appeals and the fine incomes from today, once those are received, should direct those to the Attorney General's office. Isn't that correct?
Well, I send it to the State General Fund.
Oh, the State
It doesn't
General
go to the
Fund.
Attorney General's
Yeah.
Fund.
Where you send it appropriately.
Yeah.
Please stay timely on that. So I will accept a motion to approve these treasurer's reports or not.
I move to approve the treasurer's report.
I'll second it.
And is there any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. 4 months were approved in that treasurer's report voting. In that next item, number 22, review and possible consideration and approval of next year's budget.
Mr. Leader, Board President, this budget is considered a hold-the-line budget. There are no new programs other than looking into the possibility of doing video conferencing if we can afford it. It turns out it's a lot more expensive than originally thought. A typical room, the room that you were in Carson City recently, that room cost $50,000 for video conference setup.
So I'm probably not going to do that.
So what we're going to be able to do, what we are recommending at this point is adding additional, the budget is $30,000, is to add another $5,000, allow us to, if the possibility occurs to us, and the possibility is within our financial wherewithal, we can put in video conferencing for both conference rooms to allow for special meetings and things like that. But it may be a long time before we actually get to video conferencing. But that's the only new program in this. There's another little small one for $5,000 that talks about photographic equipment for the lobbies for our offices so we can do direct downloading into our licensing system by providing a service, a cheap service for licensees who want to have their photographs taken locally versus going through the passport photos. It would save them some money. It would be very cheap for us to put in gear. We've had that in the budget floating for a couple of years. But that's the only other new thing. No new employees, no new programs.
Is that where they just come down to, and where they pay their license, you snap a picture and it's all done?
Yeah, there would be a setup.
That would be charge for that?
Yeah. We would charge just enough to get our, pay for the cost. That would reduce their cost from about $15 to maybe $3 or $4, $5. Those are the only two programs in the budget. Everything else is standalone.
Is there any way to figure out how that system, how long it will take for that system to pay for itself in regards to that?
It'll be within a year.
Within a year, it'll pay itself.
Oh, yeah.
The photographs and all that.
See, what it does is you have a digital photograph. It automatically downloads into the software that we use for the licensing, so you don't have to scan and attach them. They're automatically there. They just attach.
So that would be one here in Reno and one in Las Vegas?
Yes, we would not be able to service the rural areas. They'd still have to.
They still have to come to us.
So it would force people to come down to the office. They don't have to. They can still do the passport type photos. But a lot of people miss the old photographic box thing we used to have that never worked. But they liked it for some reason. But it would make it a lot easier.
I think if somebody was at the last minute running around, they could just go to one place and pay it and get their picture. And
Yeah.
it seems like a lot of them pay at the last minute.
Well, we would have the ability to take a photograph right then and
Yeah,
there,
that
and
would
that
be
day
helpful,
be
I think.
downloaded into the system.
The machine.
If you look at the budget, we're doing real well. We're about the end of the 5-year plan. Our depreciation is now going away slowly and methodically, and our budget is coming to the point where instead of a deficit spending, it is straight spending. We think we're stretching our current reserve, which averages somewhere between $800,000 and $900,000 during the year. From 2015, Debbie and I are beginning to, Ms. Blasco and I are beginning to project out to 2016 maybe, and maybe further on. As we've gone into the new budget, our analysis that our revenues are continuing to rise slightly, and our deficit spending is dropping. The last thing is we made a major improvement in our lease in Las Vegas, and the Department of Administration has estimated a $288,000 savings over 5 years. So that's going to improve our position again. Otherwise, there's very little new in this thing.
Being that I'm new, I have a question on salaries are a major portion of this budget. Are we following along with other state employees and furloughing our employees? Are we giving everybody an increase in pay?
There are two things that we're exempt from. One is the furlough program. In the legislation that caused the furlough program and the freezing of certain step increases was put into a particular legislative bill that left one sentence in it. And the sentence means that we're exempt from those requirements. So we are continuing to use the step system. We are mirroring the state's personnel system. So whatever classification they use and the steps they have in their system, ours matches. So the salaries are consistent with throughout the state. The only thing that has not been required is we've not had to implement furloughs. We've not had to freeze longevity pay. And we have, it's your authority whether we give step raises. That's where we are.
But they're not included in the budget at this point?
They're included in the budget. We automatically include them every year. The step raises calculation, we have 19 employees total. And we look at every single employee and say, what are they eligible for next year if the step increase is granted.
Right, and that puts them one step up on the pay scale, or does that increase the rate of pay for the step?
A pay grade is a range.
Okay.
And you start at the bottom. And every year after the initial year, you step one step a year.
Okay.
And you slowly gain, but the range stays the same. So in other state employees, they may have been promoted into the range of the 6th step or the 5th step. The general fund system, in order to save dollars, they've said we're not going to give step increases or longevity pay, and we're furloughing. In our case, all it does is make our reserve bigger. It's not saved money for anybody. So it's been our decision to go ahead and grant those when we can, because our budget allows for it. However, if we run short of money, we won't be able to do that, and the state will not help us. We stand alone on ourselves. And every other board like ours is in the same condition.
Have we put money in for raises so forth this year?
Yes, the normal step increase for everybody it would be eligible.
What happens with someone, I'm just out of curiosity, I don't think I've ever had this answered, or maybe I've never asked. What happens when you reach the top of your step?
You don't get any more.
You don't get any more. Can you possibly move that person to a different position to give them more money? I'd say that they're...
Yes, you can, but it would be board approval whether we want to create a new range and authorize a new salary range for it.
Plus, we're also giving them money to further their education, so if they want to... Well, but everybody's eligible
The
for that.
questions are legitimate. We have 3 employees that have reached the top of the range. And those people, one of which is me, will not get a raise.
So they just stay at what that is, okay? But they
Top
would
of the
get
range.
the 2 or 3% or whatever the state...
Well, if you have a cost of living allowance, it's different than a step raise. So normally you would have a cost of living, like this is what happens with the regular state. They would have a 2 to 3%, whatever the legislature votes on, plus their step. Because the cost of living is supposed to help pay for inflation, and then the step is, you're doing a great job, we want to give you more money. So for state government, COLA, the cost of living increase, is not happening, I believe. And I don't believe it's happening for you either. Because
we don't give it either.
Because in the past, the board did. When the legislature voted on 2%, then you guys would do 2%. But since the legislature is no longer doing that, then there is nothing. Once you reach the top, that's it. And there's lots of employees outside of the board that are in that position right now.
Okay.
So the only way we can move that is you have to create a new range, create a new position, and then you set the range so there's room for advancement.
And that would be a board decision?
Yes, I would propose it, and you would have to approve it.
Okay, thank you.
Are there additional questions on the budget or comments?
I had a quick question, just because I'm new and I have just a couple things. Do we have to buy from the state, like computer equipment, monitors, and things like that, or can we buy from private?
Some of the contracts are mandatory. You don't have a choice. And it's always, we avoid RFPs, requests for proposals, by already approved proposals that the state is what they call master contracts.
Okay.
That means we can buy directly. We don't have to go out and do all the advertisement and stuff. So we maintain a commitment to the state, buying the state. We could get pencils cheaper, but...
like computer equipment, the computer, I mean, I know just from being in the industry and with my background in computers that, you know, 8 Dell computers, I know you can get for less than $14,000, but...
Well, it depends on what you're buying, too.
This is true.
We buy
This is
fairly high
absolutely
qualities.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like I worked for America Online, you know, headquarters in D.C. for a long time, and I just wondered, are we bound to buy from the state?
For computers, we are.
Okay.
They got a master contract with Dell or the Western States contracts.
And the reason for the computers, I think, has to do with security and requirements about that.
Understandable.
And so I know that there are some heightened things with
First I'd like to just say to Ms. Blasco, I really appreciate the explained line items. It makes reviewing the budget easier. It makes understanding any minor variances in the figures from last year's budget to this year's budget very understandable. It's a very comprehensive proposal, and I really appreciate from the director's point of view that it's a no-growth budget. For me personally, when we go to review the budget, I would still encourage the board to spend less. So while I appreciate this proposed budget, I am inclined to approve the budget in spending less. I would like to request a 10% reduction in overall spending, and I will settle for 3% reduction in overall spending. And I would like to see that across the board. No one particular category needs to take the brunt of that. But even in a no-growth budget, I still would like to see prudence exercised. And it is, I would like to see it enhanced. I would like to make sure that the other board voting members understand that our interest income has lessened because it's just not available in the marketplace. I would like to remind the voting members that all the licensees that were before us today were appealing those citations because of economic reasons. And I just would like to be very prudent with our spending of those licensees' fees.
Can I ask a question? Vince, let's say if we approve this budget without giving the 3% that he's asking for, and we get hiccups or something and we don't have the funds there, then what do you do?
That's the reason we carry a reserve. Normally, cities and counties carry anywhere from a 3 to a 10% reserve of their whole budget. Most of the cities and counties and states are struggling trying to make that gap up. We have 6 months of running time and probably 2 or 3 years of adjustment time. So we're in pretty good shape carrying a $800,000, $900,000 reserve fund. The issue is you only need one civil suit to eat that up in a hurry. So the issue is, I think we are very prudent. If you want to reduce, I'll be glad to reduce the travel budget for the board by 5%, because it's a hell of a lot bigger than it needs to be. But that's reality. That's the same way with every other company. We can take 3% out. It doesn't change the way you do business. You may have to delay repairs. You may have to delay. For example, the computers were carried forward. We didn't spend the money for the 8. We made the computers we had were running pretty good, so Debbie and I decided that would be okay to carry it forward to the new budget, and so that means we didn't spend it last year. But the only way to deal with it is you plan in long-range plans. I have 5-year plans running all the time. I'm looking down the road, not next year or the year after, but 5 years down the road. So we'll always have it be in a good position, the way we budget here.
And I think by cutting it, sometimes you harm yourself, because basically like having the digital photos, I think that would be, just for myself, I think that would be super if we could get something like that for the beauticians and whatnot. So I think that cutting it back 3%, I don't think you really solve anything.
Well, I'd actually be willing to propose even cutting back on the board retreat, maybe even to 1 day and tying it into a meeting day so we can minimize board travel or something like that. When I look at the budget, I would like to see us spend less. I recognize the prudence. I appreciate Mr. Jimno's attention to how the organization spends money. I just feel most comfortable spending less. I'm still very happy to approve the teleconferencing allocation, and I'm very happy to include the budget for the photographic equipment to make it a little easier for the licensees. I just would like to see overall spending minimized by, well, up to 10%.
But what about this? What if we cut it 1.5%? Since you would be happy with 3.
That's a penny.
I have a question. According to what I'm looking at here, you're consistently coming in under budget. Versus
Our philosophy is that we budget worst case scenario for expenses.
Right.
And least case scenario for income.
So am I correct in this, looking at this under the proposed budget, that you're in the $256,000
That's a decrease in assets.
That's a projected deficit.
Of $12,000 a month.
Right. We projected a $400,000 deficit because we were, a lot of the numbers there that you're seeing are depreciation numbers already spent, already paid for, we just got to carry it on the book. So the bottom line is we've not, in the 5.5 years I've been here, we've not once come in over expense and under income. We want the opposite.
Just out of curiosity, roughly what percentage did you come in under per year?
8.
Just a guess.
Just a guess. Probably this time we were coming in at what, two something deficit actual. Deb, do you remember?
Well, it was 226 at 9 months, so based on that, 300.
Yeah, and we projected 4 something. So
yeah, 450.
On the gap between what we projected deficit to what we really are. That's utilizing a planned utilization of the reserve system. The reserve is not shrinking, though. Even though we have that deficit, the reserve has stayed fairly close to what we had last year and the year before.
So in essence, what he's asking is you're already doing that, right? You're already saving that. He's just wanting to have that
On paper as a zero balance budget rather than a deficit.
I've been through this 20 years in a row where they say, give us back 10%. And you either do the government job the right way the first time, or you don't do it the first time. So what they do, politicians, they lie about the budget, and they project all these wonderful incomes, and then when it comes time to the end of the year, they're short $5 billion. And we don't do that. We go the opposite direction every year. So the issue is, if you want 5%, I can find it for you. It's real simple. And we'll cut. What are you willing to give up? What are you willing to give up?
Yeah.
Is there any other
I'd like to make a motion
discussion?
to approve the budget. As is.
I second.
Can I just make one comment really quick? No. I understand what Alex is saying because we've all had to cut in our personal life. And I think Alex is looking at it as the fact that since we've all cut in our personal life, which I'm assuming I've cut in my personal life, I think we've all had to do that. He's just looking at it, you have it. He's looking at it in the future as to how things, what if we don't have all the licensed people that we
And we
have?
start laying people off.
That's what
That's
I
the bottom line. The
That would
bottom
be what
line
we
is we
would do.
reduce our what we can do. We start cutting programs. What do you think is don't cost a lot, you want request? I'll say, what are you willing to trade for that? Because that's how you reduce the budget. Right now, we've been able to produce everything you want to produce at a reasonable cost. We get audited by the state. They get our audit reports every year. The legislative audit committee looks at stuff. We have to audit our stuff. So we know the numbers are fine. The issue is, what do you want to give up? So my sense is that if you want to get a week turnaround on license production, is you want to give that up, we'll say 3 weeks, then we maybe drop a person. That's how we reduce the budget. It's not that complex. It's pretty
No, I realize that. I just kind of like defending Alex at what he was saying because I don't think it was meant in any other way than it's just the way life is now.
I concur with Alex in that, spending is something that you want to keep control of. But based on your record, you aren't the guy that shows us a low budget and then comes in above that budget.
No, they're very conservative.
Your track record speaks in that. In this case, for me.
Is there additional discussion?
We are on target.
Well, if you cut a little out of every little thing, not big cuts out of a lot of things, and there's a new guy coming in here too. I mean, I'm just putting in my 2 cents. A little out of everything instead of a big chunk out of
Some things are really pretty much set in stone. I mean, they are. It is what it is.
There is a motion on the table to accept the 2012-2013 budget as proposed. There is a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Who said nay?
So,
Board President Alex Leader.
Neil.
Mr. Gimno, now is an opportunity for you to reiterate your executive director's report. We did read that report. Is there questions of Mr. Gimno from having read the report?
Don't take too long talking.
What?
I'm not going to talk at all. We got some new flags for our room over in the
Thank you.
area. So these are our own. We own the flags.
Oh, good.
Bought those. Maybe we'll cut that out.
Just buy one flag and we'll take it back and forth to Reno.
3% of the
Jamaica.
We'll cut the bottom part off.
All the trim.
I don't have anything to change unless you have questions.
I have a question. A year ago, the school came to you and said they want to do an online testing program.
Yes.
Have you heard from them?
They were dragging their feet. They've been working with the lady. I asked them for a final report. I finally got their report of the statistics. I've reviewed some of it. I don't believe that they've clarified a number of issues, so I'm going to be meeting with them personally. But they basically found out that their particular hybrid design was not the design they think should be used. So they're going back to the drawing board. I'm not willing to go forward with all of the state to go online until we have a form. I think we can all agree that this is a good way to do it. Milady is pushing it from a marketing standpoint, but they're also selling their product. They're not necessarily caring about what we have. So the school that we've been dealing with is Milan. They drug their feet about 2 months. I sent them an email. They responded. They did finally send me a report of what the statistical issues were, what they are recommending change were supposed to be shortly.
Second question I have is last month you asked whether or not there was some issues that we should be taking to the legislative session this year, and the board indicated for you to do something about education. Have you done anything in relation to that?
It's not. The NRS changes will be going in this next week is the final thing. I've indicated to the board I think it's an extremely bad political move to try to do it this legislative session. And the reason is because the legislature told me in 2011 they don't want to see me again. And so I've not put it in yet, but I haven't finalized it. The president has the authority if he wants to put it in. I think it'll kill our bill. That's where we stand right now. I've said that. The only thing pending is us putting the NRS request, drill draft request, to the governor's office via the system. So if you still want to do it, I'm more than happy to stick it in there. But
Why do you feel so? Why did they not want to see you this year?
because I was told when we got the 4 units, the only reason we got the 4 units was an infection control only. It was one time, and it was the charge for that was led by Maggie Carlton, then Senator, who's now an Assemblywoman. She said, well, otherwise you would have got it. She was what we call the leader of the boards and commission group in the legislature. So I just think it's bad policy. We might wait another term before we go back to it. I'm an advocate of it, by the way. I think we should have all, make sure everybody, as you saw today, infection control should be repetitive. We also should allow training for anybody who wants it to be able to get it and give them continuing education units. But it's our way of encouraging them to stay modern, to stay up to speed, stay today.
And obviously, the Nevada law test needs to be an integral part of licensing,
Yeah, and
as you can see from today's citations and
yeah, I'm a real strong advocate of continuing education. I've been meeting down there.
Well, I just want to know, when do I add something that I want to talk about?
Do we need to vote on whether or not we want that brought up? Whether we want to submit
If
it
you
or
guys want me to
not?
do it, take it.
It's not on
It's not on the agenda.
Yeah,
It was on the thing, but they included it in the last meeting, so he asked for a status report on it. So I think it's legitimate.
And I think if they tell you, hang off, that you probably should listen to the ones that we usually try to get to go our direction.
These are the people that were leading our charges last time.
The next item is the testing report from the testing department. You've seen that report. Are there questions of that report? I think we're testing quite a few folks. I mean, you look at those numbers, that's 150 folks on average per month. That's nice. Any comments on the inspector's report? Chief inspector's report based on unit activity for January through March, the first of this year. You can kind of look at the offenses, working on expired licenses, quite a few of those. Quite a few.
Really close to a lot of saloons too, I think.
Are there any questions or concerns regarding the citations issued for January, February, and March? We're going to move then, do I move to accept those two reports?
No.
Okay. So those have been received, thank you. Finally, comments by board members for future agenda items.
That last part of the testing that's going on in the citations, is there any way we can include with the license that we send out, like a screen notice like you get with your power bill or your water bill that says don't water?
You want to spend the money?
Here goes the increase. But I'm just thinking, even if we could divide it, 3 pieces, 3 cuts out of each piece of paper in red that says post in plain view, put the NRSs by all these and take it with you if you go to a different location. And finally, do not photocopy and put that with their license so they just can be reminded for somehow. And for some reason, they just seem to not realize how important that is, and it seems that's what we get our most complaints about.
I'm talking about that, like
doing it for 20 years,
like a placeholder. Like it's not really. We actually kind of talked about this a little bit. It'd be like a not a license, but a placeholder license that would say, "I'm here. I'm certified, whatnot."
That's different than what I'm trying to say. Is like when they mail the license, included in the mail is a notice that says, "Don't forget," because there are people that have been doing here for a long time, and
You know what we
maybe
do?
they don't remember.
When we on our real estate, the same way. The attorney for the real estate division, she sends out. We get a little thing every month, and it says these are the laws that are most commonly broken, and you can. She kind of talks about them, and maybe a little letter like that when they go out saying.
Let me give you a cost factor for
That's
that.
true.
Those are all good ideas. When we have single mailing for license renewal, I think it costs us $10,000 for just a single piece of paper to be mailed out.
Are they computerized mail? Okay, so they would all be sealed and everything.
They'd be sealed and everything, but it costs mailing alone is 45 cents a piece.
Well, I'd say with the license, we're already sending
We
ads.
already do
postage.
those kind of things. We hand deliver reminders, alerts, notices, because we have the best mailing system in the world. We have a visit every 3 months.
Well, right.
And
Maybe
we
they
do
just
that
need
now.
to
We do that now.
on a regular basis.
On a regular basis. And one of the problems you're seeing is the schools were not teaching the law.
Exactly.
And you're seeing that in the pass-fail rates at the moment. The schools are scrambling to try to catch up with something they should have been doing all along. And when the law test went into place, it was proof.
And you know what, on those computer ones, they're all programmed, pre-printed, and they can put off of them. So it's not like envelope that you stuff in.
We have access. But it costs $2,000 every day for each speaker.
So I guess that's a no.
But we do that, but not like you say. Everybody says, well, send them a newsletter every month.
Well, no, I know that would be much more expensive than I'm talking about.
And the
I think
renewals
it's
go
more
up
mailing.
once every other year to the cabinet. That's what we keep back it through, trying to post more things on the website, and we try to hand carry notices, as the Attorney General saw when we notified every single cosmetologist with a notice about the domestic violence program. And the reason they got away cheap is because we hand delivered them. So we do that. It's just that you have time to write them for me.
Sure. I'm just thinking 3 lines, posted.
3 lines or a whole page.
Well,
makes
it's
no
not
difference.
computerized, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, but times 26,000 times 26,000 envelope stubs times 26,000
Okay, I get it.
postage
Fine.
paid.
That's a no.
How about additional comments by board members?
Copies
All right,
to make
here's
the
my
20-some thousand.
I think that we need to prepare a complete revision of these laws to the legislative session of
The
2
whole-
years.
the whole
Not this,
book?
the whole book.
The whole book.
Well,
And just
we'll get it. We'll get
Just
done
get
as
the
much
whole
as
book.
we'll get
One yet?
We'll get as much done as we can. But okay. But the
Is there a time frame you want?
what I'm saying is, yeah, a couple of years, 2.5 years.
Okay.
I would like to see this discussed next meeting as an agenda item, creating a committee, subcommittee that goes through this and revises this, because there's a lot of stuff that's
Have you revised one yet?
Arcade. There are things in arcade.
there's some things in here that we can go through.
I mean, but have you gone through the process? I'm the same way. I want things done right now. I could not believe how long it takes.
I'm not saying that it has to be done like instantaneously. I'm not looking at that. But if we have a committee that consistently works on revisions, I think
Wouldn't
that
put it all on Vince at that one time.
Okay, so that was the comment. I appreciate the comment.
Yes.
We do have a member of the general public here. Was there a comment from the general public? Are there additional comments before we adjourn?
We should applaud her for sitting here all day.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank Mr. Nelson. I really appreciate your time.
Cheers.
and started it?
Absent any further discussion,
I
and
did want to talk.
please.
I did want to add the amnesty. I did to add to the next agenda a possible one-day amnesty for people whose licensure is less than 2 years expired. They don't have any citations on their record. Possibly a reduced amount that they could pay at once for one day with parameters, to be discussed further, and possibly that would not only bring in good revenue one day a year, but all those people would now have licenses that they would hopefully be renewing and learning a lesson from. So
Put that on the agenda.
I think that would be.
And we can certainly discuss that in the executive committee as well.
I'd like to go into length, but I know we're.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Nelson, thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Poor Mr. Nelson.
Yeah. At least we fed you lunch.
High
We didn't let you go to the bathroom. Fed you lunch.
I can't wait till we get out of here.